When reality hits hard and you can't understand it, you often fall into denial. Berge, the Demon King, screams in pain and rage. Blood pours from his mouth. He never saw this coming. In his destroyed throne room, the dead bodies of his followers lie everywhere. The winning heroes stare up at him from below. His black flames, which he was so proud of, fail to kill any heroes. Berge looks in shock at the group that defeated him. He can't understand how the hero sword god's blade cut through his tough scales and pierced his heart. The scene freezes on the moment the sword stabs him while he sits on his throne. I don't understand, Berge thinks. Blood drips down his chin. He can't accept that he lost. The story flashes back in time. Berge remembers his younger days. I was far better than everyone, he thinks. A young, confident, smiling Berge stands at the Demon King Military Academy. He graduated as the top student with the highest honors. There are the Demon King standards, rules set by the first great Demon King Emperor. Berge studied them more than anyone and followed every word exactly. He built a tower. He kidnapped princesses using his demon minions. He even helped train the heroes who came to rescue them. He kept the princesses in cages to attract their saviors. For a demon king, the rage and sadness of heroes was the best food. But killing them too early was a problem. The right way was to let them grow stronger first, then defeat them. The stronger the hero, the better the taste. That was his belief. He followed the standards better than any other demon king. Hatred from ordinary people grew. He thought conquering the world was only a matter of time. His power increased with every battle. He absorbed the anger and sadness from heroes and people. He became the strongest demon king ever, back to the present. But why did I lose in the end? How? Berge asks himself again and again. His face shows confusion and despair. A mocking voice breaks the silence. You demon kings always say the same thing, the sword god hero says with a smirk. You bring this on yourselves. Why act so surprised? I don't understand, Berge thinks, eyes wide with shock and cold sweat. Liar, the hero replies. You always kidnap the most famous princess and leave clues so we can find you and fight. You're stupid. If I were the demon king, I'd kill the human king first. The kingdom would fall into chaos. Berge suddenly realizes, kidnapping a king would make humans fight each other for the throne. Their anger would not focus on him, so he would not gain power. It went against the standards. The image of the standards book flashes in his mind, the cause of his downfall. The hero continues with a cynical smile. And that's not all. If we don't come to your tower, you send monsters to villages so we can train and get stronger. Thanks for the help. Your tower makes everything easy for us. Images show heroes walking toward the tower. It was their perfect training ground. The first floor has only weak monsters. We train at our own pace and improve our skills. Berge feels burning rage. He was careful not to let heroes die too soon, just to gain more energy. But it was all pointless. That's what the standards taught me. The sword god stabs him again as a final cruel act. Berge eyes widen in agony and shame. When the tower gets boring. We just kill the demon king. A new one appears with a new tower. It's the perfect hunting spot for heroes, right guys? The other heroes laugh and mock him. Of course. Thanks, Demon King. You helped us get stronger. You're more like a teacher than an enemy. Berge looks up helplessly as they thank him with sarcasm. My tower was just their hunting ground. His world falls apart. The hero says coldly, you were strong. Many heroes died this time. But that's fine, I became famous. Goodbye, Demon King. He raises his sword for the killing blow. Rage explodes inside Berge. How dare a hero humiliate me like this? His hand claws into the bloody floor. What the hell are the Demon King standards? With his dying breath, he refuses to give up. I can't die like this. I am a Demon King. In primal fury, Berge releases all his remaining power. A massive explosion of red demonic energy bursts from his body. It swallows everything in a storm of rage and destruction. His form dissolves into blinding light. The blast shakes the entire castle. Heroes fly through the air in chaos. Blood and debris rain down. The demonic energy destroys everything. In his final moments on the ground, Berge promises revenge. Those who look down on me will pay. The last thing he sees is the reflection of the triumphant sword god hero. One hero shouts excitedly, don't touch his head. The horns are mine. But the energy consumes everything. The hero realizes too late. Wait, no. Purple energy explodes violently, a final act of fury from a betrayed demon king. The hero screams as he is torn apart. I'll ruin everything. The explosion kills all the heroes in the throne room. A complete final revenge. In the darkness, Verdilos thinks, if I had known the truth, I would never have followed the standards. If I get another chance, forget the standards. I'll just unleash chaos. The tower explodes into darkness. A distant voice calls, Berge. His eyes snap open. He is in a grand hall lit by moonlight through tall windows. He looks around in confusion. Students in uniform surround him. What? I'm alive? A strong voice calls, Berge Diaz. Step forward. He walks forward, mind racing. This place, it's impossible. The academy headmaster stands before him. Berge Diaz, why act like this on your graduation day? He sees the red emblem in the headmaster's hand, the symbol of a demon king. This is graduation day at the Demon King Military Academy, 15 years ago. All graduates must take the stage and swear to follow the Demon King standards. As class representative, Berge Diaz must read them aloud. A large hologram appears, showing the standards, the same rules that led to his humiliating death. He thinks, I memorized this perfectly. I followed it with all my heart. This garbage turned me into a toy for heroes and ruined me. Memories of his death burn in his mind. Do I really have to read this now? Do I have to swear loyalty again in front of everyone? His throat tightens. The headmaster and teachers smile, unaware of the rage building inside him. Berge Diaz clenches his teeth hard. His face becomes a mask of pure anger. The host says, Berge Diaz, please read the Grand Demon King standards. Rage explodes. His voice rings out clear and strong, I refuse. Dead silence falls. Students freeze in shock. Berge Diaz shouts, I will not swear loyalty to something so stupid. The Demon King standards are trash. His words hit like a shockwave. Students stand with mouths open. One boy's glasses even crack from surprise. The headmaster's face twists in fury. Berge Diaz's rebellion echoes through the hall, breaking years of tradition. This was the moment the academy's greatest student became its biggest disgrace. A new path of vengeance had just begun. In the grand ceremonial hall of the Demon Kingdom, anger exploded. The Archduke, Arcane Blur, slammed his fist on the podium. His eyes were red with rage as he shouted at Berge Diaz. He threatened to execute him for insulting the standards of the Demon King. From his tall throne, Archduke spoke again. He said that because of Berge Diaz's great achievements and talent, he would get one last chance to save himself. He must take back his foolish words and apologize to the entire Demon Kingdom. If he refused, he would be sent to Arian. Gasps filled the hall. Everyone knew Arian. It was a dangerous dimension where dozens of Demon Kings had died. It was almost certain death. Some demons muttered that a person who insulted the standards deserved to die. They said even an apology was not enough. The Archduke reminded Berge Diaz about Arian's terrible reputation. It was the worst realm, where countless demon kings had lost their lives, but Berge Diaz smiled, showing his sharp teeth. His eyes showed no fear. He broke the heavy silence with simple words, send me there. Shock spread through the hall. Berge Diaz spoke loudly and boldly. He said he would go to Arian to prove that the Demon King standards were worthless. The Archduke was furious at this disrespect. He called Berge Diaz hopeless and ordered him sent away at once. A bright teleportation circle appeared under Berge Diaz's feet. The Archduke added that he would get none of the special treatment given to high-ranking demon kings. No one would go with him. He could not return until his task was done. As he fell through the portal, Berge Diaz thought calmly. This was what he expected after the mess he had caused. But they were sending him back to that place. He fell toward a vast, beautiful land of mountains and rain, the same world where the heroes who once killed him had lived. In his mind, he remembered that even before his regression, he had chosen Arian himself. Berge Diaz believed that the strongest, like him, should face the greatest challenges. That pride cost him his life in the past. Too many heroes had used the Demon King's code against demon kings. Seconds later, Berge Diaz crashed onto the peak of a snowy mountain shaped like a shooting star. He spread his wings to block the cold winds of Regressed Mountain in the northern continent. Still proud, he cleared his throat and said, I won't let that happen again. This time, I'll use the code against the heroes to prove I'm right. Meanwhile, Gordon Dyrek shaved happily while humming a tune. He fastened his clothes neatly, looked in the mirror, and smiled. Perfect. The Demon King's Academy trains future Demon Kings. The Demon Clan Academy trains the clans that serve them. By Demon Realm rules, the top clan serves the top Demon King. Standing on the graduation platform, Gordon heard his friend say, Lucky you, Gordon. Graduating as head of the clan means you'll serve Demon King Berge. I wish I had tried harder. Gordon stayed calm outside, but inside he was excited. None of the Demon Kings compared to Lord Berge. Berge came from the rare demon dragon bloodline, a genius born once in 1,000 years. Serving him was an honor. With Lord Berge, they could conquer any world. Gordon dreamed of his own name in demon history. Suddenly, Berge Diaz spoke from the stands, that's wrong. Everyone froze. Berge Diaz continued calmly, the so-called Demon King's code is nothing but trash. In that moment, Gordon's dreams broke. He stood stunned. These were the memories of the man now deep in Regressed Mountain. By demon law, the top clan serves the top Demon King. Gordon was still in shock. But why? Berge Diaz's voice came from behind, they said no clan would follow me, but they still sent someone. Gordon turned slowly. Berge reached out his hand. Good to see you again, Gordon. Gordon did not shake it. Why did you say that? You called the code trash in front of everyone, and to Arian, no less. Now I'm going to die, too. Even after a sincere warning from the Berge Diaz, calm down. You'll tear out all your hair now. He couldn't drop his anger instantly. My hair isn't the issue. That noisy display made Berge Diaz ponder. Has Gordon always been like this? Before I reverted, he was calm and confident. An old memory from a past life flashed. It'll be hard, but with you and me, we can do it. Actually, if it weren't Arian, I wouldn't be interested. Berge Diaz sighed wearily. It's understandable. The situation is totally different now. But if I told him I'd reverted, he'd think I'm crazy. Having vented everything, Gordon finally fell silent and gathered himself. He sadly clutched his hair to hold back tears and apologized for his earlier disgrace, saying, since it's come to this, I'll fulfill my duty, forcing Berge Diaz to pretend not to notice the weak display and reply, very well. Demon King's Code. Rule 1. A Demon King must erect a tower, but must not hide it or place it in an overly harsh environment. Only then can heroes find it. Gordon, of course, remembered and warned Berge Diaz. This place is too dangerous. Surrounded by towering mountains, humans can't find or reach it. Even strong monsters roam freely. You can't build a tower here. We should move. Unexpectedly, he bent and shoved the stone straight into the ground. No, I'll build the tower right here. The tower seed planted in the earth and feed it with the Demon King's device so the tower can grow. That act visibly angered Gordon. Rule 1, you're directly defying them. Have you even discarded a Demon King's pride? Berge Diaz muttered dejectedly. I never swore to obey them. From an angle Gordon couldn't see, Berge Diaz silently glanced at him. I understand the disgust you feel being demon-born. It's hard to abandon a belief engraved to the bone. Unless you die or endure something as brutal as death, you won't renounce it because I was the same before. Berge Diaz slowly drove his nail into his palm to draw blood. He carefully let that plasma drip onto the tower seed and said, listen closely, Gordon. The Demon King's code is trash, especially here in Arian. The unusual gravity in his tone sent a chill down Gordon's spine. The snowy mountain began to tremble continuously from beneath the frozen ground. The tower seed started to react. It suddenly expelled a small orb of mana. It quickly spiraled in a large circle across the ground. Berge Diaz watched and hissed with excitement because Arian is crawling with heroes. Remembering the people who skewed him in his past life, he couldn't help sneering, so many it's absurd. As the formation completed, a series of announcements rang out. Tower identifying user race. Black Flame, Dragon Demon Clan. Name, Berge Diaz. Identification complete, proceed to summon the tower. The final announcement coincided with a building rising from the frozen ground. The splendid sight made Berge Diaz mutter bitterly. This is why Demon Kings keep dying here after countless tower destructions. Humans learned the tower's mechanism and used the Demon King's own rules against us. On this land, the Demon King's rules no longer apply. Indeed, they should be called the Hero's Standards, which puzzled Gordon. Gordon finally understood the terrible truth. In this land, the old Demon King rules no longer worked. They should be called the Hero's rules instead. Before them stood a tall, dark tower, complete and menacing, rising out of the snowy wasteland. Gordon stared up at it, stunned. In the end, Berge Diaz had built the tower in that forbidden place after all. Berge Diaz walked calmly toward the main entrance. Let's go in, he said to Gordon. Gordon followed in silent hesitation. They entered the first floor of Berge Diaz tower. It was a huge hall with high, arched ceilings and a patterned floor, but it was completely empty. Gordon spoke out loud. A normal Demon King tower should have traps, complicated rooms, or monsters to guard it. But there's nothing here. It was a tower with no advantages for a Demon King, no special privileges. They climbed to the top floor, the Demon King's chamber on the 5th floor. It was the same, a large empty hall with a throne at the far end, and nothing else. Every floor was deserted. Gordon looked serious. The tower is built now. We can't change that. So we must at least follow rule number 2 of the Demon King standards. Rule number 2, kidnap a prince or princess, preferably one high in line for the throne. The reason was simple: important royalty produced more demonic energy when captured, through the anger and sorrow of their kingdom. Gordon offered to advise Berge Diaz. The Demon King stood with his back turned and allowed him to speak. Gordon pointed to a map. The closest kingdom is the kingdom of course, in the Regressed mountains. Please kidnap the princess with the highest rank. That will bring the most anger and sorrow from the kingdom, and you will grow strong quickly. Gordon expected Berge Diaz to refuse. To his surprise, the Demon King agreed. Gordon was shocked. Berge Diaz added, I already have a princess in mind. Excited, Gordon offered to help, but Berge Diaz gave a clear order: stay here and guard the tower. A Demon King's home cannot be left empty. Gordon felt huge relief and joy. Thank goodness, Berge Diaz was still acting like a real Demon King. His strange behavior had just been stress. This could still work. Now it truly began. As Berge Diaz prepared to leave from the balcony, Gordon asked, trying to be a good servant, which princess will you bring? Berge Diaz gave a sly, secret smile and only said, well. The scene changed. Berge Diaz flew over a distant city at night. His target was far away, not the nearby kingdom, but Hilderin, the southernmost nation on the continent, the farthest from his tower. The view moved to a huge castle. Only one window was brightly lit in the dark night. Inside the room, a beautiful blonde princess named Hildera looked out the window. Berge Diaz spread his demon wings and landed in front of her under the full moon. Now his true plan was clear. Out of all possible princesses, he had chosen the one with the least importance, the 13th princess. His red horns shone in the moonlight. With an intense look, he said, I have come to take you, princess. Back in the tower, Gordon's mind exploded. He screamed at the top of his lungs, that's the exact opposite of the standards. In the middle of the night, the Demon King Berge Diaz appears in a princess's bedroom. The young woman with long blonde hair, wearing a nightgown, sits on her bed. She looks at him without fear, only calm curiosity and a serene face. Princess Hernand asks the stranger, who are you? Under the bright full moonlight, Berge Diaz answers with a serious and determined look. I am the Demon King who has come to kidnap you. A small, mysterious smile appears on Princess Hernand's face. This is a completely unexpected reaction to a kidnapping. Still sitting on her bed, she asks a bold question to the surprised intruder. Demon King, are you sure you can handle me? Berge Diaz feels confused by the odd question. He wonders if she thinks Demon Kings are a joke. He replies confidently, of course I can. I am a Demon King. To his surprise, Princess Hernand holds out her hands and offers herself willingly. Then take me. Berge Diaz grows suspicious and asks what she is planning. Hernand thinks for a moment and says that, as a princess, she always expected something like this might happen one day. Berge Diaz refuses to be tricked so easily. He warns her not to expect him to lower his guard. He is in a desperate situation himself and will not fall for any tricks. Hernand says she is not planning anything. With clear logic, she asks how she could have set a trap when she did not know a Demon King would come that night. Berge Diaz quietly admits to himself that she has a good point. Still, he feels uneasy about the whole situation. Finally, they stand face to face. Princess Hernand seems ready to leave. She holds out her hand and says, then, shall we go? The scene changes to a snowy mountain landscape. Berge Diaz, in his demonic form with wings, flies toward his tall fortress. He lands, carrying the princess wrapped in a cloak. A subordinate with long black hair and pointed ears greets him. Berge Diaz orders the subordinate, named Gordon, to house her on the 4th floor. Gordon is shocked. He thought the princess would go to the dungeon. Berge Diaz explains that since she did not resist, she will get some kindness. Meanwhile, the princess waves cheerfully. Right after, Gordon approaches Berge Diaz and says he has something important to report. The scene moves to the 4th floor of the tower. It is a huge empty hall with cold stone floors. Princess Hernand sits alone on the freezing floor and whispers to herself, I really have been kidnapped. Her thoughts wander. She compares this place to her old life. Here, there are no pillows, no blankets, no servants like in her palace bedroom. There are no beautiful gardens with fountains. This place is nothing like her kingdom, but then her face lights up with mischief and joy. In her mind, she thinks of a but and she says to herself, it's not that bad. Back with Berge Diaz, Gordon tells him about an invitation from the Beast Tower. It is a welcome banquet for the new Demon King. Berge Diaz is doubtful. He thinks it is a weak attempt to scare and test the newcomer. The story explains that Demon Kings are too proud to work together. But a great threat named Aryan has forced them to form an uneasy alliance. Berge Diaz thinks about this. Before, he ignored the others and thought they were weak. Now, as the new Demon King, he knows he must join in. He decides to accept the invitation to make first contact. Berge Diaz and Gordon arrive at the Beast Tower, a huge stone building covered in vines in the middle of a thick jungle. On a massive throne sits a giant beast with white fur, sharp claws, and glowing red eyes. My name is Draxon. I am the Demon King of Beasts, he says. He brags about his power. I have ruled this place for 70 years. Berge Diaz listens in silence while Draxon mocks him. So, you're the new Demon King. I heard you broke traditions, but you look pretty ordinary. Berge Diaz stays calm and asks directly if Draxon wants a fight. He tells him to speak plainly. Behind him, Gordon already regrets coming. Draxon laughs and finally reveals the true reason for the invitation. Archduke Arcane told me to watch you as soon as you arrived. When Berge Diaz hears the name, he scoffs and calls the Archduke that noisy old vampire. He adds that dropping him in Aryan wasn't enough to improve his mood. This insult makes Draxon furious. How dare you speak of the Archduke like that? He shouts. In rage, he slams the meat he was eating onto the floor in front of Berge Diaz. Lick it, Draxon orders. Do it, and I'll forgive your disrespect. Berge Diaz stays calm. Demon King of Beasts, he says, do you really not know why I'm here? Draxon laughs mockingly. Because you mocked the Demon King orthodoxy. A wicked smile appears on Berge Diaz's face. According to that orthodoxy, demon kings cannot kill each other. Suddenly, Berge Diaz stomps the ground. The floor cracks, and a powerful shock wave bursts out. A crushing red aura explodes from him, sending Draxen flying through the air. Everyone freezes in shock. Berge Diaz's eyes glow bright crimson. Do you really think I would follow that rule? Draxen lies on the ground, soaked in cold sweat and shaking with fear. He can only think, what is this aura? Terrified, he quickly tells the rest of the message. Archduke Arcane ordered him to check if Berge Diaz had kidnapped a princess. If the report was not sent within a month, Berge Diaz would lose his authority. As Berge Diaz and Gordon start to leave, Berge Diaz says casually, I did kidnap a princess. Draxen's eyes widen in shock. Berge Diaz smiles with smug pride and adds, but she suits my taste perfectly. Draxen and his beasts are left speechless. The scene returns to Berge's tall tower in the snow. Its windows glow faint red. In the throne room, Gordon praises Berge Diaz. You showed the true majesty of a demon king. Berge Diaz brushes it off. He is sure Draxen will not bother them again. Still, he knows they must stay ready. He tells Gordon to check on the princess while he thinks about how to use her. Snow falls quietly outside the Gothic window. Berge Diaz sits on his throne, looking worried. He admits the situation is troublesome. If the other demon kings feel the same way, things will get complicated, but his eyes grow determined. Mocking the orthodoxy has brought bigger problems than he expected. Even so, he would make the same choice again. Proud and defiant, he says to himself, I would rather die than bow my head to garbage. Berge Diaz opens his status screen. He expects only a few hundred demon energy points for kidnapping a low-ranking princess, the safest option. Instead, the number is huge, 13,000 points. Sweat runs down his face. Why do I have so many points? A notification appears. He has received a recorded message from the Beast Tower, the one Draxen promised. Berge Diaz opens it. Draxen now speaks in a fake-friendly voice. New Demon King, I send this to congratulate you. Our first meeting was not pleasant, but as your superior, should help you. What you did in Arian was impressive. Perhaps your mockery of the orthodoxy was just an act. As he listens, a terrible suspicion grows in Berge Diaz's mind. His face tightens with panic. Something is very wrong. At that moment, Gordon bursts into the hall, out of breath. Demon King. We have a big problem. The fourth floor, the scene shows the fourth floor. It has turned into a beautiful paradise. Clear water flows from a waterfall. Colorful butterflies fly around. Flowers and green plants cover everything. Berge Diaz stares in complete disbelief. He cannot find words. A system window appears, fourth floor status, naturalization in progress. The barren hall is slowly changing into a living natural paradise. In the center stands the princess, gently petting slimes. Fire, wind, and cloud elemental spirits float around her. Berge Diaz realizes in horror, she has created a full ecosystem inside a magic tower. Only someone who has mastered all four elements could do this. He remembers visiting the castle for the 13th princess. But only one spiritualist on the entire continent can achieve something like this. He finally speaks to her directly. You are not the 13th princess. The princess smiles calmly while petting a slime. As I thought, you mistook me for Elena. Berge Diaz's face twists in panic as everything clicks. Wait, don't tell me you are. She gives a proud, mischievous smile. Correct. My name is Irana Hilderan. I am the first princess of the Hilderan kingdom. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Hilderan. The news spreads like wildfire, the first princess has been kidnapped by a demon king. King Ernan, Irana's father, is furious. His eyes are bloodshot with rage. Who dares kidnap my beloved daughter Irana? He roars his orders, gather the greatest heroes and the entire royal army. Now. Armored knights rush to prepare for war. The king's final command echoes with pure fury, we will behead that foolish demon king and bring my daughter back. Back at the tower, Princess Ernan Hilderan smiles boldly and challenges her captor. Do you really think you can handle me? Berge Diaz is shocked. Even with his sharp senses, he did not sense the princess's great power. As a genius elemental mage, he wonders how she hid it from him. Ernan shows him her secret, a ring. It is an ancient royal treasure that completely hides her mana, making her impossible to detect. She looks satisfied and asks directly, so, do you plan to send me back? Berge Diaz thinks about it. If he returns her now, he will look weak to other kingdoms. It will also make it harder to gather demonic energy. With a strong look, he decides. There is no going back. He will follow his plan to the end. A system alert appears, showing Berge Diaz's demonic energy points, 9511. He tells her calmly that nothing has changed. It does not matter that she is not the 13th princess. She is still his queen. Ernan looks at him with a calm and happy expression. She does not seem scared at all. The scene moves to the rich Hilderan kingdom. The king hears the news and becomes very angry. He orders his men to kill the stupid Demon King and bring his daughter back. A nervous minister tries to calm him. He says they do not yet know which Demon King did it, and patrols are already searching. The king shouts at them to hurry. He cannot believe his daughter was kidnapped. While the men stand still, another minister speaks up. He wears glasses and thinks carefully. He says something is strange about this. He reminds them of the recent event with the Demon King of Lust. That Demon King drew too much attention and was killed by heroes. Now, right after that warning, another Demon King kidnaps a princess. It is very suspicious. The royal council gasps. They finally understand. This may not be simple. The king's hand shakes as he holds his throne. He is full of anger and frustration. He grinds his teeth and decides, if it is not one of the known Demon Kings, it must be a new one. Just then, a knight runs into the throne room. They found traces of teleportation magic. The trail leads north toward the Regressed Mountains. The king's face shows shock and disbelief. The Regressed Mountains are the most dangerous and remote place on the continent. The scene changes to the snowy Regressed Mountains. A dark tower stands alone. It is Berge's tower. Inside, Gordon Derrick, Berge's loyal but worried servant, speaks up. He says the Hilderan army will come soon, and his lord cannot fight them alone. Berge Diaz only smiles with full confidence. He says there is nothing to worry about. The kingdom of Hilderan will never reach this place. Gordon looks confused. Berge stands in front of a map and explains. His tower is far north. Hilderan is deep south. Many countries are between them, so a direct attack is impossible. He smiles smugly. He knows the other nations will not help. Hilderan will have to hire the Hero Guild. Back in Hilderan, the king has no choice. With a heavy heart, he orders his ministers to contact the Hero Guild. The scene moves to the huge Hero Guild fortress. It is surrounded by snow. Heroes and mercenaries crowd around a quest board. The poster about Princess Ernon's kidnapping causes a big reaction. When they see the location is Regressed, everyone refuses. One mercenary says no way, he did not sign up to die in a monster-filled wasteland. Another laughs and says the king of Hilderan will suffer. Berge Diaz had predicted all of this. The Hero Guild cares only about money. They will never take such a dangerous job without a huge reward. That is why he built his tower there. Gordon is amazed by his master's smart planning. Berge thought of everything. He knows so much about the human world of Arian, even though he ignores its rules. Gordon wonders how Berge Diaz knows so much about the human world. It feels like his master has lived here before. Back in the Hilderan throne room, the king shouts in anger. He cannot believe that no hero will take the job. How can they call themselves heroes, he roars. A minister sighs and explains the truth. There are many heroes in Arian, but most care more about money than duty. They only choose easy or well-paid missions. Meanwhile, Berge Diaz looks at his system interface. He knows it will take time for the kingdom to find heroes willing to come. Even then, the journey to his remote tower will be long. Sitting on his throne, Berge Diaz thinks quietly. His current demonic energy is not enough to fight a full group of heroes. A dark memory comes to him, the heroes who defeated him in the past. He remembers that fear well. He will never underestimate them again. He turns to Gordon and gives a surprising order. Contact Draxon. I will sell demonic energy for human gold. Gordon is shocked and screams, sell demonic energy? That's crazy. He reminds his master that demonic energy is precious. It is used to unlock tower powers and summon monsters. Why trade it for simple money? Berge Diaz stays calm. He knows Draxon will pay a huge amount. With that gold, he can do something important to stop the heroes. The scene moves to Holton Work, a busy fortress city near the dangerous Regressed Mountains. This is Berge Diaz's next stop. Wearing a black cloak to hide his face, Berge Diaz reaches the city gates. Two guards stop him and ask who he is. I am a mercenary, he says calmly. The guards look suspicious. No mercenary travels alone to these mountains. Berge Diaz flips a gold coin into the air. One guard catches it and his eyes go wide. The bribe works right away. While they stare at the coin, Berge Diaz walks past and says with a smirk, don't you trust me? Inside the city, he looks around the busy streets. He needs a guide. So he heads to the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild. The guild is a noisy tavern filled with the smell of beer. Mercenaries talk loudly and brag. One man sits with his feet on the table. He boasts that mercenaries have an easy life. Soldiers do the hard fighting, and mercenaries just kill monsters and take the rewards. The talk turns to rumors. One mercenary laughs about the new Demon King in the Regressed Mountains. He says it must be fake. Real Demon Kings build towers in easy places so heroes can reach them. Another says he heard this Demon King kidnapped Princess Ernon of Hilderan. The first man laughs harder. No Demon King would travel across the whole continent for that. A third mercenary says the Hero Guild refused the quest when they heard the location. The others say it is just a trick to ask for more money. Rescuing a princess is worth a fortune. They all laugh loudly, mocking how greedy the Hero Guild is. Suddenly, a dark figure stands behind them. It is Berge Diaz. He smiles coldly and says, I see. So that's how it works. The laughing mercenary turns and screams in fear. In seconds, the others draw weapons and surround Berge Diaz. Who are you? They shout. Berge Diaz smiles like a predator. You know a lot, he says. You will make good guides. He orders calmly, leave one here. The rest, get out. The mercenaries are furious and attack him all at once. Berge Diaz moves with incredible speed. He knocks them down with powerful, precise strikes. Dozens fall in moments. One huge mercenary tries to hit him from behind with a club. Berge Diaz stops the attack without looking, breaking the weapon easily. His eyes glow red as he punches back with dark energy. The big man looks terrified. The surviving mercenaries run away in panic, screaming. The one Berge Diaz chose to spare stays on the floor, shaking. He whispers, monster. Berge Diaz grins wildly, his eyes shining with demonic power. Outside, people hear the screams and noise. A mage and her friend watch without worry. They're fighting again, she says. It happens all the time. Inside, the tavern is silent except for the bodies on the floor. Berge Diaz stands unharmed. He looks down at the terrified mercenary and says gently, do not be afraid. Answer my questions, and I will let you live. The man nods quickly. Berge Diaz asks, where is the slave market? The scene changes to a beautiful mansion with fountains and iron gates. It looks rich, but it is really the slave market. The scared mercenary leads Berge Diaz there. A merchant greets them with a big smile and shows a cage of human slaves. Do you like them? He asks. Berge Diaz looks bored. Do you have anything rarer? He throws a heavy bag of gold. The merchant catches it, his eyes shining with greed. A golden tooth flashes in his smile. Yes, of course. This way, please. As they walk deeper into the building, Berge Diaz thinks to himself. This merchant does not care that his men were just beaten. Humans who want money are no different from demons who want demonic energy. They go down stone stairs to a secret area. Behind a wooden door is the special merchandise. A flashback shows Berge Diaz telling Gordon his real plan. With human gold, I will buy slaves, rare races captured by humans. An elf would be perfect. In a cell, a green-haired elf named Granada is chained and muzzled. He glares with pure hate. Berge Diaz smiles darkly. He will use this elf as a spy to cause trouble among the heroes. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to the Hilderan throne room. A Hillen announces, the savior has arrived. Hero Hillen Cargill is here. The king looks relieved. He is sure Cargill will accept the mission. Cargill is a strong man in shining armor. He kneels before the king and promises, I will rescue the princess and bring back the Demon King's head. I swear it in the name of justice. His eyes burn with determination. Back at the tower, Berge Diaz explains the plan to his subordinate. He will use the elf as a spy to confuse and disrupt the heroes. The subordinate nods and says it will work well because elves are seen as pure and innocent. Then the scene changes back to the slave market. Berge Diaz walks up to the two slave traders and says he is there to buy the elf. He tells them his servant will pay the price. The traders are shocked. With a scary glare, Berge Diaz asks if they have any problem with that. The terrified trader quickly says no. His partner nervously gets the payment ready. Berge Diaz orders both traders to leave the room. He says he needs to check something with the elf alone. One trader warns him that the elf might attack. Berge Diaz ignores the warning and says if anything happens, the trader will pay for it. The trader looks disgusted but has no choice and agrees. Both traders leave, now alone. Berge Diaz walks to the cage. Granada is sitting on the floor in chains. Berge Diaz uses his demonic power to break the chains and free Granada. Granada is surprised. He feels the dark energy and realizes Berge Diaz is a demon. Angrily, he asks what a demon wants with an elf. From outside the cage, Berge Diaz offers him a chance to get revenge on humans. Granada thinks the offer sounds good, but he says he cannot trust demons any more than he trusts humans. Berge Diaz says he is different. He offers a deal. If Granada stays loyal for exactly 50 years, Berge Diaz will keep him safe and then give him freedom. He adds that 50 years is not long for an elf, and it is much better than staying a slave. Granada has been humiliated by humans, but he is still not convinced. He reminds Berge Diaz that demons are trying to destroy the world tree, which the elves protect. Looking straight at him, Granada asks how he can trust a demon at all. He also says it is strange that a demon would need help from an elf. Berge Diaz realizes Granada has good points. After thinking for a moment, he smiles in a clever way and changes his plan. Fine, he says. Let's do it this way. He summons a magic contract book and makes a serious promise under the rules of the great Demon King. He swears he will not harm the world tree. To demons, the Demon King's rules are as sacred as the world tree is to elves. In return, he asks Granada to swear loyalty to him for 50 years, using the world tree as his oath. Granada smiles. He finds the whole thing very strange. You are weird, he says. But you are willing to make a fair deal. Granada stands up and introduces himself properly. I am Granada of the Maple tribe. He agrees to take the oath, but only after he meets the Demon King who sent Berge Diaz. Berge Diaz looks confident and says, I am the Demon King. Granada freezes in shock. He can't believe what he just heard. He stammers, what? Then he suddenly bursts into loud, crazy laughter. Still laughing, he grabs Berge Diaz by the shoulders and shakes him. That's impossible, he says. A Demon King would never leave his tower, his power gets weaker outside, just to buy one slave. Between laughs, Granada mocks him. If you really are the Demon King, then I'll swear loyalty for 100 years, not 50. Later, Berge Diaz, Granada, and the subordinate arrive at the 5th floor of the tower. The place is grand but completely silent and empty. Sitting on his throne, Berge Diaz reminds Granada, the 100-year contract was your idea. Granada finally realizes it is true. He goes into shock. His face changes from disbelief to anger. He explodes in rage. This is all a scam, he yells. You never said the whole tower would be empty. The first 3 floors are barren, and the 4th floor is just plants. Furious, Granada shouts, what kind of Demon King has no monsters guarding his tower? Heroes will destroy us in a year. I won't work like this. Berge Diaz stays calm and coldly says, we have a contract. Suddenly, Berge Diaz releases a terrifying wave of demonic power. It crushes Granada to the ground. Sweating and shaking, Granada finally admits to himself that this man really is the Demon King. Granada remembers the trip to the tower. Even though the tower looked old and empty, no monsters from the mountains came near. They were all scared of Berge Diaz's strong presence. Granada gives up. A Demon King is still a Demon King. Maybe through him, Granada can get the revenge he wants. Defeated, Granada kneels. He swears on the great name of the World Tree that he will be loyal for the next 100 years. As he swears, Granada thinks, if the Demon King came to recruit me himself, I must be important in his evil plan. But Berge Diaz's first order surprises him completely. With a relaxed smile, he says, good. Now, make me dinner. Granada freezes. His mind, ready for a big dark plan, goes blank. The scene changes in a funny way. Granada is now wearing an apron. He chops vegetables with great skill. He thinks, wasn't I supposed to be part of some evil master plan? To his shock, Princess Hilderin stands next to him, also cooking. She asks cheerfully, do you need help with the vegetable bread? Granada has no words, the view widens to show a long dining table on the 5th floor. Berge Diaz sits at the head. Princess Ernand and Gordon Durka sit on one side. Granada sits on the other. Still confused, Granada asks Berge Diaz, is that woman really the Princess of Hilderin? Berge Diaz answers casually. Yes, that's Ernand Hilderin. The princess just smiles. Granada explodes again. You've lost your mind, he yells. You kidnapped a kingdom's princess, but your tower has no defenses. How will you stop heroes from attacking? Berge Diaz calmly lifts a bite of food on his fork and says, that's why I bought you. For now, just sit and eat. Granada goes silent in shock. In a funny moment, Berge Diaz adds, the food is really good. Princess Ernand says happily, I helped too. Granada thinks to himself, what in the world is going on here? The scene moves to the 4th floor, a lush green field full of plants. Granada asks, is this where you plan to fight heroes? Berge Diaz shakes his head. No. If heroes reach this floor, it's already over. Then he explains Granada's real job. You will cause trouble in the human world. Granada blinks. You want me to be a spy? Berge Diaz nods. Yes. But first, I need to test your skills. He gestures to Granada. Attack me. Granada is stunned. He thinks, how can I beat a Demon King in his own tower? Berge Diaz gives him a handicap. I'll fight with one hand and no demonic energy. If you win, I'll cut the contract by 50 years. This excites Granada. He gathers nature energy and shouts, I'll attack with everything. Wind and leaves swirl around. The fight starts. Granada attacks fast and hard, but Berge Diaz blocks every move easily with one hand. Berge Diaz says, your moves are sharp for a former slave. It's because of the mana from the plants on this floor. That's normal for an angry elf. Granada yells, I'm no ordinary elf. You'll regret this fight. He uses nature magic. Vines shoot from the ground and wrap around Berge Diaz's leg, holding him still. Berge Diaz looks down and pretends to be surprised. Granada roars, you're open. He jumps forward with a powerful punch. Just then, a dark smile appears on Berge Diaz's face. He thinks, this is enough. In a flash, Berge Diaz disappears and reappears behind Granada. His eyes glow red, and his aura is scary. I hope you remember who you're fighting, he whispers. Granada freezes in fear. With a cold grin, Berge Diaz says, I won't kill you by mistake, but it will hurt. Terrified, Granada stammers, wait. Wait, a huge boom shakes the tower. The test ends badly for Granada. The scene changes to Orton Walk, the base of the Red Falcon mercenaries. Their captain greets Berge Diaz with big fake praise and greedy eyes. What an honor to see you again. Berge Diaz says he wants to hire the whole group for 1 year. The captain quickly asks about payment. His men whisper about how Berge Diaz beat them badly last time. Berge Diaz drops a huge bag of gold as a down payment. Everyone goes quiet in surprise. The mercenaries cheer and promise loyalty. The captain secretly thinks about finding a new job. Berge Diaz introduces a new member. This man will give you my orders from now on. The mercenaries look confused until the man speaks. Hello, my name is Granada. The elf's face is swollen, bruised, and covered in bandages from the training with the Demon King. The mercenaries stare in shock, then feel sorry for him. Some even cry a little. They welcome Granada warmly, patting his back and cheering for him. Berge Diaz watches quietly and thinks, they look average, but the Red Falcon mercenaries are tough fighters from the dangerous regressed region. They are skilled, strong, and hard to control. Berge Diaz thinks to himself about his real target. At this time of year, the only hero likely to answer Hildurin's call for help is Cargill, the one who defeated the Demon King of Lust. With his plan clear, Berge Diaz turns to his new mercenaries. Granada stands among them. He gives them their first official order: investigate Hill and Cargill, the hero hired by Hildurin. The mercenaries are now well paid and excited. They shout loudly together, "Yes, sir." In the lonely tower of Berge Diaz, surrounded by endless snow, the Demon King thought about his next step. He had already given the job of handling the heroes to Granada. Now it was time to make himself stronger. Sitting on his throne, Berge looked at his helpers and decided to focus on gaining more power. Normally, demonic energy could be used to improve the tower or to make the Demon King himself stronger. But Berge had used all of it on the tower. The only way left was to find a spirit flower. This was a special mana crystal that gave great power when eaten. Spirit flowers grew deep in the dangerous regressed mountains. The area had strong mana storms, powerful monsters, and no humans had ever touched it. The flowers had soaked up natural mana for many years, so the place was full of treasures. Spirit flowers were not as good for demons as pure demonic energy, but Berge decided it was better than nothing. He got ready to search for them. His helper, Gordon Dirk, warned him it would be risky. Looking without a plan was like finding a needle in a huge desert. Monsters would attack if they sensed weakness. Berge was sure he could beat any monster, but he knew finding the flowers would be hard without a good mana detector. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Berge and Gordon looked at each other, confused. The door opened slowly. Princess Erland Hildurin peeked in. A small slime sat happily on her head. Are you busy?" she asked shyly. Berge and Gordon were shocked to see her. A short time later, outside the tower, Princess Erland walked excitedly through the snow. Her little spirits danced around her. Berge stood nearby, watching with no expression. "I'm so excited. I have been bored lately," she said. "You promised I could decorate the 4th floor any way I want." Berge agreed, but inside he wondered how strange her ideas would be. Who decorates a Demon King's tower? Princess Erland felt very lucky. She never thought Berge would let her go outside. She was glad she came at the right moment. She looked at the small flame spirit floating in her hand. Suddenly, Berge opened his demon wings and grabbed her. "Hold on," she screamed, not ready at all. A loud roar came from behind them. They shot into the sky very fast, leaving trails of mana in the cold air. Erland closed her eyes tightly at first. She was scared. But soon the fear went away. She opened her eyes and gasped. The world looked huge and beautiful below her. There were mountains, valleys, and endless snow. She had not seen any of this the night she was kidnapped. Her heart filled with emotion. She remembered her old life, endless magic lessons, strict rules in the palace. And walls that felt like a prison. She thought she would be trapped forever, still flying. She whispered, "You are the only person who has ever flown over the regressed mountains." Berge answered coldly, "Your job is to find the spirit flowers." Then Erland said, "Just call me Erland. We'll be together a lot." Berge got annoyed. "Remember your place," he said in a cold voice. "If you don't focus, I'll throw you in the dungeon." Erland quickly said sorry and focused. She sent her small water spirits to search the mountains below. Berge thought they would not find anything soon, but he knew her spirits were faster than him or Gordon. Just seconds later, Erland shouted happily, "I found one." Berge looked and saw a beautiful spirit flower glowing in the snow. Its petals shone with icy blue mana. But then they saw a big group of huge, fierce orcs guarding it. Berge landed in front of them like a true king. "If you have any honor, leave the flower and go," he said. The orcs growled. "We don't obey demons. We hate you. You will die." Berge laughed in a dark way. Gordon was right. I was foolish to expect beasts to listen. Dark purple power exploded around him. Small horns grew on his head. "I'll turn you all to ashes." A wave of energy hit the orcs. They screamed as flames burned them. The power difference was too great. Some orcs tried to attack the weakest target, Princess Erland. Berge did not move. He made a barrier of demonic energy around her. When the orcs touched it, they were destroyed. Erland watched in amazement. She knew a group of orcs could beat ogres, but they could not even get close to her. Berge gathered more power and released a huge explosion of dark energy. It destroyed everything. Silence came back. Snow fell on the burned ground. Ernan knelt by the spirit flower. It looked like a blue hyacinth, full of water and ice mana. "It's so pure," she whispered, staring with wonder. Berge saw the greedy look in her eyes. "Don't think about taking it," he warned. "Okay," she said quietly. Berge offered a deal. "If you find more, you can keep one." Her eyes lit up. "I'll do my best," but even after searching until they were tired, they found no more flowers. That night, back in the cold tower, Berge sat on his throne and looked at the one spirit flower. He thought about Princess Ernan. At first, kidnapping her seemed like a mistake. But now, as he watched her sleep peacefully with her spirits around her, he thought she might be useful after all. Gordon came in. "Demon King, a message from Granada arrived." "That was quick," Berge said, surprised. Gordon said, "The hero Hillen Cargill and 32 other heroes have left the capital of Hilderan. But they are not coming straight here. They are following the usual hero path, making a party, doing village quests, and getting stronger on the way." Gordon showed many plans on holographic screens, but Berge waved them away and threw them in the trash. Gordon was shocked. Berge smiled. "This time, we won't send monsters to attack them." "What?" Gordon shouted. Berge explained, "Weak attacks only make heroes stronger." Then he gave a surprising order for Granada: join the heroes. Help them and gain their trust. Gordon could not believe it. His king was again doing things differently. He worried. The tower is not strong enough yet to stop heroes. Berge said he would make it stronger soon, and told how, with a dwarf. Gordon yelled, "What? Now a dwarf too? We already have a human and an elf. People will laugh at us." A burst of demonic power quieted him. Berge said, "I don't plan to stop heroes with just a dwarf. I need dwarven magic weapons," he explained. "Heroes expect weak monsters on the first floor. But what if they find dozens of cannons instead?" Gordon was amazed. No hero would expect that. But it was very unusual. Then he realized something terrible. Wait, to get a dwarf here means another kidnapping. The scene moved to the underground dwarven city of Wolfner. It was made of stone and glowing crystals. In the center, a blacksmith worked hard. His hammer hit the metal with strong rhythm. This was Lozier Friedrich, the best dwarven smith alive. And he was next on the Demon King's kidnapping list. The underground city of Wolfner was home to dwarves. Before his regression, Berge Diaz had fought many dwarves, but this was his first time visiting their city. He bribed the guard at the entrance with human gold and asked for the best blacksmith. The dwarf smiled, took the coins, and said, "For a human, you know how to do business." Berge Diaz hid his demonic power completely, so no one knew who he really was. With a small bribe, he got clear directions: go into the city, find the huge hole, take the lift down. Guards would check identity and assign a floor. It was strict security, no intruders allowed. But Berge Diaz did not need the lift. He jumped straight down to the lowest level. Then he walked to the deepest chamber, the heart of Wolfner. That was where the famous blacksmith Lozier Fredericks worked. The first thing Berge noticed was the dwarf's skill. The metal glowed with mana, and the flames seemed to dance. For a moment, Berge wondered if this dwarf was truly the best. He decided he would find out after kidnapping him. He moved fast and tried to grab Lozier, but the dwarf was not ordinary. A wave of fire rushed toward Berge. Then a huge hammer swung at him. That flame has a touch of demonic power. Suspicious, Berge thought. He blocked the hammer with one hand. His bones cracked from the force. "Are you a hero?" he asked calmly. Lozier lifted his chin with pride. "I am a hero. How dare a demon enter dwarf land? You will not leave alive." Berge grinned his famous Demon King smile. "For all your big words, you are weak. Also, I am not just a demon. I am the Demon King." With ease, he slammed the hammer into the ground and grabbed Lozier by the throat, lifting him up. Guards rushed in after hearing the noise, but the chamber was empty. Panic spread. The hero Lozier Fredericks had been kidnapped. High above the city, on a terrace, Berge held his prisoner. "Make a sound and I will kill you," he warned. Lozier was shaking but still asked, "Why is the Demon King here? Are you after the princess?" Berge shook his head. He had no interest in dwarf royalty. He wanted to know about secret underground passages, routes only master blacksmiths knew for emergencies. Lozier thought this was a trick to reach the princess. He could not fight the Demon King anyway. He was terrified, even if he talked big. He refused to answer at first. So Berge whispered, "Fine. I will kidnap your princess and then let you go. Everyone will think you betrayed her to save your life. The shame and torture rumors will destroy you." Everyone already knew Lozier was not brave. No one would doubt the story. His life would become miserable. Berge gave him one last choice: guide him or sell out the princess. Lozier stayed quiet, but inside he was planning how to escape while still protecting the princess, a greedy little schemer. To close the deal, Berge made an oath. On the Demon King's honor, I promise your safety if you help me. To dwarves, such an oath from a Demon King was sacred and unbreakable. Lozure's attitude changed at once. He became confident, obedient, and almost happy. Berge felt sick watching it. Deep in the city, Princess Louise wharfed paced with worry. Lozure had disappeared while making her weapon. Guard said he was kidnapped, but she snapped, quiet. He is a hero too. How could a hero be kidnapped? One guard tried to explain softly, Your Highness, he is a hero, but he is a very poor fighter. She glared at him. Find him now, or I will take all your heads. No one argued. In Lozure's hidden tunnel system, Berge was growing impatient. The passage was narrow. Berge had to walk behind the dwarf the whole way, much too close. Move faster, Berge growled. If I have to look at this ugly view any longer, I will burn the tunnel. Lozure laughed nervously. Just a moment. These tunnels were not made for tall people. At last, they came out outside the city. Lozure brushed off his clothes with relief. That's it. My job is done. I will go now. Berge shifted into his full demonic form. Dark wings spread wide, like a shadow covering the moon. What nonsense, Berge said. Lozure froze. You swore on the Demon King's honor, he stammered. Berge shrugged. I do not care about trash oaths. Lozure became the newest victim of the Demon King's tricks. Panic hit the dwarf. Wait. I am useful. No one is better at metalwork. I can make anything you want. Berge frowned. A hero should not switch sides so easily. Lozure no longer cared about pride, only survival. Berge gave one final order. Swear loyalty to me. Lozure instantly dropped and pressed his forehead to the ground. Yes, I swear. Thank you for your mercy. Of course, inside his head he was already planning escape. Too bad plans mean nothing when you are knocked out. Moments later, Lozure woke up in a beautiful garden filled with spirits. He felt confused and scared. Berge was pacing nearby. You kidnapped a hero, a dwarf hero, someone said. An elf appeared on a floating screen. My lord, did you really bring a dwarf here? Berge cut them off. Report later. Princess Ernan walked up to Lozure calmly. She studied him. Did you come to rescue me, hero? She paused. Probably not. Lozure still could not understand. Why am I here? You promised safety. Berge smirked. That is why you are still alive. I knocked you out and carried you. I could not trust a scared little dwarf. Lozure forced an awkward laugh. Right. Wonderful. Berge smirked and asked, Are you that happy to be my subordinates? Lozure Friedrich emotionally while laughing said, Yes, I'm very happy. Berge wasted no time. Your first task, install many cannons on the first floor. If heroes come, destroy them. The scene began at the heroes' preparation station. A holographic communication link flickered on. Granada, an outsider, gave his report. With calm confidence, he told his superior that rumors were spreading quickly among the heroes. According to the latest news, the new Demon King was said to use black flames. Because of this, the heroes were now equipping themselves with fire-resistant gear, getting ready for battle. Granada added that another rumor had started. Many heroes believed the Demon King had not sent out any demonic beasts because he was afraid. They saw his silence as weakness, not a plan. Berge listened without showing any emotion. His face stayed blank, and he did not move. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold and uninterested. He said the heroes still wanted to kill. Whether they fought for glory or for money, it did not matter. In the end, they would gain nothing. They would lose everything, even their will to fight. Before ending the call, Berge gave one last order. Granada was to keep watching the heroes closely and report any changes right away. Granada agreed and cut the connection. Alone now, Berge thought to himself. By holding back the demonic beasts, he was slowly breaking the hero's spirit and confusing their expectations. This Demon King clearly understood human thinking in a scary way. Granada wondered if there had ever been a Demon King like this before. The thought gave him a rare chill, but then he felt real relief. Berge was not his enemy. The scene changed to the cold halls of Berge's tower. Berge gave his first command to Lozure Friedrich. He wanted fire cannons built on the tower's first floor. But there was one strict rule: no mana stones could be used. Lozure Friedrich panicked right away. He said building such weapons without mana stones was almost impossible. Even if they could be made, they would not work well against heroes. Berge cut him off sharply. He said finding a way was Lozure Friedrich's job. He explained that heroes were favored by the world itself. They could sense energy very sharply. Any trap using mana stones would be spotted from far away. That was why mana stones were forbidden. Lozure Friedrich tried to argue again. Berge's face grew dark. Calmly, he formed a sphere of black magic in his hand. He reminded Lozure Friedrich that he had been brought here because he was the greatest blacksmith. If he failed, there were plenty of others who could take his place. Terrified, Lozure Friedrich broke down. His voice shook as he quickly said there was another way. Berge Diaz smiled coldly and said he should have mentioned it sooner. Lozier Friedrich explained that he had once invented a device that could completely hide mana traces. It had taken him 3 years to make, and the finished prototype was still in his workshop back in Wolfner. Berge Diaz's face hardened. He asked if this was just an excuse. Crying and shaking, Lozier Friedrich swore it was true. After a short pause, Berge Diaz decided to believe him, but with protection. He put a purple rune-etched collar around Lozier's neck. When Lozier Friedrich asked what it was, Berge Diaz explained calmly that it was a magic restraint. With one gesture, it could separate his head from his body. He added, with a thin smile, that the collar also changed how others saw Lozier's face, making it hard to recognize. If Lozier ever tried to remove it, Berge Diaz would see it as an escape attempt, and death would come instantly. Lozier Friedrich fully understood. He collapsed in fear and swore he would never try to take off the collar. After giving his orders, Berge Diaz left with Lozier Friedrich. Together, they traveled through several kingdoms to gather rare supplies and materials that worked with mana. The trip lasted almost a full month. Berge Diaz stored everything in his spatial pocket to keep it safe. When they finished, they returned to Wolfner, the Dwarf Kingdom. Inside the city, chaos had already begun. A huge boulder suddenly crashed down near a group of dwarves, breaking stone and sending pieces flying. At the center stood Princess Louise Worft, clearly furious. She shouted that a month and a half had already passed, yet the dwarves still had not found Lozier Friedrich. She called them useless and asked how much longer she was supposed to wait. An elderly dwarf stepped forward nervously. He explained that Lozier Friedrich had built many underground tunnels over the years. Their teams were searching every one, but Lozier had probably already escaped the city. Princess Louise snapped back. Of course he fled, she said. It would have been stupid to stay. She was sure Lozier Friedrich had been kidnapped. In a sudden rage, she grabbed the old dwarf by the face and lifted him off the ground. Coldly, she said she would give them 2 weeks. If the kidnapper was not found by then, every dwarf would die. Terrified, the old dwarf promised they would succeed. Princess Louise let him go and ordered the soldiers to destroy every tunnel Lozier Friedrich had ever made. The dwarves hurried to obey. As the soldiers ran off, the focus stayed on Princess Louise Worft. Princess Louise stared at the weapon made by Lozier Friedrich before he disappeared. Her body was strong and far from ordinary. She grabbed the weapon tightly, then shouted as she used her power to crush it into a useless pile of scrap. Lozier, please be alive, she yelled. You can't die until you've finished my weapon. At that moment, a hidden part of the wall slid open quietly behind her. One of Lozier's secret tunnels appeared. Louise felt the movement right away and turned quickly, her eyes sharp and focused. Because of the face mask that blocked recognition, she couldn't see who stepped out. But she knew the tunnel at once. In a cold voice, she said that only Lozier Friedrich knew about these hidden passages. She demanded to know if the man in front of her was him. Lozier Friedrich froze. Fear took over him. After a short struggle, he managed to say her title with a shaking voice. Louise cracked her knuckles. Anger showed on her face. She shouted that the bastard had dared to come back alive. A fierce smile appeared on her lips as golden vines of energy flared around her body. She accused him of hiding because he didn't want to make her weapon. Tears ran down Lozier's face as he desperately said no, that she had it all wrong. His words only made her angrier. She snapped back, reminding him that she was a princess and that he was insulting her by saying she was wrong. With full authority, she declared that from now on, he would be her slave and forge weapons for her forever. Golden energy glowed around her fist as she pulled it back. She said she would punish him first for running away. Just before her punch hit, a powerful blast exploded between them. Princess Louise flew backward through the air. She hit the ground hard but quickly steadied herself with one hand and stood up easily. Dust filled the air, then slowly cleared. Berge Diaz stepped forward calmly. He told Lozier Friedrich to grab the equipment right away. Louise glared at the stranger. The mask still hid his face from her. She demanded to know who he was and why he was helping a dwarf. In a calm, flat voice, he said he was the master of the blacksmith she had just been forcing to work for her. Princess Louise jumped high into the air, her face full of rage. She shouted that the blacksmith was her slave and would make her weapon for the rest of his life. The two crashed into each other midair. Their fists met with terrible speed and power. Shock waves ripped through the air with every blow, shaking the space around them. In the middle of the fierce fight, Berge Diaz saw an opening and kicked toward Louise Worft's neck. To his surprise, she caught his leg with one hand. Her grip was so strong that his eyes narrowed in pain. Before he could pull free, Louise punched him hard. The hit sent him flying up into the ceiling. She turned her head and coldly told Lozier Friedrich that it was his turn next. But Berge Diaz came back fast. He grabbed Louise by the head and slammed her down to the ground. Right away, they started trading blows at incredible speed. Shock waves filled the room and pieces of stone flew everywhere. Their fight looked like a battle between monsters. Not people. Berge Diaz watched and recognized her at once. She was Louise Worft, the second daughter of the princess of the Dwarven Kingdom. She was not an official hero, but her strength was amazing. Even before Berge's regression, Louise had been one of the strongest people he knew, and she was even stronger now than back then. Berge thought quickly. If she kept growing stronger, she would become a real danger. The smart choice was to kill her now. But to do that, he would have to use his full demon power. In his weak state, that was risky. If her soldiers saw his true power, they would know he was the Demon King. Their fists crashed together, sending out flashes of golden and purple energy. In the background, Lozier Friedrich was working hard, taking apart a huge machine piece by piece. It was a mana phantom device meant to hide and erase mana traces. During a short break in the fight, Berge looked at him and asked if it was ready. Lozier replied in panic that the machine was bigger than he expected and he was still working. Berge snarled that if Lozier wanted to live, he had 1 minute to finish. Lozier swore he was going as fast as he could. Louise's aura suddenly exploded. 12 streams of bright golden power burst from her body. She demanded to know who had allowed them to do this. Berge glanced at Lozier and said coldly that if things got worse, he would leave him behind. Lozier's face went white with fear, but he promised he was almost done. Berge clenched his teeth. He did not know how much longer he could fight without using his full demon power. Every second brought him closer to being exposed. Their mana was running out fast. Princess Louise shouted that she did not care where they came from, they would not leave alive. She then turned to Lozier and said she would break his legs so he could never run away again. Berge laughed darkly. He said she sounded more like a demon king than he did. He told her to give up, he was taking the blacksmith and all the equipment. Just then, Lozier yelled that he was finished. As soon as the machine was turned off, the mana in the room changed suddenly. Louise growled that she would not hold back anymore if Lozier thought he could just come back and steal what was hers. Berge took the chance and kicked her hard in the chest. The blow sent her crashing to the ground, causing a huge explosion. Without waiting, Berge opened his subspace pocket and told Lozier to hurry. Louise stood up from the dust and said attacks like that meant nothing to her. But then she stopped. She saw that Berge, Lozier, and the machine had all vanished. Her soldiers finally arrived and asked what happened. Louise scoffed and called them slow. She asked if they planned to show up only after she was dead. She ordered them to chase Lozier through the tunnels. Then she stopped. The tunnels had been collapsed. Grinding her teeth, Louise realized the truth. Lozier really did not plan to come back and make her weapon. A cold smile appeared on her face as wind blew through the destroyed room. She said this was much more interesting than she expected. With angry, burning eyes and a twisted grin, she swore she would hunt Lozier down herself, even if she had to search the whole continent. When she found him, she would make him regret everything he had done that day. Then she shouted Lozier's name in rage, her eyes full of fury. Lozier Friedrich. Inside the first floor of Berge's tower, the Demon King stood calmly in front of a huge magical machine. He looked at it carefully and said firmly, "This is the magic we need to stop the hero. No matter what it costs, I must have this device." Behind him, Princess Ernand, the first princess of the Hilderan Kingdom, opened her eyes wide in surprise at its size. "It's enormous," she whispered. Nearby, Gordon, the Demon King's loyal servant, tilted his head in confusion. "What does it do?" he asked, sounding worried. "I was cleaning when all this started." He pointed to a strong metal frame built next to the machine. Lozier Friedrich stood straight and reported, "The Mana Phantom framework is complete. Installation is finished." The Demon King nodded once. "Good. Activate it now." "Yes, my lord," Lozier Friedrich answered quickly. Moments later, the Demon King released his dark energy. A scary purple glow spread across the floor, and heavy pressure filled the air. His voice turned cold. "After everything it took to bring this here, it better work." Lozier Friedrich shook under the power but replied, "Activation is already starting." When the spell finished, the machine roared to life. Mana rushed wildly around the room, and blue lightning covered the tower, lighting up everything. Princess Ernand raised her arm to shield her eyes. "The light is blinding." At that moment, a clear system screen appeared in front of the Demon King. System notification: the tower has recognized the Mana Phantom. Synchronization costs 10,000 points. Proceed. The Demon King looked at the screen. "So the tower has this function," he said quietly. "Very well. I will do it myself." Another screen showed his points. Available points, 11,182, he chose to synchronize. Synchronization complete. Points remaining, 1,182, final notification, system update. The Mana Phantom now recognizes the Demon King as its master. Processing complete. The Mana Phantom's power source has been fully changed from mana to demonic energy. The Demon King looked up and called, "Lozier Friedrich." Lozier Friedrich shook his head quickly, full of excitement. "I did nothing, my lord. I never dreamed we could join the Mana Phantom with the tower, or change its power completely. This is the discovery of the century. Even the original creator never thought of this." At that moment, Princess Ernand stepped forward. Her eyes shone as she looked at the awakened machine. "This is incredible," she said. The Demon King turned to her and said casually, "Why don't you try a spell?" Princess Ernan smiled happily. "I'll use any spell I want, then." She started chanting. Bright magical symbols appeared in the air, and a huge, colorful ball of magic formed in front of her. Gordon's face turned pale. "Wait!" he shouted in panic. "I just finished cleaning the tower. Please don't treat it like a playground." The Demon King ignored him and watched the spell. A spell this big should normally be seen and felt far outside the tower. He walked to the door and looked out. He frowned. He could not see or feel any sign of the magic outside. "So this is the effect," he said quietly. A tower joined with a mana phantom. Curious, he sent his demonic energy into the tower. He moved his hand, and his face showed shock. The whole tower disappeared completely. A second later, he moved his hand again. The tower reappeared exactly as before. "I can hide the tower whenever I want," he said slowly, "and bring it back anytime." A small smile appeared on his lips, and a faint purple light glowed in his eyes. "Using this power freely is still hard for now," he said calmly. "But it will be very useful later." Outside the room, Lozier Friedrich could not hold back his excitement anymore. He shouted, begging for permission to study the machine. He even asked to take it apart, then quickly changed it to examine for research only. He called it a historic discovery that no one in the past or present had ever seen. The Demon King, Berge, watched him with sharp eyes. "You sound like a demon ready for battle," he said. After thinking for a moment, he answered, "Very well. If you completely destroy the heroes trapped on the first floor, you may study it afterward." Lozier Friedrich's eyes lit up. Red energy surrounded his body. "I will crush those heroes without mercy," he promised. He began chanting right away, fully focused on his examination. Berge turned to Princess Ernan. In a calm voice, he said, "You will face the heroes who reach the fourth floor." Princess Ernan froze. "Me?" she asked, surprised. "But I'm a princess." "You are also a powerful spirit user," Berge replied. "And you do not plan to return to the palace." He knew it might be unfair. She was still an innocent princess who did not know the world's cruelty, and asking her to fight her own people was heavy. But she stayed silent for a moment, thinking about what spell she could use. Berge stopped her thoughts. "You don't need to fight directly. Just disturb the heroes and show them you are now my ally. If this works, I will grant you another wish." She looked at him seriously and nodded. "I'll do it," she said. Then she added, "But introduce me as your subordinate, not as a princess." Berge was surprised for a second, then agreed. "Very well." Princess Ernan's face lit up with joy. Like a happy kitten. "Thank you. I'll do my best." She blinked playfully and added, "Should I charm the heroes with my beauty? They'll probably fall for me." "No," Berge said flatly. "Do exactly as I say." She nodded. "Understood." Later, Berge sat alone, looking at the system screen. He checked all the plans. The first floor would attack with powerful mana cannons to reduce hero numbers. On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan would act as bait to draw in the rest and finish them. Still, with more than 200 heroes coming, this might not kill even half. He needed to become stronger himself. His eyes moved to the shining treasure in his hand. Thick demonic energy wrapped around it. It was an icy water spirit blossom, corrupted by demonic power, very strong, even against demons. He decided to find more. In another place, Princess Ernan stood in a snowy land with freezing wind. She looked around and sighed. "Nothing here either. This is our third try." Berge answered, "Maybe our earlier success was just luck." Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in front of them. Berge raised his arm, dark energy gathering. "You again?" he asked coldly. "I'm tired of these visits." The large orc made a deep sound and bowed low. "I am Krodu of the Blue Forest tribe," he said politely. "I greet the Demon King." He bowed even lower and begged, "We seek your protection." Berge looked at him coldly. "You want to become my kin?" All the orcs knelt at once. Their leader spoke for them. "Our ancestors were demons who betrayed the demon realm. Because of that old sin, we ask to serve you." Berge stared down without warmth. "Stop the flattery. You want to grow stronger by joining me." His eyes narrowed. "You are better suited to demonic energy than spirit blossoms." An orc elder nodded to his group. "He sees through us. No need to hide." He ordered, "Bring it out." They opened a box. Inside was a dark rim lotus, its petals sealed in ice. Berge recognized it at once. "So that's why we couldn't find it," he said quietly. "You planned this. You know how to bargain, unusual for orcs known only for strength." The orcs bowed their heads. "To survive here, we need wisdom more than strength. Our tribe values brains." Berge gave the box to Princess Ernan and turned back to the orcs. "You came because you lack power. You want strength." A small smile appeared on his face. "Wisdom over strength, I like that." He raised his hand and began chanting. I will accept only one, Kurutu. A demonic mark appeared and entered Kurutu's body. Dark power filled the snowy field. Roam the land. Grow your tribe under my name, Berge said. Wait for my orders. I will give you a reward greater than strength, your tribe will last forever under my rule. Demonic energy covered Kurutu. His body changed and grew stronger, he became a true demon. Kurutu knelt deeply. I give my life and loyalty to you, Demon King. The whole tribe knelt behind him. Later, at Berge's mountain tower, power flowed through the building. Outside, an army of orcs stood in perfect rows. On the first floor, Lozier Friedrich waited with 60 mana cannons. Berge checked everything in his mind, orcs in position, tower floors ready, Princess Ernan waiting on the fourth floor. Everything was set. He looked up, his dark eyes hard. I will pay back the pain from my past life, he promised silently to the coming enemies. Far away, the hero looked up at the tall mountain and said to his friends, we finally arrived. Regressed Mountain stood in front of them. In the grand city of Holton Walk, a great banquet was held in the central hall. It honored the heroes before their final journey to defeat the Demon King. The room was filled with laughter, music, and the sound of glasses clinking. Warriors, nobles, and dignitaries celebrated together. A young hero named Lord Hillen, dressed in shining armor, spoke with the elderly Lord Castellan. The Lord smiled and said Hillen was too modest for his great deeds. Hillen thanked him for the wonderful banquet. The Lord replied that it was an honor to be part of this historic quest. After a pause, Lord Castellan suggested that Hillen should speak to the crowd. Hillen hesitated, feeling uncomfortable. But the Lord insisted. It would lift everyone's spirits. Hillen finally agreed. Lord Castellan announced it loudly, and all eyes turned to Hillen. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and spoke calmly. He greeted his comrades, heroes, nobles, knights, mages, mercenaries, and merchants. He said their long journey was nearing its end. With a confident smile, he joked that their march had scared the Demon King so much that no monsters had blocked their path. The hall burst into laughter. Then he grew serious. He warned them not to relax and said every preparation was done. His voice rose as he declared that tomorrow they would take the Demon King's head. He asked who dared to kidnap Princess Ernan of Hilderan. With fury, he shouted that it was time to show the world who the true masters were. He raised his glass high, the crowd cheered wildly. They raised their glasses too and shouted to eat, drink, and celebrate. From a distance, an elf named Granada watched quietly. He noted that the expedition's size had not changed, just as the Demon King had predicted. Hillen's charisma had kept everyone together, he had gained money from guilds and held the mercenaries loyal, but Granada felt uneasy. The last tower he checked was empty. He wondered if the fight would really be easy. A dark thought crossed his mind, should he betray the heroes now? He panicked and scolded himself. If the Demon King was defeated, his curse would end, that was good for him. He shook his head and went outside for fresh air. He also needed to send a report. That night, under a full moon, Granada stood on a balcony. He used a glowing device to communicate. A calm voice said, we have arrived at Holton Walk. We will rest and climb the mountain tomorrow. Granada replied shortly, I see. Then the Demon King Berge spoke firmly, once you leave Holton Walk, do not contact me again. After a pause, he warned, beware of the snow on the mountain. Stay alert at night. And when the tower door opens, never be near it, the call ended. Granada was confused by the strange last warning. Suddenly, a voice behind him said, what are you doing out here alone? Granada jumped and turned. It was Hillen. Granada said he just needed fresh air. Hillen noticed his tension and offered him elven fruit wine. Granada drank it and felt better. Hillen asked if Granada was worried about defeating the Demon King. He laughed lightly and teased if the elf was nervous. Granada admitted, yes. Hillen looked into his wine and said quietly, actually, I don't know either. Granada was surprised. Hillen explained that attacking a Demon King's tower was always hard. Granada mentioned that Hillen had already beaten the Demon King of Lust. So a new one should be easier. But Granada realized no one knew the details of that victory. He asked Hillen to tell the story. Hillen avoided it. He smiled heroically and said his win was thanks to brave comrades who fought in front. He put a hand on Granada's shoulder and said, comrades like you. He asked Granada to guard his flank in battle. Together, they would win. Granada smiled and agreed. Hillen led him back inside. Later, alone, Hillen smirked darkly. He looked at a ring with a red gem and thought, I'm counting on you this time too, Elf Granada. The next morning, the city of Holton Walk was full of activity. The huge expedition got ready to leave. As the heroes started their march, crowds of citizens lined the streets. They cheered loudly, shouting words of encouragement and good luck. They praised the leaders with cries of, Long live Lord Granada, and Long live Lord Wharton. At the front, Granada walked with a calm, serious face, staring straight ahead. Beside him, Hillen walked proudly, smiling confidently at the crowd's admiration. The cheers grew even louder when people started chanting, "Long live Lord Hillen Karjal." Soon, the expedition left the city behind. The cheers faded away. In their place came silence as they entered the harsh Regis mountain gorge. Tall, snow-covered cliffs rose on all sides. A sharp, cold wind blew through the air. The large group moved slowly through the empty, frozen land. The cold was their only constant friend. As they went deeper into the mountains, some soldiers began to talk. Their worries started to disappear. One said the weather was surprisingly good, little snow and a clear, sunny sky. He added that they would reach the tower easily at this speed. Another smiled and agreed. The goddess of victory must be helping us. A big warrior laughed and said there were no signs of the dangerous monsters everyone had feared. His friend smirked and replied, "The monsters are probably too scared to show up now that Hero Hillen is here." While the warrior kept boasting, one of his friends suddenly tapped his head. When the warrior touched the spot, his hand came away covered in strange, sticky purple slime. Confused, he looked up slowly. A massive ghoul towered over them. Fear spread quickly through the group. Soldiers screamed in panic. One shouted, "There's a ghoul." His face was full of terror. Another pointed and yelled, "What is that thing? Look how big it is." Their confidence broke in an instant. Before full chaos started, Hillen's strong voice cut through the noise. He drew his sword with determined eyes. "They finally showed up," he said, the whole expedition prepared to fight. More ghouls poured into the canyon from every side. Hillen stood strong and shouted, "Do not panic. Protect each other." He quickly made a plan. The canyon was narrow and short. Knights would protect the mages and push forward to break through the enemies. The battle began. Swords hit undead bodies, and magic flashed brightly in the frozen canyon. Suddenly, a warrior yelled a warning, "Lord Hillen, a frost giant at the front." Hillen stopped for a moment. A huge skeletal monster made of ice rose from the canyon wall. Its size shocked everyone. Hillen quickly ordered the group to fall back. He turned to Hero Wharton and said firmly, "I will fight the frost giant alone. The rest of you escape the canyon." Wharton looked at him in surprise, asking if Hillen really planned to face such a giant monster by himself. Hillen replied calmly, "No problem." Then he jumped forward. A strong wave of blue energy hit the frost giant, but the creature did not move. It stood untouched. Hillen attacked again, moving fast against the tall monster. The giant's red eyes glowed with scary power. Its icy bones stood out against the white snow. A confident smile appeared on Hillen's face. In his mind, he thought, a frost giant can't be stronger than the Demon King of Lust. The giant roared loudly and swung its huge arm down at him. Hillen was ready. He slashed upward with great force. His sword broke the giant's icy arm into pieces. Shock waves shook the canyon. The monster roared in pain and anger. Hillen did not wait. When the giant swung its other fist, he shattered that too. With quick, powerful moves, his sword glowing blue, Hillen cut deep into the giant's body. He attacked without stopping. While keeping the giant busy, Hillen looked back and saw the group could escape. He gathered his power and struck a final series of strong blows. Then he shouted loudly, "Run now, everyone." The expedition rushed forward without delay. Warriors, mages, and mercenaries ran past Hillen and the giant. Hero Wharton shouted too, "Run away." A huge explosion sounded behind them as Hillen held the giant back. Wharton urged the others on, yelling that Hillen was blocking the path and they had to go now. The damaged frost giant stared after them with glowing red eyes. Full of rage, it roared one last time. Then its body fell apart and exploded in a massive blast that shook the whole canyon. The survivors reached a snowy forest nearby. They fell to the ground, breathing hard, shaking from tiredness and fear. One warrior, still shocked, muttered, "Dozens of huge ghouls and a frost giant taller than a cliff. This place is crazy. No human should be here." Another agreed darkly, "Even the Demon King's tower wasn't this bad." A third said their losses were small, all thanks to Hero Hillen's great strength. Soon they talked about where Hillen's power came from. One mentioned a rumor. Hillen had taken the power of the Demon King of Lust after defeating him. The rumor spread fast. Many now believed Hillen was as strong as a Demon King. One warrior said that since Hillen had already killed one Demon King, he must be even stronger now. These words raised their spirits. Smiles returned. They agreed that with Hero Hillen, they had nothing to fear. Granada listened and thought quietly, if it's Lord Hillen, he might really beat this Demon King. But then something new blocked their path. A group of large blue-skinned orcs stood ahead, led by a tall chieftain with curved horns. The journey was not over. The heroes tried to catch their breath. Hero Wharton said seriously, "No time to rest." Granada looked closely at the orcs and recognized them. "These are kill orcs." Hillen's face grew hard. "I feel demonic energy from them," he said coldly. "They serve the Demon King." The orc chieftain, named Crew, stepped forward. His huge body and strong muscles made him scary. A cruel smile showed on his face. "Foolish heroes," he growled in a low, mocking voice. Welcome to Ergist. Warden gripped his weapon and said angrily, I'll deal with garbage like you right now. He started to charge. But Granada quickly raised his hand. His sharp elf ears heard a strange, deep rumble far away. Wait, Lord Hillen, he said quickly. This sound. The rumble grew louder. Granada remembered the Demon King's warning, beware of the snow. Fear filled his face. This is what he meant, he whispered. Crew looked down at them coldly. None of you will reach the tower, he said with certainty. The ground started to shake hard. Cracks appeared in the snow on the mountain. The loud sound of moving snow and ice filled the air. An avalanche rushed down the slope. Granada screamed in anger and fear. How were we supposed to know about this? In rage, he cursed, you crazy Demon King bastard. The avalanche hit fast. Tons of snow and ice buried the whole expedition in seconds. It swallowed warriors, mages, and heroes. As the snow carried him away, Granada's face showed pure terror. With his last strength, he yelled, everyone run. But the roaring snow covered his voice. Far away in his tall fortress, Demon King Berge sat on his throne. Screens in front of him showed the disaster. One by one, pictures of the heroes went dark. A dark smile appeared on his face. Heroes, welcome once again, he said softly, full of mockery. With an evil grin, Demon King Berge watched the heroes' final screams. His plan had worked perfectly. He leaned back, eyes cold and pleased, and whispered to the dead, this time, I will hunt you all down. The Demon King sat calmly on his throne, staring at a large screen in front of him. He looked relaxed, his face showing no emotion. When he spoke, his voice was cold and sure. He began to explain the big plan he had already started. First came the snow. On the huge frozen battlefield, the ground itself started to change. A trap was triggered in a specific area. Suddenly, a massive blizzard hit. Everything turned white and chaotic. No one could see far. The cold became deadly, and it was hard to know how much damage was done. The storm swallowed the whole area. Hillenkargel shouted orders over the howling wind. He told the heroes to set up camp and look for anyone scattered by the earlier attack. The blizzard made every move slow and difficult. From his throne, the Demon King kept explaining calmly. His second order was clear, never let your guard down at night. The enemy waiting was not normal, and being careless would mean death. As night fell, things got worse. From the dark forest, ghoul monsters appeared, hard to see in the snow. Huge forest beasts came too, shaking the ground. One knight froze in shock and said, orcs monsters again. Weapons were drawn at once. The heroes formed a tight group, ready for another fight. Far away, Granada clenched his teeth in anger. He cursed the Demon King for being too reckless. The fight was getting out of control too fast. The Demon King finally stood up. A dark smile appeared on his face as he moved forward without fear. Avalanche by day, monsters by night, this cruel cycle would keep going. Long before the heroes figured out the trap, they would be too tired in body and mind. Their defeat was certain. 3 days passed like an endless nightmare. The heroes fought to stay alive every moment. When they finally reached the top of the Ergist Mountains, everyone was worn out. They moved slowly, breathed heavily, and had little strength left. One knight spoke quietly, confused. Where is the Demon King's tower? The group was shocked. Hillenkargel shouted in disbelief. A tower was supposed to be here, the place for the final battle. But nothing was there. He tried to hide his worry and ordered the group to split up and search. Before they could move, a commander stopped him. He said the mission had failed. Going further would only cause pointless deaths. From now on, staying alive was more important than winning. Hillenkargel turned slowly, staring in shock. The commander's words were firm but sorry. Hillen said nothing, teeth clenched. 6 days after entering the mountains, they finally found the tower. When it appeared, the heroes exploded in anger. One knight yelled about the destruction of Mintanya and called the Demon King mad. When they forced the gates open, confidence returned. A knight laughed and said the first floor was full of weak monsters. He ordered everyone to charge ahead. That was when the Demon King spoke. His cold voice echoed everywhere in the tower. A scary smile spread across his face. His true demon form appeared, filling the air with heavy pressure. This was his third order. The moment the doors opened, anyone who entered would face hell. Magic cannons appeared all around, surrounding the heroes. Lightning cracked loudly. Hillenkargel stared in horror and asked what they were up against. Then bright blue energy beams shot out. The cannons fired. The Demon King sat still in his control room, watching. He said calmly that this was just the first attack, to test how long they could last. When the firing stopped, he smiled faintly. Hillenkargel was still standing. On the battlefield, Helen struggled to stand straight. He gripped his sword tighter, breathing hard. Rage and confusion filled him. Nothing made sense, no strategy he knew explained this. Then Granada stepped out of the smoke, unhurt. Helen felt relief and quickly said they should push to the next floor. Granada looked at him carefully. Only the two of them were left. It was dangerous. But Hillen said he had once beaten the Demon King of Lust and taken his power. This enemy was not stronger. With Granada's help, they could win. Granada nodded, and they moved on. The second floor was empty. The third floor was empty too. Hillen grew angry. A tower this size should be full of monsters, but there was nothing. Granada stayed quiet. He felt something planned was happening. Empty floors meant someone powerful was controlling the fight. He thought of Princess Ernan. They stayed careful and reached the fourth floor. Both stopped in surprise. A beautiful green forest stretched ahead, like a peaceful garden inside the tower. Hillen could not believe it. A forest inside a tower made no sense. Granada said it was a curse, advanced magic that twisted space. Before Granada could say more, Hillen saw a figure. A young woman in dark, demonic clothes stood there. She gave off strong dark mana. She looked delicate but dangerous. She spoke lightly, almost like a child having fun. She said she was one of the 4 heavenly kings who served the Demon King, the Dark Spirit Master. She looked at Hillen and smiled. He had come to save a princess, but now that princess stood as his enemy, silence fell. Then Hillen understood. His eyes widened. Princess Ernan? Granada looked hopeless. The woman laughed softly and said no, she was the Dark Spirit Master. With a small move, she used powerful dark spirit magic. Hillen's shock grew. That spell was top-level spirit magic, only Princess Ernan could use it perfectly. Everything clicked. The night attacks, the hidden tower, the cannons, the empty floors, it was all planned. Princess Ernan was behind it. Hillen laughed bitterly. The princess he had suffered so much to save had been protecting the Demon King all along. Rage took over. If the world was against him, he would destroy it himself. Before he could attack, the air shook. Dark purple energy exploded. The ground cracked. The Demon King appeared. His presence twisted space. His cold eyes fixed on Hillen. At last, the Demon King said calmly, "I see your face, Hillen Kargil." Hillen pointed his sword, eyes burning with anger. The Demon King had shown himself. The full trap was clear now. Hillen turned to Granada. "Give me your strength." The ground shook. Granada suddenly felt weak. His life force was draining away fast. Hillen's face turned cold. He said softly, "Stay with me, and it will be okay." Granada fell, all strength gone. The Demon King recognized it, a forbidden artifact called the Elf Eater. It turned an elf's life force into mana for the user. Once started, the elf could not survive. Hillen pressed his foot on Granada's face and said it was necessary, for the greater good. The Demon King smiled. He found it funny, low and shameful, but very human. He said if the ring was removed, the stolen power would disappear. Hillen laughed wildly. Even the Demon King of Lust could not take the ring from him. The Demon King said one name, Gordon Derrick. Suddenly, pain hit Hillen. Blood sprayed. His arm went limp. He had felt nothing coming. Behind him stood Gordon Derrick, the Demon King's loyal servant. His sword was already down. He spoke coldly about how noisy and rude humans were. Before Hillen could react, Gordon hit again, sending him flying. Hillen realized Gordon was a high-level demon, too strong even with the artifact's power. Then heavy pressure came. The Demon King was behind him, hand on his shoulder. Hillen tried to move but could not. Space itself trapped him. A huge wolf-shaped shadow appeared, an ancient ruler of the continent. Hillen knew there was no escape. Dark energy gathered around the Demon King. The ground cracked. His voice was calm. "Now you will see what a true Demon King is." The power grew, filling the area with the promise of total destruction. After the Demon King's devastating blow, Hillen Kargil lay motionless on the ground, half dead but still breathing. Even in defeat, the fact that he was still alive proved his incredible strength. The Demon King looked down at him with cold respect. To survive such a powerful attack was impressive, and the Demon King openly admitted that Hillen's power deserved acknowledgement. However, mercy was not in his nature. Without hesitation, he ordered Gordon Ramsay to tie Hillen's hands and throw him into prison. He also commanded that the other humans collapsed outside the door be imprisoned. Gordon Ramsay obeyed at once and carried out the orders. Granada was in much worse shape. His body had withered until he looked like a white skeleton. Groaning in pain, he weakly said he could already see the afterlife. The Demon King glanced at him, praised his efforts with clear mockery, then casually used Spirit Blossom. In an instant, Granada's body was fully healed. The pain disappeared, his flesh returned, and he stood there frozen in shock. A moment later, the Demon King used Spirit Blossom on the princess as well. Watching this, Granada wondered if he had been healed the same way. Before he could think more, the dwarf suddenly shouted with excitement. The Demon King recognized the dwarf's hard work and gave him permission to dismantle the tower. The dwarf burst into loud celebration, bowing repeatedly and thanking the Demon King again and again. With everything settled, the Demon King ordered everyone back to their duties. The damaged floors needed to be repaired right away. After giving his final instructions, he turned and left. Calm slowly returned to the battlefield. In the silence, Granada thought about everything he had seen. After such a fierce fight, the Demon King still looked completely unharmed. This matched the terrifying reputation Granada had heard. To him, this was exactly what a true Demon King should be. The princess stood quietly, deep in thought.
When Granada asked what was wrong, she said it was nothing. But inside, she could not shake the feeling that the Demon King had been tired. Away from everyone's eyes, the Demon King, whose true name was Berge, collapsed on the floor, completely exhausted. He clenched his teeth and admitted to himself how close the fight had been. A Demon King could never show weakness in front of others. He cursed Hill and Cargill under his breath, recognizing how dangerous that human truly was. Facing one of the 10 stars, the 10 strongest heroes on the continent, was no small matter. Helen was considered one of the weaker members, yet Berge knew the truth. In this life, he had barely used any demonic energy to strengthen himself due to limited resources. If Helen had been at full strength, victory would have been impossible. Instead, Berge had worn Helen down slowly. He provoked him, made him panic, and forced him to lose focus. In that moment of desperation, Helen left one fatal opening. Berge seized it with a full power strike and ended the battle. For now, he considered it a perfect victory, even if it did not meet the usual standards of a Demon King. Then he realized something incredible: he had changed fate itself. That thought filled him with new determination. If fate could be changed once, it could be changed again. He believed he could now alter the future and finally take revenge on the heroes who had destroyed him in his previous life. The scene shifted to the Holt Ion Walk press conference hall. Chaos filled the room. Officials shouted over each other while reporters accused them of lying. They mocked the claim that the heroes had simply given up because they could not find the tower. Angry investors demanded answers and wanted someone held responsible for the failure. One man stood firm. He insisted the mission was not over yet. According to him, Sir Hill and Cargill and the great heroes had not given up. They were still searching for the Demon King's tower.
All they needed was a little more time. That was when the king exploded in rage. He cursed Hill and Cargill for his arrogance and failure. His voice boomed through the hall as he declared that Hillen had talked big but achieved nothing. His patience was gone. If Hillen failed to rescue the princess, he would be executed without mercy. The dwarf princess tried to speak up and explain the hero's journey and the difficult circumstances, but the king cut her off. He refused to listen and immediately ordered that Lower be found. Whispers spread quickly. Some said Sir Hill and Cargill had never returned. Others claimed he was already dead. As rumors grew, news of the new Demon King spread across the continent. With each retelling, the story became more frightening. Fear and despair filled people's hearts, and the world sank into sorrow. Because of this widespread despair, Berge's demonic energy points began to grow rapidly. The scene moved to the Heroes Guild headquarters, where a tense meeting was taking place. The gathered heroes questioned Hero Warden repeatedly, asking if there was any lie in his report. Warden swore on his name that everything was true. One elder hero spoke coldly. The situation was very serious, but since the new Demon King's identity was unknown, they needed to be cautious. He reminded everyone that Hill and Cargill was one of the 10 stars and could not be defeated easily. After long discussion, they decided to wait 10 more days for news of Hillen. If nothing came, all 4,728 heroes across the continent would launch a full attack to destroy the new Demon King. Deep underground in Berge's Tower prison, the Demon King visited Hillen. He noticed Hillen was already awake and commented on his fast recovery. Hillen spoke right away, saying that if he was being kept alive, the Demon King must want something. He demanded to know what it was. The Demon King smirked, pleased that Hillen was willing to talk. He made his offer clear: Hill and Cargill must become his vassal. Hillen froze, unable to believe what he had heard. The Demon King calmly placed a bag of gold coins in front of him and explained the harsh reality of a hero's life. A hero's journey cost enormous amounts of money: food for hundreds, security, lodging, guild fees, armor, weapons, and high-quality supplies. Usually, merchants and nobles paid these costs. When a hero defeated a Demon King, life became rich and comfortable. But when a hero failed, they were buried under crushing debt. This time, all the investments had been placed on one person, Hill and Cargill, the party leader. Even if he escaped, he would be labeled a failed hero and hunted by debt collectors for the rest of his life. Hillen stayed silent, knowing it was true. What disturbed him most was how the Demon King knew all this. Granada stepped forward and admitted he had told him. Hillen shouted Granada's name in fury, accusing him of betrayal. Granada shouted back, calling Hillen a scammer and reminding him of everything he had suffered. He declared he had been on the Demon King's side from the start. The Demon King explained the real reason for Hillen's defeat: there had never been a Demon King like him before. Hillen thought bitterly about those words. He himself had once broken the old standards. Now this Demon King would soon adapt and clear towers even faster. The Demon King laughed and revealed Armani's orb in his hand. He pointed out that if one of the strongest heroes was secretly working against humanity, could humanity ever succeed? The orb was a magical tool used to control subordinates. Once inside the body, it attached to the brain. The Demon King would instantly know any hostile thought, and with one gesture, he could destroy Hillen's brain. This was the test. If the orb could not attach, it meant rejection, and Hillen would die. There were plenty of other heroes to use. The scene shifted to Hillen's companions, lying half dead on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing them, Hillen panicked and begged the Demon King to stop. He claimed a hero of his strength was immune to mind control and that the orb would simply vanish. Granada grinned and explained that a hero's mental defenses could be lowered by their own will. The Demon King added with a mocking smile that Hillen's own words had already shown his choice. Enraged, Hillen insulted the Demon King, calling him a mad elf with no shame for wasting a precious tool. He swore he would never submit. The Demon King silenced him and forced the orb down his throat. Terrible pain tore through Hillen's body as the magic took hold. Granada watched and remarked that Hillen was stubborn. Then wondered aloud what would happen if he chose death. The Demon King remained calm. A greedy man who treated his comrades as tools for money would never choose death. A status window appeared. Name, Hillen Cargill Equipment, Armani's Orb. Status, Demon King's vassal. Hillen cursed bitterly, his hatred echoing in the prison. Later, in the castle, Gordon Ramsay reported to the Demon King. Although Hillen was now a vassal, his 100,000 gold debt would limit his actions greatly. The gold coins previously traded for demonic energy points had only amounted to 2,000 gold, enough to match a small nation's yearly budget. Gordon Ramsay asked how they could gather more. The Demon King smiled confidently and said it was time he received a certain message. When Gordon Ramsay looked confused, the Demon King explained, the annual gathering of Demon Kings, the unison of towers. In his thoughts, Berge remembered his past life. He had always avoided such gatherings, finding the idea of Demon Kings working together disgusting. But now he realized those older Demon Kings had survived for centuries. They must have huge amounts of gold and treasure.
Gordon Ramsay understood at once. The Demon King planned to trade demonic energy points for money again. In the past, Gordon Ramsay would have objected strongly, but after facing the heroes himself, he now saw the necessity. Following old traditions would never have stopped the heroes. He accepted the truth and decided to trust his Demon King completely. At that moment, news arrived. An invitation to the Unison of Towers had been delivered. The Demon King smiled slyly and declared they would attend. In his mind, he planned to take as much gold as possible from the senior Demon Kings without mercy.
Gordon Ramsay bowed and promised absolute obedience. The Tower of Lies stood tall and dark. On the 13th floor was the chamber where the Demon Kings met. The room felt heavy and quiet, as if the air itself was waiting for something to happen. All the Demon Kings were already there, sitting in silence. Then the doors opened. Berge Diaz, the Demon King of Flames, a demonic dragon, walked in calmly. His presence filled the room at once. He looked around and smiled slightly. I'm not late, but you're all here already, he said. Do you have a lot to talk about without me? The others did not smile back. Draxen Doldorf, the Demon King of Beasts, a werewolf, stared at him with clear anger in his eyes. Next, Reyna Soldian, the Demon King of Winters, a frost demon, spoke in a cold voice. So, you're the one everyone is talking about. Yugur Belva, the Demon King of Indestructibility, a titan, scoffed. Here comes the arrogant newcomer who insults our ways. Finally, the host of the meeting spoke. Jason Cockmund, the Demon King of Lies, race unknown, smiled calmly. Welcome, Berge Diaz. Berge Diaz laughed loudly, full of mockery. You fools, he said. You made an alliance. Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves Demon Kings? Inside his mind, though, he thought differently. Of course I understand why you did it. It makes sense for the situation in Arian. Yugur Belva's face turned red with rage. You're the fool. He shouted. Who are you to interfere, newcomer? What do you even know about Arian? Berge stayed calm on the outside. In his thoughts he noted, a simple provocation shows what someone is really thinking. Then he looked straight at Yugur and said coolly, you call me a fool? I'm the only elite one here. Yugur roared, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now. Both released their power at the same moment. Terrifying energy crashed through the room. Suddenly, Jason Cockmund stepped between them and clapped his hands once. The killing intent from both Demon Kings vanished instantly. Yugur and Berge kept glaring, but the fight stopped. Jason spoke calmly. Yugur. Berge. We are here to talk about cooperation. Please do not waste time. Berge felt uneasy inside. That wasn't magic. How did he do it? Is it his power? Or the power of this tower? The Demon Kings moved to their seats. Jason said, thank you for understanding. Now, let us begin. Speak freely. Berge answered with quiet disdain, so this meeting is nothing special. Draxen Doldorf spoke next, his voice low and threatening. If no one else will start, I will. Where is Hillen Cargill, Berge Diaz? He released his energy toward Berge as he asked. Berge stayed silent for a moment. Then began, Hillen Cargill was, the scene changed. Deep inside the Tower of Lies, in a reception room, aides of the Demon King of Beasts and aides of the Demon King of Lies stood facing Gordon. Their eyes were cold. One asked bluntly, what happened to Hillen Cargill? Is he already dead? Gordon stiffened and quickly shook his head. I don't know anything, he said. I never reached the upper floors. Maybe he's still near Mount Ergust. He bowed low. Please don't ask me more. A beast man scoffed. That doesn't make sense. If he was near the mountain, he would have seen the tower. Gordon answered quietly, this isn't our tower to begin with. Another beast man muttered, maybe the rumors about that Demon King are true. Gordon felt a chill. He remembered Berge Diaz's orders, if anyone asks about Hill and Cargill, say you know nothing. Keep everything secret, but something felt wrong to Gordon. Unease grew inside him. Suddenly he burst out, the Demon King I serve is a rebel and a fool. He never listens to anyone. If he's left alone for even a moment, he does the most ridiculous things. If it's going to be like this, just do everything without him. When he finished, strange relief washed over him. He felt lighter. The beast men looked at each other and nodded. We know exactly how you feel, one said. Then they all began complaining about their own demon kings, sharing the same frustrations. The scene returned to the 13th floor. Uger stared at Berge in disbelief. You seriously expect us to accept this? Berge answered calmly, yes. Uger exploded. Hill and Cargill hasn't even arrived. You didn't build the tower on the mountain. It's only 82% complete. Who do you think you're fooling? Berge replied casually, I can build my tower wherever I want. Jason spoke next. The situation hasn't changed. Warriors are still coming for the tower. Why did you leave your own tower and come here? With a mocking smile, he added, a demon king who lost his tower. Didn't we all learn better at the Demon King Academy? You were supposed to be the greatest leader. Berge brushed it off. There's nothing to worry about. I will protect my tower myself. Inside, he thought, something about the Demon King of Lies has bothered me for a while. When Jason tried to keep mocking, Berge cut him off sharply. Draxon, annoyed, asked, do you really think Archduke Arcane will just ignore this? Berge shrugged. I don't care what that old man says. Draxon thought to himself, he's as stubborn as ever. Berge turned the question back. Is something bothering you? Draxon brushed it off. No. Let's move on. Inside, Berge thought, even if I caught something suspicious, I couldn't prove it. For now, it's enough. Better to avoid trouble. Our real goal is to collect 100,000 gold. Everything else comes second. As the meeting went on, Berge spoke more than expected. He watched carefully and noticed a clear hierarchy among demon kings. Jason Kochman sat at the very top. He also noticed which demon kings seemed desperate for magic points. Suddenly, Reyna Soldian gave him a cold, sharp look. Berge was confused by the hostility. Later, on the balcony of the 13th floor, Reyna stood alone, looking outside. Berge approached. What's wrong? She answered calmly, nothing secret. After hearing the rumors, I wanted to speak with you privately. Berge was surprised. With me? She nodded. I agree with some of your opinions. He was shocked. In his past life, he could not remember her ever saying anything like that. She quickly added, don't misunderstand. I don't hate the standards like you do. I believe in traditional values. But sometimes we need flexibility, especially in Aryan. That's why I wanted to talk. At least I can communicate with you. Unlike the others. Berge shared his honest thoughts. She replied, your view isn't bad. You're better than I expected. She handed him a small item, a personal communication device. If you ever need advice, contact me. As long as you don't insult the Demon King standards in front of me, I'll tolerate you. She finished softly, I hope someone who can communicate properly doesn't disappear too soon. Berge asked, why not talk to the Demon King of Lies instead? She answered, he can't read your mind the way you think. He's better than the other two, but even he has limits. Then she left the balcony. Alone, Berge thought, I still don't fully trust her. But her clear, honest attitude is valuable. This talk alone made the meeting worth it. At the same time, in Berge's own tower, on the first floor, a princess arrived carrying a tray of fresh cookies she had baked. Her eyes were bright and happy. She offered them to Lozier Friedrich. Please try one. Lozier stared in surprise. Snacks inside a Demon King's tower? The princess smiled. The Demon King bought the ingredients himself. I baked them with help from spirits. Lozier praised her skill with spirits. The atmosphere felt warm and comfortable. She urged him again to taste one. He thought to himself, a princess who never had to work, she probably can't cook well. But I'll praise it anyway. He took a bite. The flavor was incredible. His mana surged wildly. He had never tasted anything so good. It felt like heaven. The princess watched nervously. I added spirit blossoms to the dough. How is it? Lozier could not stop eating, completely stunned, she smiled warmly. This is a gift to build friendship for the future. Playfully, she added, after watching your face, I'm sure the Demon King would like them too. Lozier agreed, excited. The moment felt gentle and sweet. The scene returned to the Tower of Lies. Berge came back from the balcony and found the meeting room empty. "They're all gone," he said. Jason nodded. "The meeting has ended." Berge remarked it was short. Jason noticed his expression and offered tea. "Do you regret anything?" "No," Berge said quickly. Jason smiled calmly. "You need something as a human, Berge. You need money, desperately." Berge froze, shocked. How does he know that? Where did the information leak from?
Jason smiled and said, "Pretending you don't know won't work. Draxen Doldorf already told me." He waved his hand, opened his storage space, and cheerfully continued, "Let's stop these pointless mind games. Come on, let's make a deal. I'll trade demonic energy points for human money." Berge Diaz, the Demon King, stared at him coldly. "What's your real goal?" Jason laughed. "What do you mean?" "I'm on your side, Berge. From now on, let's get along." The scene shifted to the first floor of Berge's tower. Berge Diaz stood in front of a huge pile of gold coins. He looked at the hero, Hillen Cargill, and said, "Take 100,000 gold from this. Make sure no one can trace where it came from." Hillen's eyes went wide. He stammered nervously, You really got the money?" Inside, Berge thought, if Jason follows the flow of this money and figures out everything we're doing, we could end up as his puppets. I can't tell what he's planning, so we must be very careful. He turned back to Hillen and said, "I turned the rest of your hero party into black knights and black mages. The man in the middle is Amon from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. I learned his name when we made the contract." Hillen looked surprised and confused. Berge continued, "Use these people to grow the money. They will obey your orders." Amon trembled under the Demon King's dark aura that controlled him. In his heart, he thought, "I can't believe we become the Demon King's servants. This is humiliating. Please save us, Sir Hillen." Hillen took a deep breath and said to Berge, "Since my party members are still alive, this isn't a complete failure. I can pay off my debts now. Does that mean I can keep working as a hero?" Then he smirked, raised his hand for a handshake, and added, "With things the way they are, this isn't so bad for me. I look forward to working with you, business partner." The former heroes, now Black Knights, gasped in shock. "Sir Hillen." Berge's face darkened at the word partner. Berge's face darkened at the word partner. He grew angry, held up a small black seed, and said, "Let me make this clear." He pressed the seed against Hillen's forehead. Suddenly, terrible pain shot through Hillen's head. He dropped to his knees, grabbed his head, and cried out. Berge said coldly, "We are not business partners. You are my slave, and I am your master." One of the Black Knights smirked and muttered, "Serves you right." Hillen, still in pain and confused, looked up. "Master and slave? I didn't know you were into that kind of thing." Berge turned away. "I'm not asking for true loyalty. Just do what I say. Now go." Hillen stood up slowly, still holding his aching head. Suddenly, a soft voice called from behind him. "Hillen." He turned and saw the princess standing there with Lozier Friedrich, who was busy with some work nearby. The princess looked sad. She held out a letter and said, "Could you please deliver this to my younger sister, Elena?" Hillen took the letter. "Elena? You mean the 13th princess of the Kingdom of Hildurin? I can do it, but why are you helping the Demon King? You're one of the reasons I ended up in this mess." The princess lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry. But I have no plans to return to the kingdom right now. A hero like you surely knows the royal family's secret." Hillen Cargill thought quietly about the royal family's secrets in the Kingdom of Hildurin. He remembered the rumors he had heard. If they were true, he could understand why the princess was acting this way. In the end, he agreed to deliver the letter to Elena. Later, inside Berge's tower, Gordon Ramsay spoke to Berge Diaz with worry. He said it was not that he distrusted the Demon King, but he was not sure if the hero Hillen would really obey orders. Berge replied that Hillen was not just someone who only cared about money. At first glance, he might seem greedy like many humans, but that was not true. Hillen was not noble either. What he really wanted was fame and attention. He acted boldly in everything so people would notice him. Berge added that if Hillen was controlled properly with the Armani orb, no one would make a better spy. Gordon Ramsay thought to himself that the Demon King understood humans very well. He realized he could not stay idle any longer. Berge smirked and said it would be interesting to watch a hero, working for the Demon King, destroy human society from the inside. Gordon Ramsay quickly agreed and promised his full loyalty. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Both of them looked surprised. The princess walked in carrying a plate of cookies. She calmly offered them some. Berge took the plate and said she had been coming and going freely lately. He warned that if it bothered him, he would lock her in the underground prison for a month. The princess smiled and told him to try one first. Berge looked at the cookies and called them nothing special, just a simple human dessert. He took a bite. His face changed at once. The taste shocked him. It was a flavor he had never experienced. The princess watched closely and thought, he reacted. Does he like them, just like everyone else? A light sweat appeared on Berge's face. He gripped a chair, then smirked and said, for a human dessert, it's not bad. Inside, the princess was stunned. He had resisted it. Berge then said the cookies contained spirit blossoms, a dangerous ingredient. The princess admitted it openly. She knew he would notice right away. Berge realized this was connected to a reward he had given her earlier. She clearly wanted something in return. The princess laughed softly and said yes, that was true. Berge stayed silent, looking confused. Time passed. Halen Cargill and his group safely descended the mountain with Crutus as their escort. They reached Holton Walk, then quickly used the teleport circle to travel to the kingdom of Hilderan. As for Granada, he soon restored order among his mercenaries. The scene moved to the headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries. Granada's men returned, bruised and beaten. Granada was furious. He demanded to know how they could all run away during the first avalanche and leave their captain behind. One mercenary, face swollen and crying, tried to explain. He said the Urgest Mountains were deadly, even heroes had died there. How could mid-level mercenaries like them survive? They had no choice. Granada shouted that survival was no excuse for abandoning their captain. He beat the man in anger. Someone called Granada's name. He turned and saw a blonde female knight. She introduced herself as Keed and said she was a hero. Because of certain problems, she could not join the expedition from the start. Now she had come, hoping to take part, even if late. Granada was confused. Why would a hero come here? Some of his men, already drinking, laughed and said she was the one who had paid for their drinks while the captain was away. They suggested another round. Granada hit them and told them to be quiet. He thanked Keed for the drinks but said the hero's expedition was already over. Keed looked shocked. Granada explained that Halen Cargill and the others had already left Holton Walk. Keed could not accept it. She apologized for being bold but begged him to tell her what happened, especially his failures. Granada decided he would only share what the Demon King allowed. They sat together in a restaurant. Granada told the story. After hearing it, Keed gave him a few gold coins in disbelief. She now understood the Demon King's tower was not at the very top. There was no reason for her to stay. She thanked him for his time and said the gold was a gift. Then she left. Once she was gone, Granada's men laughed and called her a naive hero who knew nothing about the world. They said it would be good if she was not betrayed someday. Granada grew angry and threatened to cut off their hands if they kept talking. He watched the female knight leave. The scene changed to a quiet alley in Holton Walk. Keed arrived and said, "It's time to go back. The princess's fiancé is waiting." A firm voice answered, "No. I want to live as a hero." Granada watched secretly from a hiding spot, driven only by curiosity. He noticed the bulky figures moving silently. They wore masks that hid their faces. He realized that hero was actually a princess. Kingdom matters should stay within the kingdom. Suddenly, a knight stopped Granada. He pressed a sword against Granada's throat. Granada began to sweat, filled with fear. The knight demanded to know who he was and accused him of spying. He also noticed Granada was using strange magic. Granada panicked inside. The item was a magical artifact from the Demon King. If they caught him, they would learn he served the Demon King. The knight's face grew darker. He decided Granada was a spy from another realm and could not be allowed to live. Terrified, Granada thought of the Demon King. He knew he had chosen the wrong place to hide. His mind raced, trying to find a way out. Granada, an elf, is suddenly spotted by a knight. As soon as he is seen, he starts running toward the palace entrance. Knights around the area shout that an assassin has appeared. Their cries warn everyone not to let him escape. Shock spreads as people realize he might be an assassin. The knights quickly urge the princess to step back. A female knight looks stunned by the sudden chaos. Granada knows he is in big trouble. He grits his teeth and thinks he is the only elf in Holton Walk right now. If he uses his elf powers, he will be targeted easily. Still, he decides he must use his strength to survive. He doubts if he can escape safely. The knights surround the princess to protect her. They tell her to stay back and leave it to them. But the princess refuses. She says she is a warrior too. Granada panics inside. He knows he has no choice but to use his power, even if his identity as an elf is revealed. The knights shoot arrows at Granada. The situation gets worse. At that moment, Berge appears. He says he was wondering why everything was taking so long. He uses his power to destroy the arrows in midair. Granada is shocked. Berge spreads his wings, flies up, and holds a magic flame in his hand. He tells Granada he must have been playing around in a place like this. Granada looks at him in disbelief and anger. He recognizes Berge as the Demon King. Even after seeing such power, Granada cannot fully believe it. Berge casually says there is no need to worry about wounds that heal with saliva. Granada replies angrily that he is being serious. The knights panic and shout. They think the Demon King has come to kidnap the princess. They believe he wants sacrifices. They focus on protecting her. The princess, who is also a knight, steps forward. She says she does not care about her own safety. She tells the knights not to hesitate. She says this is their chance to capture the Demon King. She orders them to attack without worrying about her. Berge looks at the princess with mild surprise. He learns something new about her. The knights do not believe it. They shout and get angry. They question why the Demon King is even there. Granada, annoyed, agrees with the knights. He demands to know why the Demon King is here. Berge answers calmly. He says it was a coincidence while he was running an errand. The knights get angry. They call him a liar and refuse to believe it was just a coincidence. The scene shifts to an earlier time. Berge is in a tower. He listens as the princess tells him what she wants. She asks for senile powder. Berge knows senile powder is used for spirit contracts. The princess smiles and confirms it. She tells him a story from hundreds of years ago. An elf named Senya returned to the human kingdom. The king ordered her to make a supplement so humans could form spirit contracts more easily. This led to the creation of senile powder. Berge says the princess does not need it because of her talent. She pretends to look sad and says he overestimates her. She explains there is little mana in the tower. Without senile powder, her spirits would not work well. Berge says he is thinking of contracting a higher level spirit. The princess gets flustered, turns away, and pouts. Her fire and water spirits do the same. She admits it might be true. Berge confirms it. The princess thinks about a past life with Ernan. He contracted a high-level spirit at age 27, and it caused chaos across the continent. Few humans ever did that. Now, a contract is happening 7 years earlier. She wanted it to be a surprise, but Berge already knew. She reflects on leaving the palace and living in the tower for months. She wonders if it changed things. In the end, she decides it does not matter if the tower's power grows. Berge takes a cookie, says he ate well, and says goodbye. The scene returns to the present. Berge creates a powerful mana flame in his hand. He says he has his own reasons and wants to finish quickly. The princess, now called the warrior princess, is shocked by the flame. Berge releases it, causing a huge explosion. Everything around is destroyed. But the warrior princess still stands. A strong green aura flows from her body. Berge is surprised. He comments on whether a warrior is truly a warrior. The knights warn her not to move. They say her life is in danger. Her anger grows. A stronger aura bursts out. She charges at Berge with her sword. She shouts that a warrior's aura can destroy demons. She says warriors are the natural enemies of the Demon King. She refuses to stay in a suffocating palace. She says her place is on the battlefield. She uses Jespine's top sword technique Crescent Slash. The swing causes a massive explosion. She grits her teeth and focuses. Crescent Slash is the hardest technique. It releases aura instantly to cut the enemy. Only the best in the imperial family inherit it. She thinks about her honor. She is a lower-ranked princess with little value. She was to be sold to a foreign king. She refuses to accept he is a pervert. She feels deep injustice. She questioned it and trained hard with the imperial sword instructor. She trained day and night to be seen as a warrior, not just a princess. If they capture the Demon King here, she can be recognized as a true warrior. Then, even under command, she can gain freedom. She resolves to save her husband. The tension rises. Berge gathers power in his hand. He destroys her sword completely. He smirks and says it was a useful sword. The warrior princess stares in shock at the broken pieces. Berge says his ultimate skill is out. He adds a warrior would not die from this. A dark red negative aura pours from his body. He hovers above her, dominating the space. The princess looks up in terror. Sweat drips. Her body shakes. In a trembling voice, she says this enemy is unbelievable. Berge grins evilly. He says being both princess and warrior makes her useful in many ways. Her fear deepens. She freezes in panic. She worries the perverted Demon King will take her too. The knights rush to protect her. They stand between her and him, knowing the danger. Berge unleashes a massive explosion. Powerful aura destroys everything around. After a few minutes, the fog clears. Many knights lie dead on the ground. 2 healers arrive. They are shocked by the destruction. They wonder what kind of explosion caused it. They sense demon magic and question if a demon was in Horton Walk. They see an injured person and check for enemies. They rush to the fallen knights and call out. One barely alive knight speaks weakly. He mentions the princess and the Demon King. The healers are stunned. They beg him to stay awake and explain. The knight groans and says the Demon King used black flames. The healers realize it was the Demon King of Urgus. The scene shifts to the dungeon in the Tower of Berge. Berge Diaz has brought the warrior princess there. She lies unconscious, covered in bruises and wounds. Another princess looks at her and asks if this is senile. Berge Diaz say, she is Kid Jespine, the 9th princess. From now on, they will live together on the 4th floor. She is injured and needs treatment. If raised well, she will be useful later. The princess agrees but asks why another princess was brought in suddenly. Berge Diaz says he saw her on the way and picked her up. He kidnaps princesses to earn magi points. Targets can be high or low rank. The princess asks what magi points are. Berge Diaz is shocked. He realizes he almost revealed a secret. He wonders if she asked on purpose. He denies it and says she misheard. He changes the topic and says he will bring senile powder. She agrees. As he leaves, he thinks to himself he has become too comfortable seeing her often. He tells himself to focus. He is the Demon King, and she is just a prisoner. News spreads fast. The 9th princess of the Jespine Empire was kidnapped in Horton Walk. It reaches the whole continent. At the Hero Guild headquarters, Hillen Cargill stands in the center. Heroes question him. One says there is no lie in his words and asks him to swear. Hillen lowers his head in shame. He admits he could not find the Demon King's tower. He will take responsibility. Another hero reassures him. If warriors are blamed for failures, no one would lead in the future. Hillen thanks them. Another hero shares news. At the same time the warriors retreated, the Demon King of Urgus kidnapped the 9th princess. The Jespine Empire requests raising a warrior's banner. He has experience with Urgus and says it is the fastest way. He asks for opinions. Hillen regrets for the princess. He says instead of war now, use a small team to find the tower first. Once found, subjugation will be easy. A true strong Demon King would not hide his tower. The heroes agree. They say a weak, cowardly Demon King is no big threat. One silent hero speaks with a dark face. He says follow Hillen advice until the tower is found. All-out war is paused. Hillen bows and agrees. In his mind, he speaks to the Demon King. He wonders if this is what the Demon King wanted. He used his power to delay the war and bought time. The scene shifts to Berge Diaz. A service opens. Gordon Ramsay appears and reports Hillen Cargill words. Berge Diaz calmly says to keep watching. He feels troubled. He did not expect the heroes to prepare an all-out attack. He sighs in relief. Without Hillen Cargill, he would be in trouble. He thinks taking Hillen as family was a good choice. Outside, Hillen Cargill and Granada move around. With their influence, he can delay the warriors. Berge Diaz continues his plan: kidnap more princesses to gain magi points slowly. He plans to use valuable Armani's orb for power. Dwarves remodel the tower, making the 1st floor stronger. With Krutu influence growing, and a contract with a high-level spirit, including Princess Ernan, even small groups of warriors cannot challenge him. With a strong tower ready, Berge Diaz prepares true revenge against the warriors who killed him before. To do that, he need to obtain senile power. He dreams of taking a city full of powerful wizards and warriors, a magical city in Amur if he can get it without being caught. This is going to be way too hard. The scene moves to the kingdom of Akan, in a city famous for magic engineering called Amore. On the edge of the world's biggest magic market stands a small, plain shop named Jetson's Paradise. Inside, the shopkeeper sits lazily reading a newspaper. He looks bored and disappointed. He sighs and thinks about the latest news and rumors. The 9th princess of Jespine was kidnapped right after the hero expedition ended. People are angry because the hero guild does nothing. The article also says a hero named Roger is now being hunted. The shopkeeper quietly decides that these are truly the end times. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. A customer named Berge Diaz walks in. The shopkeeper quickly hides the newspaper, smiles brightly, and greets him warmly. He asks if Diaz is looking for something special. Diaz looks around with no interest. He says he wants some powder and asks if they have it. In his mind, he thinks, this powder is for the princess. She asked me to get it herself. The shopkeeper gets very excited. He says yes, they have it. He acts overly happy, as if Diaz is his very first customer ever. Diaz feels annoyed and thinks the shop looks old and dirty. The kingdom of Akan is famous as the holy land of magic engineering. Heroes, mages, and alchemists from everywhere come here. Big famous shops are always full of strong people. Because of that, hiding demonic energy is risky. That is why Berge Diaz chose this quiet, almost empty shop on purpose. The shopkeeper happily shows 2 glass vials of sun powder. He laughs and says Diaz is very lucky. He offers a special discount, only 1 gold coin per vial. He acts like it's the biggest sale ever and says no other shop has this deal. Diaz gets angry. He tells the man to stop shouting and says the price is still too high. He picks up 1 vial and looks at it. He says normal sun powder is green, but this one is purple. Why? The shopkeeper laughs and explains it is a new, secret version made inside the mage tower. It is not for sale yet. He calls it super rare and says it is a great deal. If Diaz does not buy it now, he will never get it again. Many people want this powder. The shopkeeper smirks to himself. He thinks Diaz looks like a noble and must have a good reason to come to this faraway shop. He decides to cheat him and charge more. Diaz understands the trick. He gets very angry and thinks about killing the seller. But then the doorbell rings again. The shopkeeper turns away happily to greet the new customers. One of them whispers that they cannot believe they have to start in such a bad place. Diaz looks at the door and freezes. He recognizes them. It is Princess Louise and her knights. One knight tells Louise, if that man Roger has any sense, he will stay away from busy places. Louise answers angrily, this makes me so mad. I cannot believe I have to come to this dirty place because of him. Diaz feels nervous. He is the one who kidnapped Roger, so he is worried. The knight walks to the shopkeeper and says they are looking for someone. Diaz watches her carefully. He notices her angry temper, rough voice, and twin tails. He is sure this is Louise Ver. He hopes she does not recognize him because he used a magic item last time. The shopkeeper laughs and says he understands. But his memory only works if he sells something. The knight looks shocked. Louise gets furious, insults him, and puts her sword to his neck. She shouts that he dares to try cheating her and does not understand how serious this is. The shopkeeper turns pale and screams in fear. He says murder is forbidden in the capital. He begs them not to kill him. In panic, he says if they threaten him, at least by something. Louise gets even angrier and calls him crazy. But the shopkeeper, still scared, smiles weakly and makes a bold offer, buy something, and I will accept any punishment after. Louise laughs in surprise and says he is interesting. She agrees to see what he has. The shopkeeper quickly renames the purple sand powder as Archie powder. He lies and says it is very useful for dwarf masters. He asks for 3 gold coins. Diaz gets furious inside. He thinks, first he tried to cheat me, now he cheats them too. But Louise looks happy. She buys the fake powder, thanks him, and even gives him blessings. Then she asks if a dwarf named Roger came to the shop. The shopkeeper says no, he never heard of Roger. He suggests they check a place where blacksmiths usually meet in a can. Louise thinks it is a good answer. She tells her knight they can leave. As she walks out, she mutters that the seller is shameful. After they leave, Diaz sighs in relief. He tells the shopkeeper, not bad. You sold trash for 3 gold. You have real courage. The shopkeeper smiles, pockets the money, and says he is glad Diaz stayed quiet. He thought she was a rich young noble lady who would pay easily and not kill him for nothing. He smirks and says Diaz seems interested in business. For 10 gold, he can share a secret. Diaz thinks the man is a huge scammer, but he actually respects the skill a little. Diaz leans closer, smirks, and tells him to go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. If he says he was sent by the mountain, they will accept him. The shopkeeper looks confused. He says the guild is almost bankrupt. Why would someone smart go there? Diaz smiles and says, the customer you just cheated was Louise Ver. The shopkeeper's hands shake. The vials fall and break. He freezes in terror and whispers, the villainous princess. The mad dog. Louise Ver. He begs to know what Diaz wants. Diaz calmly puts 1 gold coin on the table. He repeats, join the Golden Moon Guild. The salary is 1 gold per month. If he refuses, Diaz will bring Louise back. The shopkeeper panics and begs for his life. Then he suddenly changes, he shouts and says he will not beg. He tells Diaz to get out and even dares him to bring her back. Diaz says nothing. He turns and leaves, saying quietly, as you wish. Outside, Diaz goes straight to Louise's and tells her everything. Louise's gets furious and storms back to the shop. Diaz watches and smirks, the shopkeeper screams in panic. In the end, he breaks completely and gives real sand powder for only 1 gold coin. Later, outside, Diaz looks at the real powder and thinks even slum shops sell normal sand powder. He curses the seller again for being such a cheat. Louise sees Diaz and thanks him. She says she got her money back because of him. Diaz asks what she did to the shopkeeper. Louise grits her teeth and says sadly, because this is a foreign country, she could only give him a small lesson. She adds angrily that she should have ripped his heart out. One knight tries to calm her and says no one expected the little princess to get this angry. Diaz feels uneasy and thinks she is still strange. He quickly changes the topic and asks if Roger is a blacksmith. Louise gets excited and says yes. She asks if Diaz knows him or where he is. Diaz takes out a necklace and shows it. He asks if it is connected to Roger. The knight is shocked and says yes, it is one of Roger's early works. Diaz tells a made-up story. 2 months ago, he met Roger in a forest in Ormoth. Roger was starving, so Diaz shared food. Roger gave him the necklace as thanks. Louise holds the necklace tightly. Her body shakes with anger. She says she owes Diaz again. She wishes she could invite him to the palace for 5 days of drinks, but she cannot right now. Diaz feels nervous and hopes she controls herself. Louise gives him a badge. She says if he shows it in the Dwarven Kingdom, he can get the best equipment. She asks him to keep it for now because they must catch Roger soon. Diaz thanks her and says it looks useful. Louise and her knights start to leave. One knight asks what is next. Louise says she will contact the queen and ask for more soldiers. She smirks and says this time Roger will not escape. She promises he should wait for her. Diaz stands alone. In his mind, one word repeats, heart. Old memories come back. After his regression, rebirth, he forgot something important. Around this time in the past, Draxen found the heart of a mystic beast. He absorbed it and became much stronger. That power changed everything. Diaz realizes that power is what he wants most now. As the new Demon King, he is still weak because of dimensional limits. If he fights Laos one-on-one right now, with Laos having top gear, he might win, but only barely. That is not enough for revenge or survival. He decides, he must get stronger. His plan is clear. He will send Louise to Ormouth, to the Tower of Beasts. There, two monsters will fight, the mad dog Louise Werft and the Demon King of Beasts, Draxen Doldorf. While they destroy each other, Diaz will hide and wait. When the fight ends, he will take the heart for himself.
The scene shifted to the tower's new features. After Lozier Friedrich fused with Mana's Phantom, the ghostly machine upgraded the tower. It gained two new functions, remote activation of the top floor and an item transfer system. Without warning, a box wrapped in swirling purple energy appeared in front of the emitter. A calm voice echoed through the chamber, send item. This is a function far above. On the highest balcony of the residence, Demon King Berge Diaz was talking to Gordon on a telephone-like call. He sensed a disturbance and muttered under his breath, Gordon, something has happened. I'll leave the tower to you for now. He opened his status window and gave a command to his subordinate. Gordon replied, yes, Demon King. Leave it to me. Berge said, deliver this senile powder to Princess Ernan. Using the new transfer feature, he sent a top-grade senile powder. It was a fine powder potion full of high spirit energy, a key material for forming a strong spirit contract. This will greatly help the princess, he added with quiet confidence. Princess Ernan's eyes sparkled as she examined the potion. She could barely contain her excitement. Wow, this is top-tier quality. Did you get it from the Kingdom of Aachen? She asked. Gordon nodded firmly. The Demon King himself secured it. Use it carefully, he advised. Meanwhile, Berge reminded Gordon about the fourth-floor prison. There, a blonde-haired girl, Princess Keed, sat calmly on the cold stone floor. She looked strangely peaceful despite being locked up. Teach her swordsmanship so she can fight at full strength, Berge ordered. I'll test her when I return. In another place, during a fierce training match, Keed faced Gordon. Their swords clashed with great force. Energies exploded as they met. Gordon blocked her strike and glared at her coldly. At least land one hit, he said. Then you can speak to me. Berge also told Gordon about the first floor of the tower, where the new item had appeared. Set up the Hell Force on the first floor. Tell Lozier to reinforce it even more. The dwarves were filled with excitement. One rushed to the massive blast furnace, his eyes shining like a child who found treasure. What is this? I've never seen a furnace like this before. How does it even work? He shouted, inspecting every detail. Behind him, Gordon watched silently. The dwarf ran his hand along the glowing surface in awe. That color, it almost feels alive. This is all thanks to the Demon King's grace. His mouth hung open in disbelief. This is incredible. I'll forge equipment worthy of the Demon King himself. Elsewhere, Berge asked Gordon, how are the Pearl Orcs doing? Gordon replied. We've unified 3 tribes so far, and our numbers have doubled. They've grown strong enough to hunt most monsters in the Ergest Mountains. At that moment, a screen flickered on as Gordon gave his report. The Demon King nodded. Good. Guard the tower until I return. Yes, my lord, Gordon said solemnly. I will not disappoint you. The call ended. In one swift motion, the Demon King jumped and landed smoothly on top of a tall building. He thought to himself, so I can manage the tower directly without even going back, a very convenient function. Suddenly, another call came through, from Hillen Cargill. Berge's eyes widened slightly. Can I contact you now? Hillen asked cautiously. Berge's expression hardened. He stayed calm but alert. Speak. What's happening? At the same time, news arrived. The conquest of the summit of the Golden Moon had been completed. From now on, the Golden Moon Merchant Guild will be managed by Amon, the Black Knights, and the Black Mages. The Demon King listened carefully. That is important, he said, thinking deeply. On the other side of the call, Hilan Cargill spoke quickly. One of the 10 stars is giving us support, so the guild leader gave his position to my son. I also checked, one failure won't destroy the reputation of the 10 stars so easily. The Demon King gave his order. Good work. Report everything to Granada. Tell her we will send money through the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. She must buy every elf slave on the continent. Hilan Cargill's eyes opened wide in shock. Buy elf slaves? He whispered. Full of disbelief, the Demon King's face darkened. A low laugh came from him. There is a con man named Jettison. He will be useful. Let him do what he wants. Hilan Cargill blinked in surprise. So it really was a scam, he said quietly. Berge smirked as he remembered the man clearly. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper Jason put his hands over his mouth. He hid under the table, tears falling from his eyes. Berge continued talking to Hilan Cargill. He's a pathetic fool who once tried to trick Louise Worft. Then Berge smirked, looked straight at Jetoso and said, I already know all his personal information. If he doesn't show up in 1 month, I will send an assassin to erase him. Hearing those words, the shop owner shook with fear. More tears fell from his eyes. The Demon King stood in front of Jettison, the shop owner, and glared down at him coldly. I know everything about you, he said in a dangerous voice. You think I am nothing? I am the great Demon King. Jettison trembled and cried out in fear. Soon after, his shop was destroyed and turned into ruins. At the Holton Walk shared training grounds, the sound of swords clashing filled the air. Granada subordinate whispered to each other. A man from the Association Connect Granada watched through a screen and gave a strong order. Granada stared in disbelief. Really? You want to buy all of my people? Granada replied, I'll follow the command. I will gather the members quickly. In his heart, Granada felt torn. Saving his people was good, but pulling them into the Demon King's plans would not be easy. His teeth clenched. Did you give this mission only for your own benefit, Demon King? He wondered with anger. Captain, one of his old companions asked while swinging a sword, why are you practicing elf swordsmanship? The captain answered with irritation. I don't know. That old man told me to. He lived 100 years longer than me. A younger soldier stared in shock. The youngest subordinate looked at Granada and asked a voice, Captain, the captain has lost his mind, how about we run for it, Vice Captain? Vice Captain nervously stared but didn't speak. Suddenly someone said lightly. Vice Captain was our captain originally, right? If you go, we'll follow you. Suddenly behind Granada all of his subordinate trying to run away. Granada's jaw tightened. Still thinking, he could feel the Berge's fear. This is troublesome, he thought. As a slave all my life, maybe following the Demon King is better. Granada used his fingers to use magic to stop the vice captain and other subordinate. They looked at fear. Suddenly, confused roots burst from the ground and wrapped around the runaway vice captain, holding him in place. Stop! The vice captain shouted sharply. You are embarrassing me in front of my men. Pain and anger filled his voice. Others shouted too, but Granada ignored them. He focused only on the screen. Hilan Cargill looked up with worry. What's happening? It's nothing, Granada replied calmly. Then what are you going to do, no? He asked. Hilan Cargill replied, who knows? What did he say again? I think he said he was going to look for treasure, Granada asked with confusion. Treasure? Deep in the Ormouth Rainforest Kingdom, the scene changed again. The dwarf princess Louise Worft pushed through thick jungle. Her armor brushed against vines as her companions followed. A dwarf ran up to her in a hurry. Ormouth officers sent an ultimatum. An anonymous source demands we leave immediately. She did not slow down. Her eyes burned with determination. I still haven't found him, she said firmly and kept walking into the dark forest. Cold sweat ran down her face. Her subordinate urged her again. Your Highness, we can only check areas allowed by the anonymous order. She clenched her teeth in anger. No. There are still places I haven't searched. Then her eyes locked onto Beast Mountain in the distance. She froze. No way. Even the Beast King's land was forbidden and very dangerous, Princess. A dwarf shouted desperately, but she stepped forward without stopping. It's fine. They can't touch me. Sweat soaked her armor, but excitement shone in her eyes. She laughed sharply. Dare to challenge me? We are the royal family. Our whole nation uses dwarven weapons. If they want war, we will give them war. Under her breath, she added, and I haven't forgotten the fallen princesses from 200 years ago. Her eyes became hard with resolve. The Demon King, once defeated in one battle, was rising again. I cannot rush blindly, she told herself. Beside her, the companion whispered nervously. But what if there were never any Lozier here? What if that man lied to us? Her glare became sharp. That's possible, she said coldly. But stay quiet, or I'll knock your head off first. She marched forward and looked toward the distant tower. Demon King, this is serious. Inside the tower, the wolf Demon King slowly lifted his head. A demon girl appeared and bowed. The dwarf princess is approaching Beast Mountain. His eyes widened. What? The wolf Demon King growled. Rage twisted his face. Why is that crazy princess here? Has she found out about the heart of the summoning beast and come to take it? No. Security should have been perfect. He clenched his fists. Pure mana energy sleeps beneath the magma in the volcano, a mysterious power I wouldn't trade for even 10,000 spirit blossoms. If I absorb that power, I'll hold the strongest force in my hands. The excavation is almost finished. Why now, of all times? Realization hit him like lightning. Stop her, he roared. Do not let that princess get close. Then he added sharply, but you must not kill her. Do not seriously injure anyone. The demon servant hesitated. That will be difficult, my lord. What do you mean? The wolf Demon King demanded. Back in the forest, the princess stopped suddenly. A tall, muscular figure blocked her path. His presence was heavy and threatening, his voice was calm but deadly. Are you insane? Do you want to die here? Why have you come? The princess narrowed her eyes. The pride of the dwarves will not be scared. This is Demon King territory, the man replied, gripping his sword tightly. Entry is forbidden. Did no one tell you? A dark chuckle came from him. There's always a risk of being killed by demons. He was Max, the second prince of Ormith, the princess answered without fear. They won't touch me. Move aside. I won't leave until I find Lozier. Max's face twisted in anger. Dwarves really lack brains. He remembered the full war 200 years ago near the kingdom of Jaspin, right next to the Demon King's castle. I made a lot of profit supplying war materials back then, he said bitterly. Jaspin grew stronger because of that so-called profit. But if you die here at the hands of demon soldiers, it won't be the same as before. Behind the princess, dark red energy burst out and swirled wildly. A whisper seemed to echo inside it, if you die today, take the Demon King's head with you. She ignored her subordinates' cries and stared only at Max. In our country, Max started. Enough, she cut him off with a sneer. The tension broke. Both got ready to fight. The forest shook as their power rose. Suddenly, more men stepped out from the shadows, shouting with excitement. Now it's our turn to take the rewards. Max tightened his grip on his weapon. Kill them all. His soldiers and hunting hounds surrounded the dwarf princess and her group, blocking every escape. For the prosperity of the kingdom of Ormus, Max said coldly, you will all die here. Rage poured from the princess as she raised her axe. You dare touch me here, you cowards. In the distance, the sound of demonic galloping echoed across the battlefield. Inside the tower, the wolf Demon King roared in shock. What? Stop this right now. His eyes widened as he understood. The Ormith Forces planned to kill the princess and blame him for it. A full-scale war, like 200 years ago, was starting. Outside, monstrous demonic creatures were sent out immediately. The princess must survive, he thought grimly. Blood and violent mana began to stain the forest. Max's comrades moved forward without mercy, cutting down dwarf soldiers with terrifying skill. The scene became brutal. Then, a golden shield suddenly flared around the princess. Release them all, she shouted. One wounded dwarf cried, Princess, their numbers are too many. We can't win head-on. Run. Clear a path. Her teeth clenched. Fury burned even stronger. So frustrating. I'll smash everything myself. Please calm down. All princess subordinate begged, she ignored it. Max raised his weapon. Mana blazed around him wildly. He sneered. You defend yourself like a turtle, hiding behind that weak shield. At that moment, purple energy exploded in front of him, bright and violent. Max froze, staggered back in shock. Has the Beast King subordinate arrived already? A dark purple aura grew stronger above them. A cold, steady voice spoke to Max, the Ormith's attack was never part of my plan. Humans are unpredictable and complicated. Max froze, eyes wide. You're not a beast. Demon. At the same moment, both the princess and Max trembled under the powerful presence. Berge Diaz appeared, a mocking smile on his lips. His voice cut through the battlefield like ice. Die here, Prince of Ormith. He activated his equipment, a magic tool mask for facial recognition. His expression stayed hard and determined. The Demon King was ready to act. The prince stared at Berge in shock, realizing he was a high-ranking demon. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to kill Princess Louise while he dealt with the demon himself. His soldiers quickly obeyed and rushed toward Princess Louise with the intent to kill her. Before they could reach her, terrified screams filled the air. The prince turned around in disbelief. Princess Louise was moving so fast she was almost invisible, cutting down his men one after another with perfect precision. Within moments, they were all dead. She stood among the fallen soldiers, her anger burning fiercely. A deadly glare flashed across her face as she shouted for everyone to close their eyes. As she screamed, a terrifying power exploded from her body. The air trembled under the weight of her aura. It felt heavy and suffocating, pressing down on everything around her. Max tried to stay calm, but fear slowly crept into his heart. He wondered why people were talking about dwarves when the real danger was the furious princess standing before them. Suddenly, a dark and suffocating aura burst from the Demon King. Black energy wrapped around Max, trapping him in place. He struggled but could not move. The pressure was too strong. In the next second, Princess Louise appeared in front of him. With one swift strike, she cut him in half. Without stopping, she continued moving forward. Her anger had not faded. It only burned stronger. The remaining soldiers trembled in fear and began to run in every direction. No one could stand against her overwhelming power. Princess Louise searched the battlefield for the dark demonic energy she had sensed earlier, but it had disappeared. Some of Max's remaining soldiers gathered their courage and accused her of attacking the prince. Even as they shouted, they could feel her terrifying energy filling the air. Her face grew even harder. Her power grew stronger. She said they had come to kill her first. She would send them to join their prince. Her voice rose with anger. The ground under her feet shook from her great strength. At that moment, the dwarf soldiers arrived. They quickly formed a wall around the princess. They wanted to protect her and stop anyone from getting close. They moved together perfectly and made a tight group. Some soldiers rushed forward from the wall. They attacked the enemy's back. The forest turned into chaos. Big explosions rang through the trees. The ground shook when strong attacks hit each other. Smoke and waves of force tore through the area and the battlefield. From far away, the Demon King watched the fight with calm eyes. He knew Louise would not die here. He decided to let things happen and start his main plan. He looked up at the tall building ahead, called the Tower of the Beast. The scene moved to the tower. A huge wave of power came from it. The power was thick and strong. It made the air shake. Inside, the Beast King stood in anger. He shouted at one of his subordinate. The subordinate quickly started to report about the Demon King's magic. But before she could finish, the Beast King cut her off. He said coldly that the magic did not come from his family. Another demon lord had sent demons into his land. From their strength, they must be top-level demons or even stronger. His face grew dark. His anger rose. In his mind, he thought carefully. While the dwarf princess and Prince Orms fought, other demon groups were attacking at the same time. The timing was too perfect. He decided to check it himself. The scene went back to the forest. The Beast King reached the battlefield. His presence felt heavy and strong. He asked right away what had happened to the dwarf princess and the invading demon. One soldier tried to answer and called him Demon King. But before he could finish, another soldier said they had just arrived. The princess had been surrounded by Orm's soldiers. The Beast King's anger grew. His power rose. A bad thought came to him. He feared that if the big attack from 200 years ago happened again, he still did not have the power to stop it. A beast soldier said nervously that the princess was already surrounded by Orm soldiers. He tried to save her. But before he could explain more, the scene changed to Princess Louise on the battlefield. She cut down every soldier in front of her with fast, strong attacks. No one could stand against her. Her own soldiers saw this and shouted for her to stop. They warned that more would turn into pure killing. But her anger did not slow down. The scene went back to the beast soldier. He lowered his head and finished his report. The princess had fixed the problem herself. They could not help her. He said sorry to the Beast King. The Beast King got angry and hit the soldier. He said the soldier was making things confusing. The soldier bowed right away and said sorry many times. He shook with fear. Soon more soldiers came with strong beasts. One said slowly that Prince Orms too had been killed by the dwarf princess. Another soldier asked what to do with the rest of the Orms warriors. He wanted the Beast King's order first. The Beast King stayed quiet. His face was dark as he thought. Killing the men would make it easy for others to blame him for the prince's death. It might give quick magic points, but taking and killing people had big risks. Even though Worms was a small country, a sad king made crazy by his son's death could cause big problems. After thinking about the risks, the Beast King gave a clear order. Send the living Worms warriors back alive. They must give true statements so no one could blame him wrongly. His voice was cold but tight with worry. Then he turned to his troops and asked if they had found the demon who came into his land. The soldiers paused. They did not know what to say under his strong presence. They said they were still looking. The Beast King grabbed his head in anger. He called them useless. Not only their heads, but even their noses were no good. His anger showed, but then his face turned to deep thought. He thought again. If it was a high-level demon good at hiding, it was no surprise his men could not find it. He narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since he faced something like this. He used a skill called Super Sense Boost. This strong skill put magic into the senses to make them much better. With it, one could find even tiny bits of hiding magic. The Beast King focused hard. He sent his magic out like an invisible net across the forest. Soon he felt it. There were signs of a strange demon. His face grew dark. He thought this intruder might have chased the dwarf princess. He turned to his soldiers and asked which way she ran. One soldier pointed fast and said she went that way. The Beast King disappeared in a flash. He ran forward at high speed. His angry voice roared through the forest as he cursed the Demon King. Everything became clear in his mind. His eyes grew wide. He understood the truth. The fight between the dwarf princess and Prince Orms, even the magic shown, was all a plan to pull him away from the volcano. Anger burned through him like fire. His power flared as he ran fast toward the mountain. The ground cracked under his feet. The wind howled around him. The scene moved deep into the Beast King's land. Inside a big cave near the volcano, many beast warriors stood guard. Bear demons carried things in and out quickly and carefully. It felt like a secret plan in action. The view went deeper into the cave, to the heart of it. The Demon King had already reached the hidden spot. He stood in front of a huge pool of strange lava and looked at it closely. The hot flow glowed in an odd way. It sent out strong power. He thought to himself that this was no normal lava. The energy of return was moving through it. No matter how strong Draxen was, he could not have jumped in. He wondered if the lava was being taken out through building work, but he did not care. As he spoke, dark power rose around his body. Strange skills showed as his power grew. Flame spun around him but did not burn him. He said calmly that the black flame dragon scales could move even in lava. Just then, someone felt him there. A sharp tiger demon saw him and attacked with full power right away. He put all his strength into his weapon and struck to kill. The Demon King raised one hand calmly and stopped the attack with ease. The weapon could not move even a little. He said without worry that it was normal for a high-level demon to find him from this far. The tiger demon grew angry, showed his teeth, and shouted for him to stop. Before he could do more, the Demon King said coldly, "Come with me." He pulled the tiger demon and jumped straight into the big pool of lava. As they fell into the burning hot liquid, the tiger demon's screams filled the cave. His body burned away completely with no trace left. The Demon King was not hurt at all. The black dragon scales on his body kept him safe from the lava's heat. The hot fire slid over him like nothing. He moved down fast through the burning depths without slowing. As he went deeper, he thought calmly about Draxen. After taking the heart of the beast in his last life, his healing power had become very strong. He had often wondered what kind of power he had really taken. A small smile came to his face as he remembered. Far down in the depths, a phoenix appeared. Its power felt huge even in the lava. The Demon King remembered that when he was a young Demon King, the phoenix was known across many worlds. Records said the phoenix could cross worlds. It could be a godlike being or a ruler in its own land as the top destroyer. Its power could be big or small. But one thing was always true. Every demon lord who fully took a phoenix became strong enough to have their name written in demon world history. Quiet joy came to his face. In his mind, he thanked Draxen. Draxen had taken the phoenix in his last life. Now he could stand here. The only power he had ever wanted would be his in this life, and he would use it well. The Demon King reached his hand forward. A very strong light burst from his palm. The light was so bright it could be seen from far away. It lit up the sky and the mountains around. From a distance, the Beast King saw the bright light. His face twisted with shock and anger. He asked who had found his phoenix. His thoughts raced. Could it be Berge? But he quickly said no. That one would never move without a clear gain. He kept running at high speed and thought more. No high-level demons were here except the ones above. No new demon lord should have found this secret. The guards had been careful. In one moment, he reached the cave entrance. The guard said something about a demon, but he pushed past them. He told everyone to stay back as he went inside. He quickly ruled out Yuger, who was not smart enough for such a plan. He also ruled out Rina of the Snow Demon tribe, because the phoenix had fire power that would poison her. That left only one person. He turned sharply to his soldiers and asked if they were safe. One said quickly that earlier the tiger had jumped into the lava. The Beast King said in shock that it was impossible. The shaking soldier said the tiger claimed he was going to steal it. Another voice shouted that it was dangerous. From deep in the cave, strong light kept pouring out. It grew brighter and stronger. The glow spread far past the cave and could be seen from a long way off. From far away, several people saw the amazing sight. Princess Louise Vert, Merchant Granada Hill, Cargill, and Princess Alina stood with their soldiers. They all watched the bright light in silence. Meanwhile, the Beast King's anger reached its top. He made a fist. His power exploded around him. He roared with killing intent. Deep in the burning lava, the phoenix showed itself. Deep in the forest, a strange sound echoed through the trees. Berge lay on the ground, unconscious. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Where am I?" Animals gathered around him, watching quietly. He slowly raised his hand and thought about the phoenix. I was going to put the phoenix's corpse into my subspace and take it to the tower. But then he remembered. The phoenix's mana was absorbed into my body before I could react. Then the volcano erupted. I was blown far away, he frowned. A demon king like me. Why? He looked around and saw the wild animals staring at him. Am I surrounded by wild animals? Get away from me. A strange feeling spread through his body. This doesn't feel like me. He walked to a nearby stream and looked at his reflection in the water. His eyes widened in shock. Who is this? The scene changed to the kingdom of Ormus, hidden deep within the forest. Inside the royal hall, dwarf Princess Louise and her subordinates knelt before the throne, Prince Jetson. The brave warriors of Ormus saved us from the subordinate of the Demon King of Beasts. But then, enough. Prince Jetson sat on his throne, his face dark and heavy. I raised my son to be a brave warrior. Princess Louise lowered her head and said softly, to fall on the battlefield while protecting the weak is the highest honor. Suddenly, Prince Jetson slammed his fist against the throne. That's all nonsense. His teeth clenched, tears filling his eyes. I lost my son. He turned to his subordinate and shouted, inform the Heroes Guild at once. Tell them to prepare a hero expedition to defeat the Demon King of Beasts. Yes, sir. The subordinate replied quickly. The scene shifted back to the forest. A sharp beeping sound rang out. It was Hill and Cargill. A blue video screen suddenly appeared in the air. Hill and Cargill showed up on the screen and began to speak. I wish to report. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Berge quickly looked around. Wild animals were still gathered near him. He tried to push them away so they wouldn't appear on the screen. It's me, Berge said calmly. Your master. My appearance changed because of something that happened. Don't worry about it. Give your report. Hill and Cargill was still surprised, but he bowed his head nervously. Why yes. Currently, a hero expedition is being organized at the request of the King of Ormus. Berge thought, as I expected. Hillen continued. The commander of this expedition is Rosal Charnt. She is a 10-star mage, a top-tier battle mage who specializes in fire magic. The vice commander is Balraf Disroad, a 10-star hero. He reached the highest level through pure martial strength. Out of the 500 members in the expedition, 200 are heroes. Their goal is to kill the Demon King of Beasts. They plan to gather in Ormus and launch a direct attack on the Tower of Beasts. Berge stood up and opened his storage space. He took out clean clothes and put them on. A blue status window appeared in front of him. 200 heroes. That's more than I thought, he said quietly. Hillen replied, the only 10-star members are Rosal Charnt and Balraf Disroad. Berge frowned. Only 2 10-star heroes out of 200 people? Hillen hesitated, then said, it seems there is a group that does not want the Demon King of Beasts to die. They are controlling things from behind the scenes. Berge was confused for a moment. Humans who don't want the Demon King dead? Then he understood, to humans, a Demon King's tower is like a gold mine filled with treasures. Even demon corpses can be used as materials for magic items, so they sell for high prices. The people who profit from the Tower of Beasts don't want their source of money destroyed. He let out a quiet breath. Even things that look simple on the surface are tied to many hidden interests, he murmured. Humans really are complicated. Berge Diaz looked at the blue screen where Hillen Cargill appeared. Then you will join the hero expedition, Berge said calmly. I will tell you the weakness of the Demon King of Beasts. Hillen looked confused. Berge continued, but the Demon King of Beasts must be defeated by you, and only you. After that, absorb his power. He paused before adding, a hero who has killed 2 Demon Kings. It will be much easier for you to gain the trust of humans. On the screen, Hillen hesitated. I'm grateful, but if I become stronger, are you sure you can still control me? Berge's expression turned cold and serious. Do you think absorbing 2 Demon Kings will be enough to fight me? Hillen quickly lowered his head. And no. Leave it to me. The call ended. Berge began walking forward. All right. I need to return, beep. Another blue screen appeared. Gordon? Speak, Berge said. On the other side, Gordon looked shocked. Gordon? Speak? Who are you? Berge sighed in annoyance. Not this again. I am your Demon King. Speak. Gordon was still confused. Master. Why do you look like that? I said, just speak. Ah, yes. Gordon quickly replied. An emergency summons has been issued from the Tower of Beasts. Berge's eyes widened in surprise. Draxon. Really? Correct. The message just came in, Gordon answered. The scene shifted to the Tower of Beasts. The Beast King, Draxon, stood in front of a large gate with his subordinate beside him. 2 portals slowly appeared in front of them. From the first portal, Yugur Belva, the Demon King of Indestructibility, stepped out. He looked at Draxon Doldov and asked, What is it, Draxon? From the second portal, Reyna Soldian, the Demon King of Winters, appeared. She frowned and said, It always smells terrible here. Draxon Doldov looked at them and said calmly, Go upstairs first and wait. I will come with the last guest. All right, Yugur replied. Yugur and Reyna walked forward with their subordinates and entered the tower. Draxon remained standing alone. He clenched his teeth in anger. A red aura burned in his eyes. Berge Diaz. Jason Kokmundo. You are late, he thought. Are you weighing your options? His eyes grew colder. Berge Diaz. If you are late, I will consider you a suspect. The scene changed to the forest. Berge Diaz quickly returned to his demon form. Dark wings spread from his back. I let my guard down for a moment. He pushed off the ground with strong pressure and shot into the air. There's no time. A blue screen appeared beside him. Gordon spoke from it. Since Master is already near Ormus, I am the only one who needs a portal to the Tower of Beasts. No, don't. Berge shouted while flying. Gordon looked shocked. What? Are you already on your way? Yes. I'm heading there right now. The call ended. Berge thought quickly. If I arrive without using a portal, Draxon will ask why I was nearby. That will increase suspicion. But arriving late will also make him suspicious. First, I must return to my own tower. Then I will take the portal with Gordon to the Tower of Beasts. He flew as fast as he could. At this speed, I won't make it. I'll be a few minutes late. Faster. I need to go faster. Suddenly, his heart burned with a powerful aura. Flames wrapped around it. His wings changed shape, turning into large wings made of fire. He stared at them in shock. Phoenix wings. Wait. I don't want to use my mana right now. Then he realized something. His heart was burning with Phoenix mana. He touched his chest. Impossible. Is it still alive inside me? That's why the animals gathered earlier. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His speed increased greatly. It was too fast. He tried to control it, but he couldn't. The air pressure distorted his face as he shot through the sky like a burning comet. In moments, he reached Berge's tower. But he couldn't stop. He crashed straight into the tower's barrier. The barrier protected the tower, and it did not break. Black smoke filled the air. Berge fell to the ground inside the tower. He held his head and said nervously, "I arrived on time. But I can't control it." He took a deep breath. "I must be careful until I fully tame the phoenix." He stood up. "Gordon, are you ready?" He paused and felt his chest again. It seems the phoenix used all its power. And fell asleep. Gordon's voice came through the screen. "Yes. Are you on the first floor right now?" "Yes," Berge replied. "Come down quickly. We are going to the Tower of Beasts immediately." The scene shifted to Ormus Place. Many heroes had gathered there, and they were all staring at Rosal Charnt. They whispered to each other, blushing with excitement. "Is that the Rosal Charnt who awakened all magic at the age of 5? The idol of the magic tower? Rosal Charnt? It's my first time seeing her in person. Should I ask for her autograph?" One hero said shyly, "It feels embarrassing to make such a fuss when we're fellow heroes." Another stepped forward and said proudly, "Rosal, it's an honor to fight by your side. I will record today as my greatest achievement." Someone else added, behind them. Another hero thought, "Ah, those people. I was just about to greet her." Meanwhile, Rosal was sitting on the ground. She waved her hand carelessly. Yeah. If you're done, get lost quickly, you losers." Rosal Charnt, commander of the Dawn's Flame Strike Squad. One of her subordinates quickly shouted, "Commander, please watch your language. Our squad's reputation gets worse every day." Rosal narrowed her eyes. "What did I do? As far as I can see, they're just losers. How am I supposed to clear the tower with trash like that?" Suddenly, the heroes turned their heads and began whispering again. "Is Hillen Cargill joining this time too? The 10-star hero who defeated the Demon King of Lust? I heard the Erzist expedition failed. But a 10-star hero is still a 10-star hero." Hillen Cargill walked up to Rosal and raised his hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Rosal Charnt. I came to help with this expedition." Rosal smirked. "Still thick-faced as always, I see. You're not wearing that dirty ring anymore. Did you leave it behind because there are no elves here?" Hillen laughed nervously. "Let's save that topic for later. Damn it. She knows exactly how I killed the Demon King of Lust." He thought. "If she starts talking, my reputation will be ruined. If not for the Demon King's orders, I would never have met her." Rosal stood up and said confidently, "In that case, I'll finish off the Demon King of Beasts. Don't bother me with your dirty hands." Hillen laughed. "Of course." But in his mind, he thought, "Funny. The Demon King of Beasts' head is mine." A portal appeared in the Beast Tower, and the Demon King Berge stepped out of it with his subordinate, Gordon Ramsay. At the same time, another portal opened nearby. Jason Cockmund also arrived with his own subordinate. Standing in front of them was Draxen Doldorf, the Demon King of Beasts. His face showed clear anger, and his eyes were full of fury. He spoke in a harsh voice, "Jason Cockmund, Berge. You made it in time. I will explain everything once we are inside." Berge calmly nodded his head, though inside he felt relieved that they were not late. Soon, all the Demon Kings gathered on the top floor of the Beast Tower. Yugur Belva looked curious and asked, "Draxen Doldorf, what happened that you called for an emergency meeting?" Berge stood beside him silently. Meanwhile, Jason Cockmund, the Demon King of Lies, smiled and said, "I heard that the hero's journey against the Demon King of Lust has started in Ormouth. Is this related to that?" Draxen Doldorf clenched his teeth angrily. "Since you already know some of it, I'll be honest," he said with anger. "One of the Demon Kings gathered here sent a high-ranking demon into my territory." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Draxen Doldorf continued, "That demon stole the corpse of the phoenix I was planning to absorb. And that bastard also caused the second prince of Ormouth to die. Which started the current hero's journey." Yugur Belva was surprised and thought to himself, Draxen Doldorf was hiding a phoenix. Reyna Soldian, the Demon King of Winter, also thought quietly, losing his summoning beast like that was foolish. Jason Cockmund thought to himself, deliberately starting a hero's journey is basically an attempt to kill another Demon King. Draxen Doldorf continued speaking angrily, "Maybe that demon even killed the dwarf princess. He might have been trying to start a full-scale war across the continent." His anger grew stronger as he clenched his teeth. "Someone is trying to kill me. But I'm not going to die alone." Then he shouted loudly, "To kill that traitor, I will purchase the key of the black box. Inside every tower, there is a black box. This box records all the actions of a Demon King. Originally, it was created to analyze past problems and improve future invasions. However, demon kings who follow the pride and standards of demon kings think such tools are unnecessary. Using the black box also consumes a huge amount of demonic energy points. If the tower is destroyed, the black box disappears with it as well. Because of this, most demon kings no longer pay attention to it. When Berge heard about the black box, he felt nervous. The black box. I never expected this, he thought. If Draxen Doldorf opens the black box in my tower, there will be no way for me to escape suspicion. At that moment, Draxen Doldorf spoke. To open a black box, I need permission from the demon king who owns that tower, he said. Everyone here will grant permission gladly, right? His eyes were filled with anger as he continued, well. Unless one of you is the culprit. In that case, you might hesitate. Hearing this, Berge felt nervous and afraid, that bastard Draxen. He thought. Suddenly, Reyna Soldian, the demon king of winter, calmly raised her hand. Reyna Soldian, grant permission. Behind her, Jason Cockmund raised his hand with a big smile. I, Jason Cockmund, grant permission. Yuger Belva also raised his hand and gave his permission. Berge looked at them for a moment. Then, with no other choice, he slowly raised his hand as well. I, Berge grant permission. After hearing that everyone had agreed, Draxen Doldorf said, good. Everyone has approved. Excellent. He clenched his teeth and added, I will contact each of you later with the results. For now, this meeting is over. The black box key is a single-use item. Buying it requires a huge amount of demonic energy points. Its price is 9,999,999 points. Right before a hero's journey begins, Draxen would not waste such a large amount of demonic energy points or risk his life without reason. But once the hero's journey ends, whether it succeeds or fails, and everything settles down, he will definitely buy the key. When that happens, he will open the black boxes of Berge and Jason Cockmund. After returning to Berge Tower with his subordinate, Berge thought quietly, before that happens, I must deal with Draxen Doldorf. Berge quickly said, I'll check the situation in the tower first, and then I'll head out. Behind him, Gordon Ramsay replied calmly, everything is prepared. Good. Then I'll start checking from the first floor, Berge said. Yes, Demon King, Gordon answered. First floor of Berge Tower. On the first floor, Lozier Friedrich was standing on top of a huge magic cannon. When he saw Berge he shouted excitedly, how is it, Demon King? A magic cannon born from the Forge of Hell. This is the Inferno Catapult Mark I. Lozier Friedrich laughed loudly. He was the boss of the first floor. His eyes were shining with excitement as he proudly shouted, behold this majestic and beautiful creation. I have never made such a masterpiece in my life. Thanks to the Forge of Hell, it can unleash 3 or more elemental attacks of hell. It's a mobile catapult tank that can freely move across the terrain, something that has never existed before. He continued explaining proudly, it fires condensed shells made of mana, each one with different attributes. It can even draw mana from the atmosphere when it runs low. It can perform focused fire, multi-target attacks, tracking, area defense, evasion, rapid fire, and even arcing shots. This is a one-of-a-kind, latest model decisive weapon unlike anything ever made. Berge watched him nervously and said quietly, I told him to build whatever he wanted. But is that guy really okay? Gordon Ramsay replied calmly. He's gone a little crazy, but the weapon's performance is reliable. If you are worried, you could take back the Forge of Hell. Berge shook his head. No, leave it. Let's see how far he goes. Behind them, Lozier Friedrich continued shouting happily, thank you, Demon King. I'll make them bigger and stronger. I'll build tons of them. Second floor of Berge Tower. On the second floor, Princess Keed Jaspin, the boss of that floor, shouted angrily, I told you. I would make you regret training me. She released a huge wave of light from her sword. But Berge calmly stood still. He raised one hand, caught the laser-like wave, and easily shattered it into pieces. You haven't changed, he said calmly. Princess Keed did not stop. She gathered aura around her sword and shouted, now the real fight begins. She used her technique, Jaspin Combat Sword Technique, Crescent Moon/Variant, Crescent Moon Shatter. She jumped forward and focused all her aura into one powerful attack aimed at Berge Berge laughed with a wild smile. You've improved a little, he said. But you still need more training. He then summoned a dark magic orb filled with dark energy. When Keed saw it, she froze. Her eyes widened in shock, and sweat appeared on her face. This can't be. You countered my technique so easily. A huge explosion echoed through Berge Tower, shaking the entire building. When the noise faded, Princess Keed was lying on the floor, completely defeated. Berge Diaz looked at her and calmly asked, "Why is Princess Keed on the second floor?" Gordon Ramsay replied, "On the fourth floor, Princess Ernan is preparing a summoning. So we temporarily moved Princess Keed here." Berge Diaz looked surprised. "A summoning? Fourth floor of Berge Tower." On the fourth floor of Berge Tower, Ernan Hilderin, the boss of that floor, was using Senial power to perform a summoning. She closed her eyes and raised both of her hands. Many magic circles appeared around her as she quietly chanted the spell. Sweat ran down her face as she continued, "Great Spirit of Water. Guardian of Water." She cut her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the summoning circle, bound by blood and blood. "Soul and soul. I form a contract." Her blood touched the magic circle, and the light of the spell grew stronger. Then she opened her eyes and said with the last of her strength, "In the name of Ernan Hilderin, I ask you. Please answer my call." Inside the large magic circle, water slowly began to rise. From that water, a spirit appeared. She opened her eyes and looked surprised. "Oh. Someone talented enough to summon me inside a Demon King's tower," she said. "Interesting." She raised her hand and spoke again, "By the primordial covenant, I, Nerunial, a high-ranking water spirit, acknowledge the human who summoned me." She reached out and touched Ernan's hand. "I accept Ernan Hilderin as my sole companion." A bright light filled the entire room. When the light faded, Ernan's body floated gently in the water, unconscious from exhaustion. After a few minutes, her body slowly began to fall, just before she hit the ground. Berge Diaz caught her in his arms. Ernan slowly opened her eyes, weak from using so much energy. "Demon King?" she asked softly. Berge Diaz smirked. "I almost missed a rare sight." "Good work." Ernan gave a small laugh. "It's nothing. It's thanks to the Senial power you saved for me, Demon King." Suddenly her expression changed. With a sweet smile and a red face, she said, "I love you, Demon King." Then she suddenly realized what she had said. Her eyes widened in panic, and she began blushing heavily. "And no. That wasn't me." Berge Diaz looked at her with an angry expression. Ernan quickly tried to explain. "Please believe me. That voice sounded like mine, but I really didn't say that." Berge Diaz looked behind her and said calmly, "You summoned an annoying spirit." Ernan turned around and looked behind her. She was shocked. The spirit Nerunial was standing there, laughing. "Oh my, what should I do? I accidentally said it out loud," she said playfully. "But I really do love the Demon King." She smiled mischievously. "That's no fun. You already figured it out?" she continued happily. "I am Nerunial, a high-ranking water spirit. My hobby is reading romance novels. My favorite genre is forbidden love." Berge Diaz thought to himself, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Ernan was also shocked and confused. "What are you even talking about?" she shouted. Princess Ernan blushed and nervously tried to cover her face with her hand. Flustered, she said, "What? Dating? What are you talking about?" The water spirit Nerunial smirked and replied teasingly, "The pure love story of the Demon King and the princess is already famous in the spirit realm, you know." Then she added with a playful grin, "I couldn't miss out on such a juicy situation. So, when are you two making it official? Or is it still just a fling?" Princess Ernan grew even more embarrassed and replied nervously, "Please. Just go back." Nerunial looked surprised. "What? But I was just summoned for the first time in ages." Suddenly, Demon King Berge Diaz standing behind the princess. He slightly and said, "Wait." Then he looked at the High Spirit and asked, "High Spirit Nerunial, how do I look to you right now?" Nerunial cheerfully replied, "What? Well. You look like a handsome Demon King who's destined to end up with the princess." Berge Diaz shook his head slightly. "I'll ask again." He then used his phoenix power, concealing his demonic aura with a layer of pure energy. After doing so, he asked once more, "Now. How do I look to your eyes?" Nerunial's expression suddenly changed in shock. "Just a moment ago you were a lump of demonic energy. But now? What is this pure mana? You're not a Demon King. But a spirit." Behind her, Princess Ernan was also surprised to see Berge Diaz in this form. Berge Diaz looked at his own hand and murmured, to think it could even fool the eyes of a high spirit. He then smirked slightly. That means the other demon kings and even the heroes won't be able to notice either. His eyes sharpened as he continued, at this rate. The Demon King of Beasts. I might be able to take him out myself. Hearing that, Princess Ernan looked confused and asked hesitantly, the Demon King is going to take out another Demon King. The scene shifted to Demon King Berge Diaz, flying rapidly toward Ormus with his demonic wings spread wide. On a blue communication screen, Gordon Ramsay appeared on a call. He shouted furiously while grabbing his hair. Demon King. Are you serious? What kind of Demon King goes out to kill another Demon King? Berge Diaz calmly replied, I thought I explained everything earlier. The scene then shifted to a few hours earlier in the tower. Gordon Ramsay had asked, where are you going? The Demon King casually replied, to kill Draxon. At the time, Gordon Ramsay didn't fully understand and simply said, yes. Have a safe trip. Then he suddenly paused and exclaimed, wait, what? The scene returned to the present. Gordon Ramsay shouted again, what kind of explanation is that? I don't understand it at all. Berge Diaz replied calmly, I thought you said you would stop questioning my decisions. Gordon Ramsay quickly answered, this is a completely different matter. Setting aside the fact that it goes against the usual rules, if the other Demon Kings find out what you're planning. Still flying through the sky, Berge Diaz replied seriously, exactly. If I don't eliminate Draxon before he opens the black box, then I'll be the one who's finished. Gordon Ramsay looked shocked and replied nervously, I understand your reasoning, but even so, isn't it too dangerous? You still haven't overcome Arian's dimensional energy. Dimensional energy works on a simple principle, every dimension is naturally hostile to other dimensions. A dimension fiercely rejects foreign intruders and crushes them with its dimensional energy. Demons, whose powers are suppressed by this dimensional energy, become significantly weaker than they are in the demon realm. It is the natural order of the world for the chosen heroes to eliminate these weakened intruders. This is simply how the world maintains balance. To overcome this dimensional resistance and launch an invasion, the Demon King's Tower was created. The tower serves as a medium that connects the demon realm, the Demon King, and the demons through demonic energy. By strengthening the tower with demonic energy points, one can draw more demonic energy from the demon realm. In this way, a Demon King slowly regains their original power. In other words, the height of the tower is synonymous with the Demon King's strength. Gordon Ramsay continued explaining, the farther you are from the tower, the less demonic energy you receive. Naturally, you will also become weaker. Furthermore, the Tower of Beasts has a massive 13 floors, while your tower only has 5. He then spoke nervously, I don't want to say this, but no matter how strong you are, inside the Tower of Beasts, victory cannot be guaranteed. Demon King Berge Diaz calmly replied, I know that too. I absorbed the Phoenix's heart, but I haven't fully adapted to it yet. Right now, fighting any Demon King would still be a difficult battle. Then he smirked slightly and added, that is, if I were to fight alone. Gordon Ramsay paused for a moment before speaking in shock. Don't tell me. My lord. Berge Diaz spread his wings and continued flying through the sky, his Phoenix power surrounding him as he smirked. That's right. Under the name Pale, I will personally participate in this hero expedition. After hearing that, Gordon Ramsay fell completely silent. Soon after, Demon King Berge Diaz arrived at his destination, the land of Ormus. In the land of Ormus, blades sliced through demons as the battlefield raged on. Heroes and demon beasts stood facing each other amid the chaos. One of the heroes shouted in panic, to think they chased us all the way here. Still, only the weaker demons are left. Another hero, holding a blade covered in blood, shouted, everyone, provide cover while we retreat. The demons are falling back. Help the wounded. The scene then shifted to a nearby area where many injured heroes were lying on the ground. Helen Cargill was giving a severely wounded hero a potion while the man screamed in pain. Suddenly, Berge Diaz appeared behind him and calmly asked, what happened here? Why is everyone so exhausted? Helen Cargill turned around in shock when he saw him. Ah. You. Berge Diaz immediately said, stand back. Helen Cargill stepped aside and replied nervously, Lord Pale. Well. After enough heroes had gathered, we immediately launched an assault on the Tower of Beasts. Just as you advised, we targeted the Beast Demon King's weakness. His tail. Thanks to that, we managed to weaken him, but Helen Cargill suddenly remembered the moment and shouted, Lady Rosal. Now. The memory continued. During the battle against the demon beasts, Rosal Charnt had just finished killing many of them and dropped to one knee from exhaustion. However, her eyes had been severely injured, blood flowing down her face. She gritted her teeth, barely holding herself together. Hillenkargel watched in shock, his eyes wide. At that moment, the king of demon beasts, Draxen Doldov, released his full power and roared, unleashing a terrifying aura. As a result, Hillenkargel continued sadly, Lady Rosal suffered severe injuries. So we had no choice but to retreat. He himself had carried Rosal away from the battlefield while the demon beasts continued chasing them. In the end, the hero expedition was a failure. After hearing that, Berge Diaz remained silent for a moment. Then he gave a faint smile and thought to himself, I see. Now I completely understand. In other words, I'm completely screwed. Sweat covered his face as his expression turned pale. But Hillenkargel continued speaking. Even though we lost, we managed to deal significant damage. He'll have to spend time healing his fatal wounds, and we also killed many of his demons. Hearing that, Berge Diaz reacted immediately. If that's the case, there's still time. He thought nervously. We just need to resume the expedition before Draxen repairs the tower. Then he quickly asked, wait. Rosal Charnt was attacked? What was Balraf Disro doing? Wasn't his job to protect the mage? Hillenkargel gritted his teeth and replied. That guy. Disrode. Before he could finish, Rosal Charnt herself appeared in front of them and said coldly, he ran away right before the attack on the Tower of Beasts. Berge Diaz looked confused when he heard that. Rosal Charnt clenched her teeth angrily and said, Balraf Disrode sponsors are the ones who profit from the tower's continued existence. They're all money-crazed bastards. Berge Diaz looked at her and said, you must be Rosal Charnt. Rosal turned around and replied, I see you came to join the expedition late. But as you can see, we're a complete mess right now. Berge Diaz then asked calmly, are you willing to try again? Rosal was shocked at first. What? Then she angrily pointed at her injured eyes and shouted. Of course I will kill the beast Demon King. After he did this to my eyes. There's no way I can back down now. Hillenkargel looked at her nervously and said, but we have too many wounded. We ran out of potions just now. This isn't a situation where we can start another attack immediately. Berge Diaz grinned slightly. That, he said calmly, is actually a surprisingly simple problem. Hillenkargel looked at him in confusion. Berge Diaz smiled and said, I have plenty of potions. I prepared them in advance for the hero expedition. Berge Diaz said calmly, these potions cannot regenerate lost body parts, but they will allow you to fight again. Rosal Charnt looked at him carefully and asked, who are you? Why are you going this far to help us? And what is that faint heat I've been feeling since earlier? I've never felt such pure heat before. How did you cultivate such energy? Berge Diaz placed a hand on his chest and began to say, this is, but before he finished speaking, he paused and looked around at the surrounding heroes. Many of them were sitting on the ground, wounded and exhausted. Their expressions were full of despair after their defeat. It was clear that they had completely lost their morale. Looking at them, Berge Diaz thought to himself, morale that has already been broken cannot be restored with potions alone. Since I have to lead them to kill Draxen anyway, it wouldn't hurt to show them once. At that moment, Berge Diaz released his pure phoenix energy, letting it spread around him like warm flames. Please, he said calmly, just follow me quietly. All the heroes immediately turned their attention toward him as the pure phoenix energy filled the area. Their eyes widened in amazement. Even Rosal Charnt was shocked, and behind her, Hillenkargel stared in surprise. Rosal felt the energy and thought in disbelief, this is. Before she could say anything, Berge Diaz calmly spoke. Who am I, you ask? He unfolded his magnificent phoenix wings, rising slightly into the air. I am the one who possesses the phoenix. Pale. Then he looked down at the heroes and continued, and I have come here to kill the Demon King of Beasts. Rosal Charnt froze in shock. Did he say Phoenix? She thought, that legendary beast. Could this be the source of that overwhelming energy that covered the sky earlier? With mana alone, he rivals a 10-star hero. Where did someone like this even come from? As the heroes looked at Berge Diaz in his phoenix form, their morale began to rise again. The spirit of the expedition was reignited. Even Hillenkargel watched calmly, feeling renewed hope. Rosal Charnt clenched her fist and thought, the beast Demon King. We might actually be able to catch him. Draxen, the Beast King, stands inside the Tower of Beasts. Just by looking at him, it's clear he is extremely furious. To reclaim the tower, I used far more demonic energy than expected. His subordinates gather in front of him, guarding the entrance as he continues speaking while holding a black box key. Because of that, I could only purchase one black box key, for now. I'll open the other one later. He tightens his grip on the key. For now. It's your turn, you bastard. At that moment, he uses the key to open the black box. As it opens, a notification appears, opening the black box of a Demon King who granted permission. A blinding light bursts out. The Beast King stares into it and says, "Now show me everything. All the secrets you've been hiding." As the truth unfolds before him, his expression changes completely. Shocked, he mutters, "No wait. This is the truth." He realizes the black box cannot be manipulated. If this is real, then everything makes sense. So, he was hiding something like that. I must inform the other Demon Kings immediately. Visibly disturbed, he grows tense. Just then, one of his subordinates rushes in. Annoyed, the Beast King snaps, "What is it?" The servant hurriedly replies, "My lord, the heroes have invaded." What? The servant continues, "The new 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, is leading the vanguard. Ralph Schmitz, the guild master, stands at the front, leading the charge." 1 hour earlier, in Ormus, the Demon King Berge revealed his phoenix power in front of the heroes. At that moment, the humans still hadn't fully grasped the true presence of the Demon King. However, after witnessing the phoenix, their spirits reignited, filled with confidence. They shout, "Yes! Let's try again. The legendary phoenix is on our side. The beast Demon King is nothing." They raise their swords high. "Everyone, draw your swords. Let's slaughter all the demons. The phoenix is with us, the Beast King's treasure is ours." Their morale is completely restored. Watching this, Berge thinks, their morale has recovered. But I'm not sure if I can use the phoenix's mana freely in battle. He remains cautious. Stepping forward, he says, "Since the 10-star heroes alone aren't enough, I'd like to reinforce our forces." Hill Cargill remains silent, but Rosal steps forward with a slight smirk. "That's fortunate. A kind-hearted hero has just asked to join the battle." Hearing this, Berge feels confused. Then, a figure appears. Berge's eyes widen. It is the 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, the strongest among the shield masters. Ralph advances steadily with unwavering resolve. Standing at the front, he holds back waves of beasts on his own. His presence stabilizes the battlefield, his shield blocking every attack. Then suddenly, he merges his shields. In that instant, his shield transforms into a completely different form. A bright light shines from it as it opens like a mouth, releasing a terrifying burst of energy. The blast sends all the monsters flying backward, clearing the path instantly. Thanks to him, the hero forces reached the first floor of the tower. Watching closely, Berge thinks, Ralph Schmitz, the second strongest tank among the 10 stars. His shield reflects any impact. He's extremely troublesome. Memories from his past life resurface. He was one of the heroes who defeated me and mocked me. I want to tear him apart. But Draxon takes priority. Meanwhile, Rosal becomes furious. "Ralph Schmitz also arrived late, just like you. If I had waited a little longer, with both of you here, we could have won without casualties." Berge calmly responds, "Confidence in your abilities is fine. But never underestimate a Demon King." He continues, "A Demon King always has a trump card. Revealed at the brink of death." Thinking further, he realizes, if Draxon has already reclaimed the tower and used the key, there won't be enough demonic energy left to stop the heroes. I might finally see it. His trump card. Later, the scene shifts to the top floor, the 13th floor of the Tower of Beasts. The Beast King sits calmly on his throne, waiting. The heroes and soldiers enter, confused. The demons are gone. This is definitely the top floor. So why is it only him? The Beast King glares down at them, holding a red flame in his hand. "You insect-like heroes. I didn't expect you to return so soon. I've been preparing something just for this." Rosal senses something unusual. There's an enormous concentration of magic. Is that why there are no other demons? The Beast King smirks, then swallows the red flame. "That's right. To wipe you all out at once, I gathered all my subordinates' power into one place." His power rises dramatically. Berge analyzes. instead of placing monsters on each floor. He absorbed an entire floor's power. The Beast King declares, "I will kill you without leaving a trace." His aura becomes overwhelming. Even the strongest, Berge Diaz, Ralph, Hillen, and Rosal, are shocked. Then, he's coming. Berge Diaz warns. The Beast King roars. A massive wave of energy explodes outward, pushing the heroes back. Some are forced beyond Ralph's defensive barrier. The pressure becomes unbearable. Some heroes rush forward. The Beast King is trying to increase his power. Now is the time to attack. Stop. It's dangerous. Another shouts. But it's too late. The overwhelming aura blasts them away. Ordinary heroes cannot withstand it, even Ralph's shield begins to crack. But he regains focus, reinforces his power, and restores the shield. Then he releases a powerful wave of energy toward the Beast King. The Beast King steps forward. Now in his true form, his presence is on an entirely different level. His eyes glow with rage as energy swirls around him. With a single wave of his hand, he deflects the incoming attack effortlessly. Hillen is shocked, "My magic." Rosal stares in disbelief, he deflected that so easily. Someone whispers in fear, "So that's the Beast Demon King." The aura feels like poison, choking everyone. What is this terrifying magic? I can't breathe. Some heroes collapse, clutching their throats. Suddenly, Phoenix wings appear. Berge Diaz activates his Phoenix power, spreading radiant wings. A powerful defensive magic fills the area, removing the crushing pressure instantly. The heroes recover, breathing again. We'll never forget this kindness. But Berge Diaz remains focused. "I can't let Draxen gather more demonic energy." He commands firmly, "Stay inside the barrier. Anyone who can still fight, prepare yourselves." The battlefield falls silent. The final battle is about to begin. The Beast King observes them. "There are 4 of you. And one of you has particularly annoying mana." His gaze sharpens. "You. Who are you?" Berge Diaz meets his eyes, and a dark, ominous smile slowly spreads across his face. The battle reached its boiling point as Draxen finally recognized Berge Diaz. Rage exploded within him, and he roared furiously about the theft of the Phoenix. Enraged that Berge Diaz had dared to step foot inside his tower, his fury shook the surroundings. Despite this, Berge Diaz remained completely unfazed. With calm authority, he silenced Draxen by creating a domain and activating sound removal magic. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he declared control over every sound within that domain. The battlefield shifted instantly. Rosal understood the brilliance of the move. While Draxen's roar was nullified, the silence also prevented enemies from hearing spell chants, giving them a subtle advantage. Without wasting time, Rosal unleashed high-rank binding magic, Sage's chains, attempting to restrain Draxen. "You pathetic insect. You think a cheap trick like this can work on me?" Draxen roared in fury. With overwhelming power, he shattered the chains effortlessly and immediately launched an attack with his paw toward Berge Diaz, demonstrating the massive gap in strength. Berge Diaz calmly dodged the attack as Draxen continued shouting in rage. Declaring the battle a one-sided hunt, Draxen promised to tear them apart piece by piece. Berge Diaz mocked him coolly, saying he couldn't hear him over all the barking. The silence status remained permanently active, with Draxen as its sole target. The Beast Demon King gritted his teeth in anger, his frustration growing. Rosal urged the team to focus on Pale. Pale immediately launched a direct assault, colliding with Draxen and causing a massive explosion. The battlefield descended into chaos as rocks and debris flew through the air. Their movements became too fast to track. Rosal admitted she could no longer follow Berge Diaz or properly lock onto Draxen, though she continued attempting to use her summoning chains. Hillen Cargill reassured her, saying that tracking didn't matter as long as they followed Lord Pale's orders. Draxen mocked them, calling their actions madness, yet acknowledged that they had chosen to stand against him. As the tension escalated, he began unleashing waves of energy from his paws one after another. Berge Diaz dodged every attack with precision, using his phoenix wings to maneuver through the battlefield. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, he changed direction instantly. Draxen reacted just as quickly, vowing that none of them would leave alive. Berge Diaz turned and met his gaze without fear. A brief flashback revealed Diaz's strategy. The most important factor in killing the Demon King of Beasts is speed. As you've experienced, he possesses incredible reflexes despite his size. That's why we must bind his feet and exploit his weakness. Rosal, Ralph Schmitz, and Hillen Cargill listened in surprise. Hillen hesitated before asking, "But can I even keep up with him, even with my lightning dash?" Diaz smiled calmly. That won't be a problem. I'll give you the signal at the right moment. Hillen frowned in confusion. A signal. The scene returned to the present. Still consumed by rage, Draxen continued his relentless assault, swinging his paws and releasing waves of dark demonic energy toward Berge Diaz. Diaz advanced swiftly, weaving through the attacks with unmatched speed. Suddenly, he came to a complete stop mid-air and reached into his storage. With a composed expression, he revealed Ahriman's orb. Draxen scoffed in confusion. Ahriman's orb? Do you really think something like that would work on me? Diaz remained calm. It's not meant to affect you directly. It reveals the master's location, to a vessel. Draxen frowned in confusion. And what does revealing your location change? There are no vessels here to help you. At that very moment, Hillen Cargill appeared at the top of a cliff, gripping his blade. In an instant, he activated his lightning dash, vanishing from sight and reappearing mid-strike. The sudden burst of speed shocked Draxen. As Hillen descended with full force, Draxen roared in anger, "It feels like my head is going to explode. Don't ever use that orb again." Despite the immense pressure weighing down on him, Hillen pushed through and delivered his attack. Draxen staggered slightly, visibly shaken. You turned a hero into a vessel? Diaz smirked faintly. You should try it sometime. It's quite a useful method. If one manages to survive. Hillen immediately followed up with another full-force strike, shaking the battlefield and leaving a visible wound on Draxen. Even so, Draxen barely staggered. He sneered in anger. You're acting cocky over just this much? How pathetic. Then Rosal made her move. As planned, she unleashed her top-tier spell, Satellite Cannon, pouring all her mana into a single devastating attack. Draxen's eyes widened in shock as he sensed the overwhelming power gathering. A brief flashback surfaced in Rosal's mind, Diaz's calm voice guiding her. When Hillen creates even a split-second opening based on my signal, it will be your turn, Rosal Charnt. Pour everything you've got into it. The grudge of your lost eye. Turn it into power. Back in the present, Rosal's expression hardened with fury. You dare do this to my eye? With a shout filled with rage, she released all her mana at once. I'll wipe you out in one blow. The blazing beam of Satellite Cannon surged forward, striking Draxen directly. The pressure of the attack was so immense that even Hillen and Diaz felt its force, while Rosal and Ralph could only watch in tense silence. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, shaking both the sky and the earth. For a brief moment, everything fell silent. Then, from within the smoke, Draxen emerged, still standing. His body was covered in blood and scorched by flames, yet he remained alive. You bastards! He growled. Diaz narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, even after taking that attack, he's still standing. As expected, he won't go down easily. Draxen laughed madly, mocking their efforts. His fury reached its peak as a terrifying red aura erupted around him, forcing the heroes backward. Waves of dark demonic energy surged outward, striking Ralph and tearing into his chest. The force also hit Rosal, leaving her shaken, while Hillen was pushed back and wounded. With pride and rage, Draxen declared, I am Draxen Dulif, the Demon King of Beasts, the right hand of Archduke Alkynes. Consumed entirely by rage, he charged forward again, his movements now wild and unpredictable. How dare you push me to this state? I won't let any of you leave here alive. Berge Diaz observed him calmly, recognizing that the once calculating opponent had now become nothing more than a mindless beast. A faint smirk formed on Diaz's face as he gathered Phoenix energy into his hand. Draxen roared, charging forward. Right now, I'll make you shut that mouth of yours. Diaz replied calmly, I haven't shown you yet, have I? The power of the Phoenix you cherished so much. Before Draxen could react, Diaz unleashed the Phoenix's power. The attack struck Draxen directly, forcing a cry of pain from him. Not yet. I won't die from this. Diaz moved instantly, striking again with precise timing and interrupting any chance of recovery. Draxen was knocked back toward Ralph, who braced himself and unleashed a powerful wave of mana through his shield, slamming it into Draxen's back. Draxen screamed as the attack connected. Meanwhile, Rosal, though wounded and lying on the ground, identified his true weakness, his tails. Without hesitation, she gathered what remained of her strength and launched a precise attack, severing one of Draxen's tails. He screamed in agony as his body reacted violently. Seizing the opportunity, Rosal cast Sage's chains once more. This time, the glowing chains held firm, suppressing Draxen's mana and binding him completely. Hillenkargel stepped forward and activated his healing ability, restoring his allies while reinforcing his own body for the final strike. With Draxen restrained and weakened, the team moved as one. In a single, clean motion, the final blow was delivered, severing Draxen's head. Silence returned to the battlefield. The oppressive aura vanished, the ground stopped trembling, and the air slowly calmed. Berge stood over the fallen Demon King, a faint smirk still resting on his face. After confirming the victory, he calmly declared that he would make good use of the Phoenix. With that, he bid farewell to Draxen. As Hillen moved in a single decisive motion, he sliced off Draxen's head. The severed head flew through the air and landed heavily on the ground, sinking into the dirt as the Demon King's body collapsed lifelessly. For a brief moment, silence fell over the battlefield. Then, the remaining heroes erupted into loud cheers. Overwhelmed with relief and victory, they celebrated the end of the long battle, shouting that they had finally won. Voices rose louder and louder as they declared that Hillenkargel had defeated the Demon King Draxen. The crowd began chanting his name, calling him Lord Hillen. Standing at the center of it all, Hillen proudly raised his sword high into the air. A confident smile spread across his face as he basked in the waves of praise. Inside his mind, however, his thoughts twisted with dark ambition. He craved even more recognition, more admiration, and more worship. He wanted the cheers to grow louder and continue endlessly. In his mind, he declared himself the strongest hero in history, already envisioning a future where he alone stood above all others. Just as the moment reached its peak, the ground began to tremble violently. Cracks spread rapidly across the structure, and the tower started collapsing. Panic instantly replaced celebration as everyone realized the danger. Shouts filled the air, warning that the tower was coming down. Orders were yelled rapidly, heroes were told to grab as many treasures as possible. To prioritize giving recovery potions to the 10-star heroes, and to escape immediately. Amid the chaos, Berge stood still for a moment, staring at Draxen's lifeless body. His thoughts lingered on the fallen Demon King. Reflecting on the path Draxen had taken, he wondered whether someone like him would ever be given a second chance. In the end, he concluded that even if such a chance existed, it would have been meaningless. Draxen had clung to the standards of a Demon King until his very last breath. With urgent haste, everyone finally managed to escape the collapsing tower. Carrying as many treasures as they could, they fled just as the beast tower crumbled completely, turning into a pile of ruins. Outside, Rosal confronted Hillen. She observed him carefully and concluded that he had planned everything from the very beginning, intending to be the one who took the Demon King's head. Hillen dismissed the accusation calmly, claiming it was merely a misunderstanding given the chaotic situation. Rosal responded with indifference, making it clear that she did not fully believe him. In her thoughts, she recalled how suspicious she had been when Hillen suddenly decided to join the battle. She reflected on the Demon King's power, acknowledging that although it had not lived up to expectations, they had still fought at the risk of their lives. In the end, she had survived, partly thanks to Hillen, and she could not deny that. Still, she brought up another matter. She informed him that she had taken the Demon King's corpse and asked if he had any objections. Hillen stated calmly that he had none. At that moment, loud voices called out to Rosal, urging her to come quickly. Among the wreckage of the Beast Tower, something unexpected had been discovered. The kidnapped prince and princesses had been found. Rosal Charnt rushed over and saw with her own eyes that it was truly the Akan Kingdom's third princess. Lavinia Akan, Levinia Akan lay unconscious at first but slowly began to regain consciousness. Shocked and alarmed, Rosal Charnt questioned why she was there. Lavinia responded in her usual fragmented manner, mentioning materials. Rosal Charnt quickly connected the dots and realized that Lavinia had come to gather materials for creating a chimera. She reacted with disbelief, questioning the princess's sanity. Lavinia simply added that it involved monsters. Rosal Charnt grew even more alarmed, realizing that Lavinia had entered the dangerous tower alone just to obtain monster flesh. The situation was clearly reckless and life-threatening. Observing this strange exchange, others nearby were confused about how Rosal Charnt could understand Lavinia's unusual way of speaking. Concerned, Rosal Charnt asked if the Demon King had harmed Lavinia in any way. Lavinia replied with fragmented words about money and monsters. Rosal Charnt interpreted this as Lavinia having traded monsters in exchange for money, which Lavinia confirmed. Hearing this, Berge quietly pieced everything together. He realized that Draxen's wealth had come from dealings with the princess. The connection between money and monsters now made perfect sense. Rosal Charnt decided to end the conversation and instructed Lavinia to return with her. She supported the weakened princess and began leading her away, calling her reckless but ensuring her safety. Watching this, Berge Diaz reflected on Lavinia's actions. Entering the tower alone and making deals with a demon king for the sake of chimera research was beyond normal reasoning. He recalled thinking the same in his previous life and reaffirmed that she truly was a dangerously unpredictable princess. The scene then shifted smoothly to the Hero Guild, where a meeting of elder heroes was underway. They discussed the aftermath of the battle. Noting that the Beast Tower had been an important hunting ground, they expressed frustration over the effort they had put into coordinating with sponsors to keep the 10-star heroes in check, only for an unexpected figure to lead the expedition to victory. This mysterious individual was known as the owner of the Phoenix. The elders questioned the identity of this person, as there had been no such hero officially affiliated with the guild. They acknowledged that since the Demon King had descended upon Regressed, this was the first time such a threat had been stopped so decisively. Recognizing the shifting balance of power, they decided it was time to tighten their control over the heroes once again. Their first step would be to investigate the identity of the Phoenix's owner. From there, the scene transitioned to the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall. The atmosphere was filled with chatter, though it carried an undertone of exhaustion and grief. The king, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed his deep gratitude to the heroes for killing the Demon King and rescuing the princes and princesses. Despite the limited preparations, he urged everyone to enjoy the banquet. Knights gently advised the king to rest. But he continued to sob, unable to contain his emotions. Among the attendees, Rosal Charnt stood out in a stunning dress. She sipped a cocktail and observed the somber atmosphere, noting that although the banquet felt gloomy, the drink itself tasted good. Hillen approached her and complimented her appearance, remarking that the dress suited her well and acknowledging that the princess had safely returned to the Akan kingdom. Rosal responded with suspicion, questioning whether he was trying to leave a good impression. Hillen laughed it off, saying such an attempt would be meaningless in her presence. Rosal shifted the conversation, asking about Pale. She wanted to speak with him, especially regarding the Phoenix. Others nearby echoed her curiosity, expressing their desire to meet Pale and thank him for saving them. Ralph then spoke up, praising the owner of the Phoenix. His voice shocked everyone present, as they had not expected him to speak at all. The crowd reacted with disbelief. Hillen then revealed that Pale had already left, causing further surprise among the attendees. The narrative then moved to the Regressed mountain range, specifically Berge Tower. Gordon expressed disbelief as he thanked Berge Diaz, questioning whether he had truly killed the Demon King of Beasts and returned. Berge Diaz confirmed it without hesitation. Gordon was stunned, realizing that Berge Diaz had actually accomplished such an impossible feat. He began to worry about the consequences and how Berge Diaz planned to handle the aftermath. Berge Diaz dismissed his reaction, telling him to stop staring. Taking his seat on the throne, Berge Diaz explained that with Draxen dead, other demon kings would soon make contact. If he were absent during that time, suspicion would fall on him. Gordon understood and acknowledged the reasoning behind his immediate return. Berge Diaz then reflected on the battle. He admitted that he was still weak. Even though Draxen had used his final attack, the damage had not been as severe as expected, partly because Draxen had already been weakened. Berge Diaz realized that it was not enough to rely on his original strength alone. He needed to further strengthen the power of the Phoenix as well. At that moment, he received a message from Jason requesting a meeting among the Demon Kings at his tower. That very day, Berge Diaz found the timing sudden, noting that there should have been more time before such a gathering. Jason informed him that Draxen Doldov had died. Internally, Berge Diaz smirked, already aware of this fact because he had been the one to kill him. However, outwardly, he feigned shock and concern. Jason then added that there was something important to discuss regarding the situation and revealed that a new Demon King had already descended. Berge Diaz was genuinely surprised by this. Realizing how quickly a replacement had appeared, he considered the possibility that Archduke Alkine might have anticipated Draxen's death and prepared in advance. Despite this, Berge Diaz reassured himself that there was no evidence linking him to the incident. As the black box had disappeared along with the tower, he felt confident in his position and decided to attend the meeting. The scene transitioned to the Tower of Lies, specifically the 13th floor, where the Demon Kings had gathered. Reyna Soldian, the Demon Queen of Bitter Cold, Jason Kochmund, the Demon King of Lies, and Yugur Belva, the Demon King of Adamant, were all present. Draxen's absence was noticeable. Among them was a new and unfamiliar face. She introduced herself as Vivian Blunt, the Queen of the Blood Moon clan. Berge Diaz showed little interest, briefly correcting her on his name before taking his seat. Vivian was surprised by his indifference, as he did not even glance at her despite her striking appearance. She recalled her superior's instructions, which emphasized that Draxen's fall was suspicious and that the intruding demon should be investigated thoroughly. She had been specifically told to keep an eye on Berge Diaz, as he was the most likely suspect if any Demon King had broken the rules. in the present, she found his personality intriguing and considered him easier to manipulate because of his sharp and dismissive nature. She decided to test him. As the meeting was about to begin, Vivian stood up and approached Berge. She spoke about how fascinating the dimension of Aryan was, pointing out the unusual cooperation among demon kings and their collective effort to find the cause behind one death. However, she admitted that what interested her more was Berge himself. She moved closer and sat boldly in front of him. Berge questioned her actions, clearly irritated. Vivian claimed she was simply curious about what kind of demon could disrupt the entire demon realm so drastically. She then complimented his appearance and made a suggestive advance. Berge immediately rejected her, pushing her hand away and insulting her. Vivian was left shocked and offended by his blunt rejection. In disbelief, she reminded herself that she was a succubus queen, someone who was rarely ever dismissed, let alone insulted so directly. Reina Soldian, slightly irritated, bluntly told Vivian to return to her seat. Vivian stood there, stunned by the sharpness of her tone. Reina continued firmly, explaining that although the gathering was meant to welcome Vivian, it also served a more serious purpose, to uncover the cause behind Draxon's senseless defeat. She emphasized that everyone present must maintain their dignity. Jason, observing the situation, was shocked that Lady Reina herself was presiding over the meeting. Meanwhile, Vivian responded with a grin, teasing Reina by suggesting that she desired the same man. Growing frustrated, Reina dismissed Vivian's thinking as shallow and foolish. Vivian brushed it off casually, saying that was enough for the day before taking her seat. Jason then stepped in to restore order and called for the meeting to resume. The discussion shifted to the 10-star heroes, who were described as the main force behind the current hero expedition. From there, the meeting continued in a rather monotonous manner. The Demon Kings began sharing the information each of them had gathered individually. As the discussion progressed, one topic stood out above the rest: the emergence of a new powerhouse known as the Owner of the Phoenix. Opinions among the Demon Kings were divided, with varying interpretations and concerns. Despite these differences, they ultimately reached a unified decision to investigate the Phoenix's owner more thoroughly and to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Berge reflected that since he had been in the middle of the hero expedition disguised as Pale, it was unlikely that the demons had been spying on him. However, he realized that from now on, he would need to be more careful about revealing his identity. His thoughts then shifted to Vivian Blunt, the Inquisitor sent by Archduke Alkine. At that moment, Vivian playfully blew him a flying kiss. Berge turned his face away, dismissing her as unworthy of his attention. The scene then shifted to the first floor of Berge Tower. Princess Keed noticed that the surveillance around her had become less strict. She cautiously observed that no demons seemed to be nearby, and Princess Ernan was nowhere in sight. Seeing this as an opportunity, Keed decided to escape. Fixing her eyes on the exit, she believed that once she crossed the door, she would finally be free. With determination, she began running toward it. However, just as she approached, Ernan suddenly appeared along with her spirits. Ernan confronted Keed, stating that for the sake of the tower's peace and Keed's own safety, she would stop her escape. Realizing the danger, Keed drew her sword and warned that staying any longer could lead to unpredictable consequences. She admitted that she had not wanted to fight, but now she had no choice. The two locked eyes as tension rose between them. Before the situation could escalate, Gordon arrived. He told Keed that she could leave if she wished, claiming that he did not care what happened to her, and made a dismissive remark about humans. Keed was left shocked and confused. She could not understand why they had kidnapped her only to act indifferent now. Despite her confusion, she suspected that there was some hidden scheme behind their behavior. Nevertheless, she decided to take advantage of the situation. She planned to escape the tower, survive in the Erzest mountain range somehow, and then head straight to Horton Walk to request reinforcements. Acting quickly, Keed dashed toward the door. However, the moment she touched it, a powerful aura burst forth, throwing her backward and sending her crashing to the ground. Everyone present was shocked. Gordon calmly explained that this reaction was normal. It meant that anyone not permitted by the Demon King could not leave the tower. Despite his warning, Ernan stepped forward and approached the door. Gordon cautioned her not to touch it carelessly, but to everyone's surprise, Ernan opened it effortlessly. Gordon was stunned, and even Ernan seemed confused, awkwardly admitting that she simply felt like she could open it. As she attempted to close the door, Berge suddenly appeared from outside, pushing it open with a smirk. He asked whether Ernan had finally decided to escape. Ernan was visibly shocked. Gordon acknowledged Berge's arrival, addressing him as the Demon King. Observing the situation, Berge asked what had been happening. The scene then shifted to the Demon King's chamber within Berge Tower. Berge Diaz ordered Gordon to lock Princess Keed in the underground dungeon for attempting to escape. Gordon accepted the order without hesitation but raised a concern about Princess Ernan. He pointed out that only those recognized by the Demon King could leave the tower, yet Ernan had opened the main gate. Berge Diaz explained that the tower had already recognized Princess Ernan as one of its members. This revelation shocked Gordon. Berge Diaz then observed Ernan through a system window, reflecting that since she had formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and crossing the Arist region alone would not be difficult for her. He wondered why she had not attempted to escape, especially during his long absences, and began to question her true intentions. The scene shifted again to the underground dungeon, where Keed was imprisoned. Ernan came to visit her and reminded her that she had warned her not to attempt an escape. Keed responded with suspicion, stating that kindness without motive did not exist. She believed the Demon King had a hidden agenda and tried to warn Ernan. At that moment, Ernan looked upward, as if she were aware that Berge Diaz was watching her. She calmly stated that she had come to the tower of her own will. Keed was shocked by this revelation. Watching this unfold, Berge Diaz was equally surprised, realizing that Ernan seemed to be aware of his observation. Ernan then revealed the truth. She explained that she had run away because she hated the royal palace, the royal family, and even her own father. She admitted that although she had initially been kidnapped, she later chose not to return. Keed was left stunned by this confession. Keed then recalled that among all the princes and princesses of Hilderin, Ernan alone possessed extraordinary talent. She questioned why someone destined to become the future queen would abandon such a promising future to become a subordinate of the Demon King. Ernan responded by revealing a shocking truth. She explained that there were actually 62 princes and princesses in the Hilderin royal family, the largest number on the continent. However, aside from her, none of them were known by name. Keed was confused and insisted that the official number was 28. Ernan clarified that while 28 was the official count, the true number was much higher. She suggested that Keed ask the emperor upon returning to the empire if she wanted confirmation. Keed worried that if such a secret were revealed, it would damage the honor of the royal family. Ernan simply giggled and teased her, pointing out that a princess who had run away to avoid marriage should not be making such statements. Embarrassed, Keed blushed. As Ernan left, she casually remarked that she had been joking and that they would meet again the next day. Reflecting on everything, Berge Diaz realized that this was a secret known only to high-ranking royals, the hidden truth of the Hilderin royal family. He then ordered Gordon to prepare Ernan, stating that he would be heading out to gather spirit herbs. The scene shifted once more to the Arist mountain range. A water spirit, along with other spirits, enthusiastically searched for herbs. Ernan tried to restrain it, noting that it seemed overly excited after being outside for so long. She also mentioned that Berge Diaz himself had been away from the tower frequently. At that moment, Berge Diaz called Ernan by name. She was visibly startled. With a dark expression, Berge Diaz said, "I don't believe that everything you said is the truth." Then he formed an aura of flame in his hand and demanded that she reveal what she had been hiding. Ernan stood frozen, shocked by the intensity of his presence. Berge Diaz still staring her and waiting for the truth. As they both standing there muttering to each other, while they are still on deep conversation. Meanwhile, from a distance, someone observed Berge Diaz through a telescope, finally recognizing him as the Demon King of Erzist. Princess Ernan looked at Berge Diaz nervously. Berge slowly opened his eyes, his expression sharp and serious. "There's no helping it," then, he said. He released the dark energy he had been holding in his hand. It surged forward, cutting through the distance before striking a far-off point. A massive explosion followed. "I'll hear you out after I deal with this nuisance," Berge added calmly. Princess Ernan frowned in confusion. Meanwhile, the hidden figure in the distance, holding a telescope, froze in fear. "That. He noticed me from this far away. I'm using concealment arts." Before he could react, the dark energy engulfed him. Flames consumed his form as he screamed, "My clone." Berge, still watching from afar, spoke coldly, "Pretty tricks." Princess Ernan hesitated before asking, "Was that a hero?" "Yes," Berge replied. "He's been irritating me for a while." "A hero who came all the way to the Ergist Mountains and uses concealment," she muttered. "He must be one of the 10 stars, Dapnet Filion. He's a mercenary who specializes in intelligence gathering, mainly reconnaissance. I've heard his concealment arts and clone techniques are exceptional." Hearing that, Berge thought to himself, "Dapnet. I've heard that name in my previous life. A lot of my information was leaked to him, or so I was told. This is my first time seeing him this close." Princess Ernan looked uneasy. Will the tower be okay? Berge glanced toward the distant tower. Not a problem. She looked even more confused. At the Berge Tower in the Urgest Mountains, Dapnet Fillion's clone stood, scanning the surroundings in disbelief. There was supposed to be a Demon King here. So there should definitely be a tower nearby. But why can't I see anything? A system notification appeared, Mana's Phantom remote control activated. The tower is now invisible. Consumption, 10 demonic energy points per second. Back with Berge, a blue screen hovered before him. I've made the tower invisible, he said. Since that man realized I was here, this function will help me avoid the hero's pursuit. He thought silently, the cost is 10 points per second. The tower will remain hidden until my demonic energy is completely depleted. Then he turned back to Princess Ernan. In the meantime, let's continue our conversation. Tell me everything you're hiding. If you don't, I won't allow you into the tower anymore. Princess Ernan stiffened. After a moment, she bowed her head, her voice trembling. I'll tell you the truth about me. She raised her eyes to meet his. Do you know of a spell called the World Tree's Child? Berge Diaz had never heard of it. Back to Dapnet Fillion, he continued moving forward, still unaware of the Demon King's tower location. From a distance, a group of ogre subordinates watched him carefully. They followed him quietly, tracking his movements until he finally left the Urgest Mountains. Once he was gone, one of the ogres confirmed it and immediately contacted Berge Diaz through a blue system window. Demon King, the hero has left the Urgest Mountains without using concealment. Just as you said, it appears to have been a clone. Well done, Berge replied. Find the remaining clones and tail them all. Yes, Demon King. The ogre responded before ending the transmission. The system screen flickered again. Mana's Phantom remote control active. The tower remains invisible, remaining demonic energy, 65,220 points. 65,210 points. 65,200 points. After seeing this, Berge fell into thought. The tower's location was almost exposed. That was dangerous. It's stronger than before, but still vulnerable against a hero's full assault. I need to deal with Dapnet Fillion. Princess Ernan, who had been standing quietly, suddenly spoke. He must have been sent by my father to find me. Berge glanced at her. I suppose that makes sense. As the first princess, he won't give up easily. Or could this be connected to what you mentioned earlier, the World Tree's Child? She hesitated. It's a long story. I have time, Berge said calmly. After a brief pause, she began. Long ago, the kingdom of Hilderan was a powerful empire. But after countless wars, its strength declined. And it was reduced to a mere kingdom. Her voice grew heavier. My father wishes to restore those glorious imperial days. To achieve that, instead of an army of 10,000 soldiers, a single, truly powerful mage, one who could dominate the battlefield, is far more valuable. Berge narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me. She nodded. Yes. But geniuses aren't created through education alone, and naturally gifted individuals are rare, Princess Ernan said quietly. Berge Diaz looked at her in shock. No way. She continued, her voice steady but heavy. Yes. The World Tree's Child is a spell that creates. She pointed to herself. Enhanced humans, like me. Berge's expression hardened in disbelief as he processed her words. Princess Ernan went on, from the fetal stage, massive amounts of mana are forcibly injected to create a genius in magic with extraordinary mana sensitivity. Berge frowned slightly. Humans are doing the same things as demons, it seems. He paused before adding, but even so, the fetus and the mother couldn't withstand it. Could they? She lowered her gaze. No, many died. There was a trace of sadness in her voice as she continued, and even those who survived often lived with deformities. Or didn't live very long. Berge remained silent, absorbing the weight of her words. Only the successful cases are ever revealed to the public, she added bitterly. At that moment, Berge suddenly noticed something. His eyes snapped toward a distant point. Princess Ernan was still speaking, but both of their gazes shifted at the same time, toward a massive, one-eyed creature slowly approaching them. Berge Diaz raised his hand, gathering dark energy into his palm, preparing to release it. It must have sensed the mana she released just now and came this way. He thought. Seems like a top-tier monster. Step aside, princess, but before he could act, Princess Ernan suddenly stepped forward, placing herself in front of him and stopping his attack. I've cast it successfully. She thought. I was created to be an overwhelmingly exceptional genius, the one-eyed creature responded immediately. Its massive eye glowed as a large, red magic circle formed before it. With a roar, the creature unleashed its spell and charged forward. At the same moment, Princess Ernan cast her own magic, forming a large blue circle in front of her. Her mana sprite appeared and used ice magic to reinforce her spell, blocking the incoming attack. Blue energy flowed around her, surging with power. A massive wave of ice burst forward from her spell and rushed toward the creature, then struck the giant one-eyed monster head-on. The ice spell struck the one-eyed creature, spreading across its body. The freezing force crushed its eye, and shards of ice tore through its flesh as blood splattered outward. Berge stepped forward, observing the fallen monster. A human defeating a top-tier monster in a single blow? He said. No wonder the king refuses to give up on you. Princess Ernan steadied herself, her gaze cold. This is blood-stained power. Berge looked at her carefully. With strength like that, and being closest to the throne, you still don't want to return to the kingdom? You expect me to believe that? It's the truth. She shouted angrily. Try using the magic tool you gave to Hillen on me. I've told you everything honestly. Berge replied calmly. Armani's orb shatters easily against a spirit's mana. It can't be used on a spirit user. He began gathering dark energy in his hand once more. So speak your true intent. If you're trying to deceive me again, I'll show you what a demon king truly is. Princess Ernan's expression hardened with anger. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and pulled it toward her, pressing it against her chest. I'm telling the truth. She shouted. Berge froze, confused. What are you doing? Listen to my heartbeat. She insisted. I've only told the truth. What on earth? Before he could finish, Berge felt something unusual. Through his phoenix, he could sense her heartbeat, and her emotions, at the same time. His eyes widened in surprise. I can sense it through the phoenix. Ernan Hilduran's heartbeat. And her emotions. What she feels right now is anger, sorrow, and embarrassment. Princess Ernan clenched her teeth. This is a spirit's method of communication. Pure mana can sense vibrations between each other. That's how we understand one another's thoughts. I truly told you everything. Berge fell silent. She's telling the truth. Princess Ernan lowered her head, her voice soft and heavy. When I first saw you, I knew immediately. You were different from other demon kings. I thought you might be able to help me. Berge hesitated. Help you? What are you saying? Still holding his hand against her chest, she looked up and cried out, please. Help me. I want to bring down my father, and the kingdom of Hilduran. Berge's eyes widened. These words. Are they truly her sincere feelings? After hearing everything Princess Ernan had explained, Berge finally accepted her words and decided to trust her. Princess Ernan responded with gratitude, her face turning slightly red with embarrassment. Watching the two of them, Neruniel couldn't resist teasing. She grew curious about what was happening between them and wondered how they had become so close without her noticing. She playfully accused Ernan of acting innocent while secretly hiding something. Berge was left shocked by her reaction, while Ernan, flustered and shy, tried to explain that it was nothing like that and that it was simply the spirit's method of communication. Neruniel, however, continued teasing with a chuckle, implying that such communication involved more than just words. She clearly enjoyed the moment. Bringing the focus back, Berge calmly acknowledged that he understood Ernan's seriousness. He suggested that they continue discussing Hilduran once they returned to the tower. Ernan agreed without hesitation. Before moving on, Berge gave another instruction. He told Ernan to use the spirits to locate the real body of Daphne Philion, as they were planning to capture him. The scene then shifted to a freezing mountain where the snowfall grew heavier. In this harsh environment, Daphne, known as the hero, reflected on his cloning magic. His ability allowed multiple clones to share power among themselves. However, as the number of clones increased, their individual attack power decreased. Despite that drawback, the technique allowed him to search a vast area at once. Looking at the map, he analyzed the situation. A demon king's tower should be at least 50 meters tall. Yet, despite scanning the entire area, there had been no sign of it. Based on the information provided earlier by Lord Wharton Kolo and Lord Hillen Cargill, calculations had already been made. The route and timing of the hero expedition had been determined with 93% accuracy using his method. With that in mind, he concluded that the tower's location had to be somewhere nearby. He carefully scanned the surroundings, convinced it should be within reach. The Demon King was also somewhere close, yet nothing could be seen. The absence of any trace left him deeply unsettled. Suddenly, a warning alarm rang from his map. In that moment, he realized something was terribly wrong. His clones, which were capable of avoiding even high-level monsters, were being destroyed in large numbers. As the situation escalated, Berge Diaz's demons moved swiftly across the battlefield and began eliminating the hero's clones one after another. After completing their task, they reported that they had destroyed the clones and noted that, for a 10-star hero, the opponent did not seem particularly strong. Hearing this, Berge Diaz smiled with satisfaction and ordered them to destroy every remaining target. The demons immediately accepted the command and continued their assault. Confident in his advantage, Berge Diaz began calculating his next move. He realized he still had enough points remaining. He planned to eliminate all the clones and turn Daphne Erphilion into his subordinate. With that achieved, he believed he would gain complete control over the continent. However, the situation suddenly changed when Gordon appeared through the system window and informed him that there was important news. Berge Diaz turned his attention to the update and learned that something was wrong with the tower. Gordon explained that the mana ghost was behaving abnormally and had heated up to the point where it could explode at any moment. At the same time, an urgent system notification appeared, reporting that the tower was facing overload due to prolonged invisibility. The cost of maintaining invisibility had increased drastically. It now required 100 points per second, while the remaining demonic energy stood at 49,910. This revelation left Berge Diaz shaken. He quickly realized the severity of the situation. At this rate, there were less than 10 minutes before the system would fail. If he could not capture Daphne Erphilion within that time, the tower's position would be exposed and the hero expedition would begin. As the pressure mounted, Gordon added another update. The area outside the tower was now filled with an overwhelming number of clones surrounding them from all sides. Meanwhile, the hero continued scanning his surroundings from every direction. Yet he still could not locate the tower. This confused him, as he was certain his calculations were correct. He became convinced that the tower had to be nearby. After investing so much mana into the search, he resolved to find it no matter what. At the same time, Berge Diaz quickly took action and contacted Krutu. He ordered him to prevent any more clones from approaching the tower and instructed him to search every corner of the area without exception. Krutu acknowledged the order. Without delay, Berge Diaz turned to Gordon and demanded detailed data. He requested the locations of all destroyed clones, especially those created by the hero's magic. Gordon began processing the information. As the data came together, Diaz analyzed the pattern. He realized that the clones could not move far from the real body. This meant the search would naturally center around the original source. From this, he deduced that the real body must be located at the center of the destroyed clones cluster. Elsewhere, the hero noticed something unusual. The presence of the Demon King confirmed his suspicion that the tower was nearby. He prepared to return and report the discovery. However, before he could act, Neruniel located him first. Their eyes met in surprise before she immediately formed a mana circle. With certainty, she confirmed that the real body had been found. The hero attempted to flee. Neruniel quickly noticed and informed Diaz and Ernan. Diaz immediately demanded the location. Ernan responded at once, confirming the exact position. Together, they transmitted the coordinates to Diaz. With the location in hand, Diaz moved instantly and appeared before the fleeing hero. At the same time, he activated his Phoenix power, intensifying his presence. Facing him, Diaz identified Daphne Erphilion and offered him a choice: survival in exchange for obedience. Daphne was overwhelmed with shock. He recognized the Demon King, but what unsettled him more was the presence of a Phoenix. He questioned how there could be two Phoenix users. According to his knowledge, the Phoenix wielder was Fa, someone closely associated with Lord Hillen Cargill. This led him to suspect that Fa might actually be the Demon King, with Hillen Cargill serving as his subordinate. He also recalled seeing a spirit earlier, which made the situation even more confusing. The idea of a spirit assisting a Demon King seemed impossible. As his thoughts spiraled, he began to believe that even the princess was involved. Instead of surrendering, he saw an opportunity. If he exposed such a massive secret, he could secure a comfortable life. He decided to escape and use the information later. Driven by fear, he attempted to flee again, but Diaz instantly blocked his path. With overwhelming pressure, he made it clear that the choice had already been given. At that moment, the power gap became undeniable. Daphne, a 10-star hero, was completely stunned. He realized the Demon King's strength far exceeded his expectations. Regret consumed him. He cursed himself for accepting the mission. Money or not, I should have escaped this trap long ago. If he had known the truth, he would never have come. Before he could react further, Diaz unleashed a massive explosion that shook the entire area. At the peak of the battle, Daphne made a final move. Using a mana bird, he sent a letter to the King of Hilderin. The scene then shifted to the Kingdom of Hilderin. Inside the palace, a messenger reported that Daphne's letter had arrived at the intelligence department. The king showed immediate interest, assuming the tower's location had been found. The messenger confirmed that the exact coordinates were included. Pleased, the king praised Daphne's reliability. However, the messenger hesitated. Sensing something was wrong, the king demanded an explanation. The messenger revealed that the mana bird had suddenly caught black fire and vanished immediately after delivering the letter. The king trembled, realizing something had gone terribly wrong. The messenger explained that the sudden destruction of the mana bird meant that Daphne's real body had been killed by the Demon King at that exact moment. Hearing this, the king was filled with rage. He clenched his fists, furious that such a loyal hero had been lost. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated the new Demon King. Without hesitation, he ordered immediate action. The Hero Guild was to be contacted, and all 10-star heroes were to be summoned. Consumed by anger and determination, he swore that this time he would personally kill the Demon King and bring back his princess. As a massive explosion tore through the area, the scene resembled hell itself. Everything in the surroundings burned under Berge's overwhelming strike. Drained of all his strength, he dropped to one knee, breathing heavily as he struggled to stay upright. Sweat covered his face, and he could feel the last traces of his power slipping away, with the power of the phoenix added to mine. It became something beyond imagination, he thought, utterly exhausted. But the fatigue is just as overwhelming. Even my demonic power is gone. Yet I still managed to surpass my expectations. His vision began to blur, and just as he was about to collapse, Princess Ernan rushed forward and caught him, dropping to her knees to support him. My Demon King, are you all right? She asked, her voice filled with worry. Though barely conscious, Berge noticed the ground beneath her. It was still burning from the explosion. His gaze lowered to her knees. Your knees. They're burning, he murmured weakly. Isn't it hot? Princess Ernan forced a small, reassuring smile, hiding her pain. The spirit of water specializes in recovery, she said nervously. I'll be fine with this much. Then, her expression turned serious as she looked at him with concern. And you? You don't like showing weakness, do you? The pearl orcs might still be watching nearby. Berge's eyes slowly began to close as exhaustion overtook him. Is that so? He whispered faintly. Then I'll take a short rest. Yes, don't worry, she replied softly. The scene then shifted to the Tower of Lies. Inside, Jason Cockmund stared at a newspaper with growing fury. The headline read, Dozens of succubi invade the royal palace. Voices of panic echoed everywhere. People were calling for all Demon Kings to be hunted down. Suddenly, Jason clenched the newspaper tightly in his hand, his entire body trembling with anger. Vivian. He growled. His grip tightened as he tried to contain his rage. I clearly told you not to send your vassal troops outside the tower, he said through clenched teeth. I told you to be careful. On the other side, Vivian Blunt stood proudly, swirling a glass of wine in her hand. With a casual wave, she looked at Jason Cockmund and spoke calmly. Do I really have to obey just because you say so? I am the queen. I am the one who gives orders. Did you call me here just for this? Jason frowned, his expression tense. Because of your actions, the human's wariness has increased. This is exactly the situation I wanted to avoid. Vivian tilted her head slightly, unfazed. Aren't you worrying too much? They're just heroes, after all. Jason blinked in confusion. What? Taking a sip of her wine, Vivian smiled confidently. Heroes are prey to us Demon Kings. The fact that my subordinates encountered one in the royal palace was simply bad luck. Jason stared at her for a moment, clearly troubled. He ran a hand over his face and let out a deep sigh. Archduke. Why did you send down such a scatterbrain nympho? Vivian's eyes widened in outrage. What? Did you just call me a scatterbrain nympho? She slammed her foot onto the table, standing tall as she waved her wine glass, her voice rising with pride and anger. Correct yourself right now. I am the succubus queen. I'm not just a nympho, I'm the ultimate nympho. This is a matter of pride. Jason looked at her with a strange mix of curiosity and disbelief. Then, lowering his head slightly, he let out a quiet chuckle. Vivian. In this dimension. How many heroes do you think there are? Vivian paused, thinking. In the dimension I conquered, there were about 10. Are there around 50 in Arian, since they say there are many? Making such a fuss over such a small number is really. Jason burst into laughter. So you really haven't heard anything from the Archduke? Well, if you had, you wouldn't have even considered coming to this dimension. Vivian frowned, confused. There are 4,732 heroes, Jason continued calmly. That's the current number registered in the Hero Guild. Vivian's confident expression shattered. She nervously played with her hair, forcing a laugh. Why, you're joking, right? There's a limit to jokes. There can't possibly be that many heroes in one dimension. Jason smiled faintly. If this were a dimension with limits, the previous Demon Kings would have conquered it long ago. I'm telling you, it wasn't bad luck. In this world, encountering a hero is an everyday occurrence. Vivian's face paled, fear creeping into her expression. That can't be true. The Archduke promised. Her memories resurfaced. The Archduke had once said to her, Vivian Blunt, you are a Demon King who has already conquered a dimension. As the queen of your race, conquering Arian should not be difficult for you. If you complete this conquest, I promise you the position of the next Archduke. Of course. Keep an eye on Berge Diaz as well. I'll be looking forward to your performance. Do not disappoint me. I understand. Vivian had replied proudly at the time. The scene returned to the present. Jason smiled knowingly. Let me guess. He promised you the position of Archduke, didn't he? And gave you secret orders to monitor Berge Diaz as well? Vivian's eyes widened in shock. How did you? Jason raised a single finger. Because it's a method I use as well. A faint purple aura began to gather around his fingertip as demonic energy flowed through it. And what I mean by that, he continued coldly, is using them as disposable informants. And discarding them afterward. Vivian's voice trembled. Disposable. With a simple downward motion of his finger, an invisible force slammed her onto the table. Her head struck the surface with a sharp impact, her eyes widening in shock as she was forced down, completely overwhelmed by his power. Jason Cockman stared at Vivian Blunt with dark, cold eyes, his full killing intent pressing down on her. His voice was calm, but merciless. In short. You've been abandoned, you foolish succubus queen. Vivian froze, unable to respond. From now on, with that meager brain of yours, do not think, he continued. Do not attempt anything resembling independent thought. There is only one thing you need to do, obey my words unconditionally. Do you understand? Her face turned pale, her body trembling under the pressure. I understand. She replied nervously. After Vivian left, Jason remained seated alone, his gaze shifted back to the newspaper in his hand. The headlines screamed chaos. 10-star hero Dapnet Filion deceased. Warden Cold selected as the new 10-star hero. The location of the Tower of Ergest finally revealed. To the Demon King of Ergest, the new title, Blazing Fire, bestowed. Hero Guild pledges full support to conquer Demon King towers across the continent. At the news of Dapnet Filion's death, fear had begun spreading across the world. Jason lowered the paper slightly, his expression darkening. The world is trembling in fear. This isn't the outcome I wanted, he thought. Vivian Blunt isn't much of a problem, he muttered to himself. She's easy to manipulate. His eyes narrowed. The real problem is Berge Diaz, that arrogant black flame dragon. He leaned back slightly, his expression turning colder. I intended to leave him alone a little longer. But since it's come to this, I have no choice. A dark resolve settled in his eyes. I'll have to deal with him myself. The scene shifted to Berge Diaz Tower. Inside, a pot of soup simmered over an open flame, filling the room with warmth and light. Berge Diaz slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He muttered. Nearby, Princess Ernan glanced at him while stirring the soup. She smiled gently. Are you awake, Demon King? The soup is ready, would you like some? I'm fine, he replied. More importantly. Where is this? He looked around, then asked with slight relief, is this inside my tower? Ernan laughed softly. That's right. This is the 4th floor, my room. I decorated it nicely, didn't I? Berge Diaz sat up slowly. How much time has passed? And how did we get back into the tower? Don't worry, she said cheerfully. No one saw us. While Gordon was away, I snuck in through a fifth-floor window. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since we returned. Well done, he replied. Hernan smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, as Berge Diaz tried to gather his strength. He suddenly looked at his hands in surprise. Did you do something to me? He asked. This body should have collapsed from exhaustion. But instead, I feel power surging through me. A calm voice echoed nearby, Nerunial. Of course, she said. I shared my mana with you. Berge Diaz frowned slightly. A spirit. Used mana to restore me? A demon king? Nerunial chuckled. You absorbed a summoned beast, didn't you? Because of that, your body can now absorb mana as well. I've never seen anything like it before. That's also why you were able to use the spirit's communication method. Hernan listened curiously, her eyes moving between them. Nerunial suddenly laughed teasingly. Not only that, you even touched her chest and hugged her. Honestly. I'm embarrassed just thinking about it. Hernan's face flushed bright red. Berge Diaz immediately stood up, his expression turning serious. Hernan. This matter must remain between us, he said firmly. If a demon king shows weakness, it affects his authority, he thought. If you tell anyone. Before he could finish, Hernan quickly raised a finger. I already know that. She said. But in return. I have one condition. Berge Diaz narrowed his eyes slightly. What is it? Blushing, Hernan gently placed a finger under his chin and smiled. Grant me one wish in the future. A wish. He repeated. After a brief pause, he nodded. As long as it's within reason, I don't mind. Hernan's smile widened with satisfaction. Deal. Suddenly, a blue communication screen flickered to life. Gordon Ramsay was calling. As Berge Diaz picked it up, Nerunial quietly said to Princess Hernan, I'll be going now, and disappeared. On the screen, Gordon looked visibly shaken. Demon King, we have a problem. Berge Diaz frowned. What is it? Right now, the Hilderan Kingdom. Gordon hesitated, then raised his voice. They found the location of our tower, and they're preparing to begin the hero's journey again. Berge Diaz's eyes widened in shock. This is a newspaper article sent by Hill and Cargill, Gordon continued. As the article appeared on the screen, Berge Diaz muttered, this is. Before he could finish, Hernan stepped closer. Her expression turning serious. Dapner Pilion. Before his death. Revealed the location of the Tower of Ergast. Berge Diaz's thoughts raced. In this dimension, there's no communication magic like in the demon realm. At most, they rely on carrier pigeons. I attacked with the intention of destroying even those. Did he send the information from somewhere else before we met? He narrowed his eyes slightly. If that's the case. Then the fact that I am the Phoenix's master wasn't reported. Should I consider this a blessing in disguise? Meanwhile, Hernan stared at an image in the article. Huh. This is. She murmured curiously. Gordon continued, this hero's journey will gather all 10-star heroes. It's said to be the largest operation ever planned. However, preparations will take at least 6 months. 6 months. Berge Diaz froze for a moment. The tower's location has already been exposed. If multiple 10-star heroes come, tricks won't work anymore, he thought grimly, an avalanche. Monster lures. None of that will be effective. In the end, hundreds of heroes will arrive at the tower in perfect condition. His fists tightened. And in just 6 months, a chill ran through him. Am I going to be toyed with and killed again? Damn it. He muttered under his breath. There has to be a way. No matter what. I have to overcome this. Suddenly, Hernan grabbed his hand. Demon King. She said firmly. I know a way. Berge Diaz looked at her in surprise. You do? It's something only a Demon King subordinate, a dark spiritist, can accomplish, she explained. He listened carefully as she laid out the plan. After a moment, Berge Diaz smirked. That sounds ridiculous. Then he let out a short laugh. And the name is so childish. But strangely, hearing it has eased my tension. He looked at her more seriously. You've worried me enough already. Let's proceed with a strategy meeting immediately. I won't crumble again. Not before I take my revenge, he thought darkly. On those heroes who toyed with me. And killed me, Ernan nodded, then spoke clearly, yes. The way to stop the Hilderan Kingdom's hero's journey is. She took a breath. To kidnap my youngest sister, Elena. Berge Diaz blinked in disbelief. What? Princess Ernan tightly held Demon King Berge Diaz's hand and desperately said, let's go save Elena and stop the hero's journey. Berge Diaz looked confused and asked, Elena? The 13th Princess of Hilderan? The one I was originally planning to kidnap? Princess Ernan lowered her head, placing a hand on her chest as she sadly replied, yes. She's my younger sister. We have different mothers, but we're as close as real sisters. She continued, in the newspaper I saw earlier, it said that Elena was kidnapped by the Demon King of Absolute Hardness. So I'm worried about her. Berge Diaz folded his arms and said, you're worried about her? Well, other Demon Kings don't treat their hostages the way I do. It's not just that. Princess Ernan quickly replied. I told you before about the magic of the World Tree's child, which forcibly increases a person's mana sensitivity. Elena is one of them too. Unlike me, Elena's mana sensitivity exceeded its limits. And as a side effect, she was born with a very frail body. Because of that, even going outside was restricted. And she couldn't even learn magic. Then, with determination in her eyes, she said, but if she stays in your tower, where mana is scarce, and learns how to control her mana properly, she will become a force to be reckoned with. I can guarantee it. Berge Diaz thought that having one more person with abilities like Ernan would be quite helpful. After a moment of silence, he looked at Princess Ernan and asked, rescuing a princess? I am a Demon King. That's something a hero would do. Princess Ernan replied with a joyful smile, then we can just make the hero do it, right? Berge Diaz looked confused and nervously said, you're quite used to ordering people around. Princess Ernan winked at him and replied with a teasing smile, I am a princess, after all. Berge Diaz then opened a blue communication window and spoke to Gordon Ramsay. Heroes are gathering even now as we speak. There's no time to argue further. Gordon Ramsay, tell Hillen Cargill to organize a hero's journey to rescue the 13th princess. Gordon Ramsay calmly replied, yes, sir. Then suddenly Gordon Ramsay realized and shocked at the same time. What? Rescuing another princess. The scene shifted to the Tower of Absolute Hardness, inside the Demon King's chamber. The Demon King of Absolute Hardness, Yugur Belva, stood in front of Berge Diaz and said, I heard the news, Berge Diaz. I heard that a hero's journey is going to invade your tower again. Then he shouted, did you come here asking for help? Tell me, why should I help an idiot who insulted the standards? Berge Diaz released his demonic power and calmly replied, how foolish. His demonic aura surged throughout the room as he looked directly at Yugur. I didn't come here to ask for a favor, he said. I came to help you. Yugur Belva nervously stepped back in shock. What? Berge Diaz continued. A hero's journey is targeting this tower. Yugur Belva once again asked in disbelief, what? Berge Diaz sighed before speaking. Move the 13th princess you kidnapped to the first floor. Then the hero's journey will simply rescue the princess and leave. Yugur Belva angrily shouted, nonsense. I haven't heard any news about a new hero's journey. Berge Diaz replied coldly, I suppose that's the limit of a Titan's intelligence network. Yugur narrowed his eyes in anger. Why you? Just because I'm listening to you. Suddenly, he activated Titan magic, Gigantification level 3. His massive fist swung toward Berge Diaz as he roared, you're getting far too cocky, you piece of trash who insulted the standards. But Berge Diaz remained calm. Standing still with his arms folded. The 3rd Prince of Gianna, the 7th Princess of the Velos Dukedom, the 4th Prince of Machiel, and the 6th Princess of Candaria. At those words, Yugur Belva's fist stopped midair. Berge Diaz calmly continued, they were all pushed out of the line of succession or lacked the resources to launch a hero's journey. Even if you kidnapped them, no heroes would come. Sweat formed on Yugur's face. I was considering targeting them too. But I wasn't certain, he thought nervously. Then, filled with curiosity, he asked, how do you know all that? Berge Diaz thought to himself, because those are the princes and princesses you kidnapped in your previous life, but instead, he simply smiled and replied, does it matter how I know? Isn't the safety of your tower what's truly important? Yugur Belva stared at him suspiciously. If the information about a hero's journey coming for the 13th princess is false. Berge Diaz turned around with a smirk. It doesn't matter. Keeping one hostage on the first floor won't cause you any harm. Yugur fell silent for a moment before asking. Why are you trying to help me? What do you want? Berge Diaz smirked inwardly, he took the bait. What do I want? He muttered. Then he thought to himself, in this dimension, Aryan, you can't survive against endless heroes through brute force alone. Yuger must already realize that deep down. He knows he isn't smart enough to stop the heroes here. That's why he lives in fear, only kidnapping people who won't trigger a hero's journey. It's no different from before my regression. Berge Diaz smiled faintly before speaking aloud, what I want is simple. Berge Diaz thought to himself, Yuger, that big foolish coward, will soon try to cling to that man in order to survive in this dimension. The one who will become Yuger Belva's guiding light, Jason Kochmund. Then, while stepping forward, Berge Diaz calmly said, I don't want anything. It's just. I believe a great demon king deserves to live longer. Yuger Belva looked at him in confusion but said nothing. As Berge Diaz walked away alongside Gordon Ramsay, he thought to himself, I'll take on that role instead. I'll bring Yuger to my side. And neutralize one of Jason's future pieces. The scene shifted to the base of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. At the teleportation circle station, Berge Diaz appeared in his pale-haired hero form. Helen and Cargill were already waiting for him alongside the other heroes. Yuger's side has been settled, Berge Diaz thought. So next is. Then he spoke, are the preparations for the hero's journey complete? Helen Cargill smiled and replied, yes, just as you ordered. We can depart at any time. Archmage Rosal coldly added, I only took charge of the Tower Raid map because Helen and Cargill asked me to. I've climbed the Tower of Absolute Hardness several times before. Suddenly, the leader of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild shouted excitedly. The Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild is fully assembled. We'll show you the true power of our guild. Some of the mercenaries whispered among themselves. The benefactor is here. He'll give us another reward too, right? Berge Diaz glanced around and thought, this should be enough. We're only going to the first floor anyway. Then he spoke again. Granada. Amon Katrashu. What happened to the elf slaves? The Black Knight, Amon, smiled and replied, there are 33 elf slaves rescued from across the continent. Granada added, every one of them swore loyalty to me of their own free will. Merchant Jettison smirked and said, they wouldn't have even been able to negotiate properly without me. I wonder if there'll be a bonus? Berge Diaz tossed a bag of gold coins toward Jettison. Good work. I'll see you all shortly. Jettison caught the bag with a grin. Thank you very much. The surrounding mercenaries watched with shining eyes, clearly tempted by the sight of the gold. Berge Diaz then declared, the hero's journey departs now. We will rescue the 13th princess of Hilderan. The other heroes shouted in unison, yes, sir. The scene then shifted to the underground warehouse of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. Berge Diaz stood beside Granada while a group of elves stood before them. He looked at Granada and asked, you said they swore loyalty to you? Granada nodded, yes. They swore it upon the World Tree. One of the elf girls smiled gently and said, since you saved us from a lifetime of disgrace. The only way we can feel at ease is by expressing our gratitude like this. Another elf replied with a smile, besides, if it's for the great Granada, then it's an honor for us as well. Berge Diaz smirked. Very good. Congratulations. Then he released his demonic energy, transforming back into his Demon King form. With this, he said with a faint smile, you have become vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. The elves immediately froze in shock. Demon. Berge Diaz narrowed his eyes and looked at Granada. Why do all elves react the same way? I am merely a Demon King. Granada sighed and replied. Well. Of course they would. What kind of Demon King wanders around like this? One of the elves anxiously asked Granada, what does this mean? Granada lowered his head slightly, I'm sorry for not telling you earlier. I swore loyalty to the Demon King upon the World Tree. The elves fell silent. Granada then continued nervously, therefore, those who are loyal to me must also become loyal to the Demon King. One elf girl shouted angrily, how could this happen? How could you betray the World Tree? Granada suddenly shouted back, it is all for revenge against humanity. I can never forget the humiliation I suffered. The elves became silent once more, revenge. Against humans. Painful memories resurfaced in their minds. One memory showed a human holding an elf in chains while smirking cruelly. I've never liked the pretty faces of elves. The terrified elf begged, please. Don't do this. I'm begging you. Another memory appeared. A human mocked an elf while tearing away her clothes. A mere slave wearing clothes? Look at her trembling from the cold. Those memories filled the elves with rage. They clenched their fists tightly. Those bastards. They did the same thing to me. Me too. They treated me the same way. Soon, the entire room erupted with furious voices. I support Granada. I agree. Me too. Let's take revenge on humanity. Meanwhile, Berge silently observed them. Even pure elves can fall this far. Once they witnessed the ugliness of humanity. Then, through a blue communication window, he spoke to Gordon Ramsay. I'll send you the information on the elves. Create routes to infiltrate these girls into human society. Gordon Ramsay calmly replied, understood. Berge narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. In 6 months, the 10-star heroes will gather in one place to kill me. Before that happens, I must recruit new talent to strengthen my tower. And expand my influence so I can secure more allies. Creating chaos within human society to delay the heroes' journeys is also an important task. There are only 6 months left until all the 10-star heroes gather. A cold smile appeared on his face. No matter what, I will survive. Inside the Tower of Absolute Hardness, the heroes had already defeated all the monsters on the first floor. The ruined battlefield was covered with the corpses of monsters, while blood stained the ground and their bodies. After killing the last monster, Hillen Cargill sheathed his sword while the others followed behind him. The mercenary guild leader looked around and muttered, the Tower of Absolute Hardness isn't much after all, is it? Maybe I should quit being a mercenary and just climb towers instead. Granada silently stepped forward while Rosal Charnt carefully observed the surroundings. She calmly said, the first floor only has weak monsters. Hillen Cargill replied, still. You must not let your guard down. Suddenly, one of the heroes shouted, Hillen Cargill. We found her. Hearing that, Hillen quickly turned toward the voice. Inside a small iron prison, Elena Hildurin lay unconscious. She was the 13th princess of the Kingdom of Hildurin. Granada immediately carried Elena in his arms. Hillen Cargill then said, now that we found the princess, let's head back. I'll stay at the rear, so please take the princess and leave first. Granada nodded. Understood. As Granada and the others prepared to leave the tower, Rosal Charnt suddenly spoke while walking beside them. It's strange. Why would the Demon King of Absolute Hardness leave a hostage on the first floor? It's almost as if he wanted us to take her without causing any trouble. Hearing those words, Hillen Cargill felt nervous. He let out a small laugh and replied, like the others said, maybe the Demon King is afraid of you. Fortunately, our members barely suffered any injuries. We rescued the princess, so let's return for now. Rosal Charnt stared at him silently for a moment before speaking again, Hillen Cargill. You've changed a little. Hillen nervously smiled. What? How have I changed? Rosal Charnt answered coldly, you seem calmer now. Back when you were part of my assault unit. Hillen suddenly remembered the past, when he used to argue fiercely with Rosal Charnt. Stopping at only the first floor. We should at least reach the Demon King's room. Rosal continued, the old Hillen Cargill would have insisted on climbing all the way to the Demon King's chamber, even if it meant risking everything, all for the sake of fame and popularity. But now. She narrowed her eyes slightly, you somehow seem more composed. Hillen looked at her with confusion before laughing nervously again, it must be your imagination. Did I seem too relaxed because the Demon King already told me the whole plan? Rosal Charnt smiled faintly. Whether I'm overthinking it or not, it's not a bad change. The scene shifted to the Kingdom of Hildurin, where the sounds of celebration echoed through the silent night inside the royal castle. After the successful rescue of Princess Elena, the Kingdom of Hildurin arranged a magnificent banquet to celebrate the heroes' victory. Inside the grand banquet hall, nobles and heroes gathered together under the dazzling lights of the palace. At the highest seat of the royal hall sat the King of Hildurin alongside Hillen Cargill and Rosal Charnt. The king proudly spoke, if the prestige of the Hildurin royal family had been tarnished, the morale of the heroes' future journey could have fallen as well. He then looked directly at Hillen Cargill and continued. You, who prevented such a disaster, have earned my highest praise. In the name of the King of Hildurin, I commend your hard work. Truly, you are the hero of Hildurin. Hillen Cargill smiled joyfully and bowed his head. You flatter me, your majesty. He then gestured toward Rosal Charnt. This mission was completed successfully thanks to Rosal Charnt's support. With her assistance, I was able to finish everything without difficulty. Rosal Charnt looked slightly surprised by his words. The King of Hildurin nodded with satisfaction, you are humble as well. You set an example for everyone here. Hillen bowed once again. I am overwhelmed by your majesty's praise. After a brief pause, he looked around and asked, but your majesty, I do not see Princess Elena. The king calmly replied, she is currently resting in her chambers. Security around her has been strengthened, so there is no need to worry about her safety. I understand, Hillen replied. The king of Hilderan silently observed Hillen Cargill for a moment. He seems unusually interested in the 13th princess. Could he have developed feelings for her? The king thought to himself, a faint smile appeared on his face. If I were to marry the two of them, Hillen Cargill would belong completely to the Hilderan royal family. The 13th princess may be more useful than I originally thought. The king then rose from his throne and lifted his wine glass high into the air. Everyone, raise your glasses and remember this glorious day. His voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Hilderan's hero, Hillen Cargill, conquered the atrocious tower of absolute hardness and rescued my beloved daughter, Princess Elena. Tonight, celebrate to your heart's content. This banquet is my gift to all of you heroes. The entire hall erupted with cheers as everyone raised their glasses proudly. The king of Hilderan shouted loudly, no one shall ever look down upon Hilderan. The kingdom of Hilderan stands proudly beneath the heavens. The heroes and nobles answered together with thunderous voices, Hilderan shall prosper forever. Long live Hilderan! Long live the king! Suddenly, a spirit rushed toward the kingdom of Hilderan under the cover of the night. It swiftly entered the annex tower separated from the king's main palace and searched for Princess Elena Hilderan's location. After finding her, the spirit quickly returned to Princess Ernan and reported everything to her. Princess Ernan, wearing a facial recognition jamming mask, smiled brightly while holding the small spirit in her hands. All the heroes capable of sensing demonic energy are busy enjoying the celebration at the castle, she said excitedly. Now is our chance. Beside her stood Berge Diaz, who was also wearing a facial recognition jamming mask. As they advanced through the tower, Berge silently knocked out the guards one by one with precise strikes. Even so, conserve your strength, Berge warned calmly. If you release too much power, even the heroes far away might notice. Princess Ernan nodded obediently, all right. The two of them soon reached the lower floors of the annex tower. However, several royal guards spotted them from above. Intruders! One of the guards shouted. Ring the bell immediately. Berge Diaz and Princess Ernan both looked upward. One of the royal guards was already rushing toward the warning bell with a hammer in hand. Suddenly, Princess Ernan's spirit appeared directly in front of him. The guard froze in panic at the unexpected sight. Princess Ernan pointed her finger toward him with a playful smile. I won't let you underestimate me. At her command, the spirit transformed into a massive surge of water. The surrounding guards, along with the warning bell itself, were swallowed by the flowing water. One of the surviving guards tightened his grip on his large sword and shouted nervously, a water spirit. Who the hell are you people? Meanwhile, the guards trapped inside the water cried desperately, save us. Princess Ernan happily waved her hand, almost blushing with excitement, I've been waiting for someone to ask that. She declared proudly. I am one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the Demon King of blazing fire. I am the Dark Spiritist. Hearing her dramatic introduction, Berge Diaz felt awkward for a moment. She's way too excited about this. Did she get herself kidnapped just so she could make introductions like this? He thought silently. Princess Ernan then pointed toward Berge Diaz and continued, and this person is from Ergest. Before she could finish speaking, Berge instantly leapt upward and vanished from his position. Princess Ernan stared at the empty space in shock. Meanwhile, Berge Diaz landed on the middle floor while muttering to himself, being looked down on is annoying. Let's finish this quickly. Below him, Princess Ernan teared up and shouted angrily, I was still introducing you, Demon King. The royal guards raised their weapons in confusion. The Demon King and one of the 4 heavenly kings. One of them shouted. You came here to kidnap the princess? Another guard glared fiercely at Berge Diaz. To think you walked through the front gate. You've got guts. Berge Diaz calmly landed on the middle floor and looked toward the windows. You thought I wouldn't notice the powerful defensive magic cast around them? He said coldly. One of the guards pointed his sword toward Berge and shouted, how foolish. It's almost like you're admitting you must kidnap her quietly to avoid being discovered by the heroes. The guard smirked confidently. He can't use demonic energy right now. Show the Demon King of blazing fire the terror of the Hilderan royal guards. At his command, the guards charged toward Berge Diaz all at once with their swords raised high. Berge looked at them coldly and replied, yes, I can't use demonic energy carelessly right now. It would be troublesome if those hero bastards noticed me. A dark aura slowly surrounded him as his eyes turned fierce with rage. But Berge Diaz glared directly at the charging guards. Did you really think you could handle me? You dare challenge me? The moment those words left his mouth, every royal guard froze in fear. Meanwhile, loud crashing sounds echoed throughout the annex tower as the walls surrounding Princess Elena's room suddenly shattered. Elena Hilderin slowly opened her eyes in confusion after hearing the disturbance outside. Beyond the broken hallways, Berge Diaz had already defeated the royal guards who attacked him. Looking down at the unconscious soldiers scattered across the floor, he calmly said, I deliberately controlled my strength. It would have been troublesome if the entire tower collapsed. He then turned his gaze toward the last remaining guard. Now, only you are left. The captain of the royal guards gritted his teeth nervously. The royal family's finest guards are no match for him. As expected of a demon king. He thought in fear. Desperate to escape, the captain swung his sword multiple times, slicing through the wall beside him. After creating an opening, he immediately leapt through the hole. I have to retreat for now and call the heroes. He thought urgently. But suddenly, his body froze in midair, the shattered stones around him began returning to their original places as though time itself was reversing. The broken wall repaired itself instantly, trapping him inside. The captain's eyes widened in horror. The stones. They're returning to their original positions? Stuck helplessly within the restored wall, he shouted desperately, damn it. The dark spiritist. Princess Ernan walked calmly beside Berge Diaz while smiling innocently. Sorry about that, she said cheerfully. At the same time, she quietly thought to herself while holding her water spirit in her hands, if the princess gets kidnapped again less than a day after being rescued. I wonder how badly Hilderin's prestige will fall. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. I'm actually looking forward to seeing it. Berge Diaz soon arrived in front of Princess Elena's room. He placed his hand on the door and pushed it open. With a confident smirk, he declared, I've come to take you back, 13th Princess of Hilderin, Elena Hilderin. However, the moment he entered, the smirk on his face disappeared in confusion. Elena suddenly shouted loudly, Ernan. Without hesitation, Princess Elena rushed forward and tightly hugged Princess Ernan. Tears filled her eyes as she cried, it really is you. Princess Ernan smiled warmly and hugged her back while Elena continued crying in relief. Berge Diaz stared at the scene in confusion. I'm wearing a facial recognition jamming mask. So how did she recognize you? He asked. Princess Elena smiled gently while looking at Ernan. I read the letter you sent me. The only person who would come to rescue me alongside the Demon King would be you. Berge Diaz silently stared at the two sisters. Is this because they're sisters? Do all members of the Hilderin royal family think alike? He wondered. He then looked toward Princess Ernan and asked, by letter, do you mean the one you gave to Hilan Cargill? Princess Ernan looked surprised. You knew about that? Of course, Berge replied calmly. It happened inside my tower. Princess Ernan tilted her head slightly. You weren't curious about what was written in it? Berge Diaz gathered dark demonic energy into his hand as he answered, if there had been any problem with the contents. Hilan Cargill would have reported it to me. His eyes turned cold. After all, I ordered him to open it. As dark demonic energy spread around him, Berge Diaz released his power and returned to his demon form. Let's head back, he said. Meanwhile, back at the royal castle, the banquet was still ongoing. One of the king's subordinates rushed into the hall in panic and shouted, Your Majesty. The 13th princess. The black flames. Before he could finish, the wine glass slipped from the king of Hilderin's hand and shattered onto the floor. The king's face twisted with fury. You idiots. He roared. She's been kidnapped again already? The entire banquet hall fell silent. The banquet is cancelled. The king shouted furiously. How dare that demon king mock Hilderin like this? His voice thundered across the hall. Just how much does the demon king of blazing fire look down on the kingdom of Hilderin? Far away from the castle, Berge Diaz calmly answered to himself, quite a lot. Scene shifted to the Tower of Flames. On the first floor, Lozier Friedrich was busy repairing his mana cannon machine. Meanwhile, Princess Elena Hilderin looked at it with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, Whoa! It's my first time seeing such a large and uniquely shaped mana cannon. Did you make this yourself? Hearing her excitement, Lozier Friedrich proudly folded his arms and replied, Since the Demon King brought you here, you must be a princess from somewhere. You certainly have an eye for weapons. That's right, I am the blacksmith of the first floor. This masterpiece was created by me, the great Lozier Friedrich. Princess Elena smiled brightly. Wow. That's amazing. Could I try making one later too? Lozier Friedrich burst into laughter. How bold. Very well then. I shall appoint you as my assistant any time. Princess Elena looked overjoyed after hearing that. At that moment, Princess Keat arrived and spoke calmly, Lozier, please repair the practice scarecrow. However, she stopped after noticing Elena. And who is this? Princess Elena stared at her in surprise before blushing slightly. Why is the knight here so pretty? I can even tell you have a strong body through the armor. Hearing such direct praise, Princess Keat immediately blushed. She grabbed Princess Ernan by the shoulder and whispered nervously, what is this? This child is way too good at socializing. She's dangerous. Princess Ernan laughed awkwardly before replying, she's my younger sister, Elena. Princess Keat's eyes widened in shock. What? Your sister? Ernan nodded calmly. And Elena is always sincere. Ever since she was born, she spent most of her life lying in bed inside her room. The world she knew only came from books, so she's finally experiencing everything in person. Even then, she's not the kind of child who lies just to impress others. Princess Keat turned even redder and quietly muttered, then. Am I really that pretty? Nearby, Gordon Ramsay shouted in frustration toward Berge Diaz, this isn't right. Dwarves, elves, heroes, and princess knights are already one thing. But now even a child is living in the Demon King's tower. Berge Diaz glanced at him calmly. I'm not asking you to raise her. That's not the problem here. Gordon Ramsay snapped back. If word gets out that the Demon King is taking care of a child, the dignity of the Demon King, who should be feared, will be ruined. There's no place for you in this tower, princess. However, Princess Elena simply walked toward him with a cheerful smile. Are you Adjutant Gordon? Gordon Ramsay clicked his tongue angrily. Don't talk to me, 13th Princess of Hilderan. But Elena bowed respectfully and said warmly, I heard from my sister that you always prepare delicious meals and manage the tower. She said you're the one who works the hardest behind the scenes. Thank you for always taking care of my sister. For a brief moment, Gordon Ramsay froze completely. His body trembled slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. It's nothing, he muttered awkwardly. Watching the scene unfold, both Lozier Friedrich and Princess Keat quietly blushed in amusement. Princess Elena then happily ran back toward Princess Ernan and exclaimed. I think the Demon King's tower suits me perfectly. There are no scary monsters, it's clean, and everyone here is so kind. My body doesn't even hurt anymore. Princess Ernan laughed softly. Right? Meanwhile, Berge Diaz watched everything in silence before muttering to himself, everyone already likes her. A faint smirk appeared on his face, she'd better be at least this useful. Now I wonder what kind of sweet words she'll use to charm me. Hearing that, Princess Ernan shouted from nearby, I told you she genuinely means everything she says. Berge Diaz ignored the comment and asked instead, what exactly did your sister write about me in her letters? The moment he asked that question, Princess Ernan instantly blushed and fell silent. Even Elena became nervous, in the letters. Elena whispered, she looked toward Ernan, only to see her face turning even redder. Elena quickly hid behind her sister and nervously said, I don't know anything. The Demon King stared at them in confusion. What's with that reaction? After a brief pause, he folded his arms and continued, by the way, didn't you say the 13th princess was so sick she couldn't even get out of bed? Princess Ernan smiled gently while looking at Elena. It's thanks to the Demon King's tower. Berge Diaz narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? Elena's illness is mana overload, Ernan explained. Her innate mana is just as massive as mine, but her body is too weak to handle it. However, demonic energy naturally depletes mana, just like how a spirit blossom loses its mana when contaminated by demon energy. She gently held Elena's hand as she continued, that's why she constantly coughed blood back in the kingdom. Her mana was being depleted inside Yugur's tower. Berge Diaz nodded in understanding. So if she stays here, she can fully recover? That's right. In the distance. Elena happily ran toward Princess Keat again while laughing joyfully. The Demon King then spoke seriously, the hero's party will arrive in 6 months. Can you prepare her by then? Princess Ernan thought for a moment before replying, reaching the level of a full archmage may be difficult. But becoming an upper-level mage should be possible. That will be enough, Berge Diaz answered while stepping forward. I'll station the 13th princess on the 3rd floor. Ernan, take good care of her. All right, Princess Ernan replied. Then her expression softened slightly. But I do have one request. Berge Diaz stopped and looked back at her. Please don't let Elena participate directly in combat, Ernan said quietly. She's still too young to witness bloodshed. The Demon King narrowed his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Was the reason she wanted to destroy Hilderin because of that child? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Raise her well, so I can grant that wish. Princess Ernan smiled gently. Okay. At the 5th floor of the Tower of Flames, inside the strategy meeting room, Gordon Ramsay and Berge Diaz arrived together. Gordon Ramsay looked around the room in curiosity and asked, Demon King, this place is. Before he could finish speaking, Berge Diaz calmly replied, I expanded it using the points gained from kidnapping the 13th princess. Until now, I didn't have the luxury to create something like this, so I handled all business directly from the throne room. As he placed his hand on the magical control system he had created, a large blue projection screen appeared above them. But if we are going to face the heroes of the 10 stars in the future, we'll need a far more organized system. He then sat down in his chair and looked toward Gordon Ramsay. I'll delegate the management authority of this room to you. If more facilities or rooms are needed in the future, feel free to expand them at your own discretion. Gordon Ramsay immediately placed a hand over his chest and responded respectfully, Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Berge Diaz quietly organized his thoughts. To reliably stop the hero's journey, 2 things are necessary. First, we must strengthen the tower. Second, we must delay the gathering of the heroes of the 10 stars for as long as possible. He then turned toward Gordon Ramsay and asked, How is the plan to spread the elves progressing? While checking the information displayed on the system screen, Gordon Ramsay replied, It's proceeding smoothly. Through the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, the elves are being distributed to clients all across the continent. Suddenly, a blue communication screen flickered to life. Pearl Orcs appeared on the screen with a serious expression. Demon King, there's a problem. Hearing those words, both Berge Diaz and Gordon Ramsay immediately became alert. Scene shifted to the Akan Kingdom. Inside the royal palace, voices echoed throughout the halls. The princess has disappeared again. Was she kidnapped? That's impossible. One of the king's subordinates hurried into the throne room while holding a letter in his hands. He immediately presented it to the king and said, A letter like this was found in the princess's room. As the king read the letter, his hands began to tremble. Our Princess Lavinia has once again. His expression darkened as he continued reading silently. She went to gather chimera ingredients. But if she's heading toward a cold mountain she has never visited before, then there's only one place she could have gone. Suddenly, the king rose from his throne and shouted, Send a search party to the Regressed Mountains immediately. Bring Lavinia back safely at all costs. Yes, sire. The subordinate answered loudly before rushing out. The scene then shifted to the Regressed Mountains. Countless chimera monsters rampaged through the snowy mountains, slaughtering every creature that crossed their path. One enormous chimera carried a freshly hunted beast in its jaws while the others continued hunting across the region. Atop one of the giant chimeras sat Lavinia Akan. Her body was covered in a layer of frost as she quietly muttered, Orcs. Ingredients. Meanwhile, Kruta stood atop a distant cliff, observing the scene carefully with his forces surrounding the area. Looking around at the overwhelming number of monsters, Lavinia calmly said, So many of them. At the same time, Kruta reported through a magical blue communication screen, Demon King, there's a problem. A human mage leading monsters has invaded our tribe's territory. She's approaching the tower. We've surrounded her, but it's difficult to stop her. The moment Berge Diaz saw Lavinia's face appear on the screen, his eyes widened in shock. That's Lavinia Akan? Nearby, Gordon Ramsay spoke seriously, I investigated her before. Lavinia is Arian's only chimera creator. But aren't chimera creators fairly common even in the demonic realm? Berge Diaz immediately grew tense. No, she's completely different from the chimera creators of the demonic realm. A dark expression appeared on his face as memories from before the regression resurfaced in his mind. I witnessed her power with my own eyes before the regression. She single-handedly led an entire chimera army during an invasion and kidnapped almost all of my vassals. The tower nearly collapsed because of her. That's how Lavinia Akan earned the title of the solo hero's journeyer. His expression became even more serious. But her period of full-scale activity shouldn't begin for another 3 years. Did killing Draxon cause Lavinia to be released early and start moving sooner than expected? Berge Diaz suddenly stood up from his seat. Lavinia will never stop until she obtains the ingredients she wants. She's the type of princess who would even target the Demon King's flesh if she isn't satisfied. Gordon Ramsay frowned deeply. Even so, why come to Ergust of all places? Lavinia Aachen is the third princess of Aachen and one of the highest-ranked successors to the throne. If we kill or kidnap her, the Aachen kingdom will mobilize its entire army against us. Facing Hildebrand's hero's journey alone is already overwhelming. If the Aachen kingdom joins the war as well, we'll never win. Berge Diaz clenched his fist tightly and fell silent for a moment before speaking in a tense voice, Krutu, I'll handle this personally. Lure her as far away from the tower as possible. Under no circumstances are you to engage in a full-scale battle. Yes, sir, Krutu replied immediately. Berge Diaz then turned toward Gordon Ramsay. You will assist from here. Understood, Gordon answered. As Berge Diaz stepped forward to leave, a disturbing thought suddenly crossed his mind. An untouchable princess invading the Demon King's territory. His footsteps slowly came to a stop. It's exactly like what happened right before Draxon died. A look of fear spread across his face as his eyes widened in realization. Back then, I sent the dwarf princess toward Draxon. He froze completely. Wait. The tension in his expression deepened. This situation is far too similar. For the first time in a long while, genuine fear appeared in Berge Diaz's eyes. Could it be? Someone intentionally sent Lavinia Aachen here in order to destroy me? Berge Diaz immediately rushed toward the battlefield. Krutu, retreat to the east for now. He commanded. Yes, sir. Krutu replied. As he moved at full speed, a troubling realization dawned on him. Lavinia Aachen would never have come to Ergust without reliable information. There had to be someone behind everything, a mastermind who had deliberately lured her there. The only person Berge Diaz could think of was Jason Kochmund. The possibility that Jason was truly the mastermind filled Berge Diaz with rage. He refused to sit back and tolerate it. Clenching his jaw, he increased his speed. At the same time, on the battlefield, Krutu walked alone toward the deadly Chimera army. He steeled himself for the coming battle, fully prepared to sacrifice his own life. After confirming that his subordinates had escaped safely, a wave of relief washed over his heart. He believed that even without him, the tribe would continue to survive as long as everyone remained united. Protecting the tribe mattered far more than his own life, and he accepted that his death would be a small price to pay. Filled with regret, he silently apologized to the Demon King and begged him to continue protecting the tribe after his death. Just as Krutu prepared for his final stand, black flames suddenly erupted, blocking the advance of the Chimera army. Black flames. Krutu muttered in surprise. Moments later, Diaz appeared before him. Berge Diaz looked at him sternly. Why have you decided to die without permission? The overwhelming presence of the Demon King immediately shook Krutu. He quickly dropped to one knee and bowed his head. I apologize, my lord. I will accept any punishment for my actions. However, Berge Diaz shook his head. You have already fulfilled your duty as chief. Do not throw your life away so easily. Loyal subordinates like you are difficult to find. Those words deeply moved Krutu. Overcome with emotion, he called out to the Demon King. Hearing Krutu openly address Berge Diaz as the Demon King left Lavinia Aachen completely shocked. As Lavinia Aachen watched in disbelief, the black flames that had been blocking the Chimera army slowly disappeared. Berge Diaz declared that the situation had worked out well, since the Chimera army was extremely dangerous. He calmly created flames in his hands. Reducing their numbers, even slightly, would benefit them in the future. Soon afterward, a voice echoed from afar. Sister. Princess Lavinia Aachen turned toward the sound. In the distance, she saw the fifth prince of the Aachen kingdom, Cain Aachen, arriving alongside a group of knights. The entire group desperately called out to Lavinia and urged her to return home immediately. At the same time, Berge Diaz turned his attention toward the Chimera army. He noticed the approaching knights and muttered, did they come to find Lavinia? As the fifth prince Cain Aachen pointed toward the blizzard, he shouted, I see chimeras. Sister must be there. Berge Diaz made it clear that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Aachen kingdom. However, he warned them that if they crossed paths with him again, none of them would survive. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his flames and drove the Chimera army away from the battlefield. Even after the battle ended, Berge Diaz disappeared from the field. Lavinia Aachen continued staring at the spot where the Demon King had stood, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. The truth she had discovered only deepened her obsession. Meanwhile, Cain Aachen instructed the knights to follow the source of the mysterious light, believing his sister would be there. However, when they arrived at the location, they found only a doll lying on the ground. A message written on the doll warned them not to search for her. The sight instantly frustrated Cain. He complained that his sister always disappeared without warning. One of the knights reminded him that they had already ventured too deeply into the dangerous lands of Ergust and advised that they should return immediately. Cain accepted the advice and reasoned that there was no way his sister could have been defeated by ordinary monsters. He also confirmed that the Demon King of Blazing Fire had not kidnapped her. As the situation in Ergust calmed slightly, the scene shifted toward the tower. Livinia Aachen stood in front of the tower with her chimera. While reflecting on everything, Berge Diaz thought about Livinia Aachen once again. He understood that she would never return home until she obtained what she truly desired. He remembered that even before the regression, Livinia had been obsessed with chimera materials, to the point that she had once targeted the Demon King's flesh itself. While Berge Diaz remained lost in thought, Gordon approached him with a report. The Aachen scouts have already left, he informed him. Berge Diaz immediately began analyzing the situation. He concluded that Livinia Aachen had not descended the mountain separately after meeting the search party. Instead, her obsession with chimera materials had likely driven her to intentionally avoid them. He further reasoned that if the Aachen kingdom discovered the princess was heading toward the tower, the entire search force would eventually arrive there as well. Understanding the implications, Gordon calmly pointed out that if the chimera princess disappeared forever within the dangerous lands of Ergust, nobody would ever know the truth. A faint smirk appeared on Berge Diaz's face as he agreed with Gordon's conclusion. He explained that if such an event occurred, the Aachen kingdom would have no justification to invade by blaming him. Hearing this, Gordon revealed a cold smile. Believing the opportunity had finally arrived, he suggested launching an all-out attack immediately. Berge Diaz realized that this was truly the only chance to deal with Livinia Aachen once and for all. Even so, an uneasy feeling continued to linger deep inside him. Despite the discomfort, he decided to handle the matter personally. Without hesitation, Berge Diaz stepped out of the tower alone. The moment he emerged, he found Livinia Aachen waiting calmly atop a chimera. However, the chimera itself was abnormal. Every one of its eyes was connected to Jason's vision, allowing him to observe the entire situation from afar. Watching everything unfold through the chimera's eyes, Jason Kochman smirked. He immediately realized that Berge Diaz had personally come outside to prevent anyone from discovering what existed inside the tower. Jason acknowledged that Berge Diaz was far more cautious than he had originally expected. Standing before Livinia Aachen, Berge Diaz directly called out Jason Kochman's name. He revealed that he already knew Jason was listening through the chimera. From the creature, Berge Diaz could sense a faint trace of Jason's demonic energy. Now that he had seen the chimera up close, he became certain of his suspicion. He concluded that Jason had personally provided a body infused with his own demonic energy to create this chimera. Jason admitted that Berge Diaz's observation skills were impressive. However, he mockingly questioned what Berge Diaz could possibly do while surrounded by an entire chimera army. As Berge Diaz looked around, he saw countless chimeras filling the battlefield. Every single one possessed strength equal to that of a high-ranking monster. Even while facing overwhelming numbers, Berge Diaz remained focused on capturing Livinia Aachen. However, his attention soon shifted toward the chimera beneath her. He suddenly sensed something strange. The creature did not contain only Jason's energy, another powerful presence was hidden within it as well. At that exact moment, Gordon arrived with urgent information received from Hillen Cargill. Gordon reported that the corpse of the deceased beast Demon King, Draxon, which had originally been recovered by the 10-star hero Rosal Chant, had somehow fallen into Livinia Aachen's possession. As Berge Diaz noticed the chimera's eyes, rage filled him. The revelation immediately shocked him. He realized that even Draxon's corpse had been used as material for the chimera. Seeing Berge Diaz's reaction, Jason grinned with satisfaction. He confirmed that Diaz's assumption was correct. Although only temporary, the chimera could replicate the incredible speed Draxon had possessed while alive. Jason then explained the deeper problem. Demon Kings normally strengthened themselves using demonic energy points. However, Berge Diaz had converted most of those points into money instead of using them to increase his own strength. Because of that decision, the current Berge Diaz had barely grown stronger at all. Under such conditions, defeating both the chimera and Princess Livinia Aachen would not be easy. Jason's confidence only continued to grow. He revealed that he had also planted eyes and ears on several other chimeras. While Berge Diaz remained distracted playing this dangerous game with Livinia, even a single chimera successfully entering the tower would allow Jason to completely understand its internal layout. With that information, Jason would be able to create the perfect strategy to conquer the tower. Just as heroes normally prepare strategies to defeat demon kings, Jason, filled with arrogance, demanded to know what the Demon King of Blazing Fire, Berge Diaz, planned to do now. Surprisingly, Berge Diaz began to smirk. Internally, he admitted that Jason Kochman had completely outplayed him. For the first time, Berge Diaz realized that he had ended up in the same position Draxen once faced. Once the battle began, there would be no turning back. Accepting the situation fully, Berge Diaz decided that everything would now depend on an all-or-nothing gamble. With complete calmness, Diaz removed his jacket and stepped forward. He called out Lavinia Akin's name directly. The sight instantly terrified Gordon. He desperately shouted toward Diaz, warning him that revealing himself in front of the chimeras was far too dangerous, even for a demon king. At the same time, Jason grew suspicious of Diaz's actions. He began wondering what exactly Diaz was planning. Ignoring everyone else, Berge Diaz spoke directly to Lavinia Akin and proposed a deal. Curious, Lavinia asked what kind of deal he meant. Diaz offered her a shocking condition. He demanded that she cancel her deal with the Demon King of Lies. In exchange, he promised to give her one of his own horns. He even swore upon the standards of a demon king to prove that he was serious. The offer completely surprised Lavinia Akin. Unable to hide her shock and excitement, she immediately questioned whether he truly intended to give her one of his horns. Princess Lavinia Akin's expression immediately softened after hearing his proposal. She quickly presented the contract to Demon King Berge Diaz. Berge Diaz looked confused at first, but after reading the contract, he nervously replied, "Sure." Once the deal was finalized, all the eyes connected to Jason Cockmund were destroyed by Demon King Flam. Meanwhile, Princess Lavinia Akin sat atop her beast and stretched out her hand. "Give me the horn." Berge Diaz turned around and began walking forward. "I know," he replied. "But this place isn't very dignified. Let's go inside first." Lavinia narrowed her eyes, clearly annoyed. Seeing her reaction, Berge smiled. "Don't worry. You don't need a contract. I swear on a demon king's honor." Although she continued staring at him suspiciously, she relaxed slightly and followed him into the tower. Elsewhere, Jason Cockmund placed a hand on his forehead and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, he thought to himself, he swore on a demon king's honor? Him? The one who thinks honor and standards are complete garbage? I can't believe that line actually worked. He got me. Standing before a massive blue screen through which he had been monitoring everything before his vision was cut off by Berge Diaz, Jason's smile slowly faded. "You're the first person to cause me this much trouble." His expression turned cold and dark. "However, I still have my next move." He smirked. "Let's see how long you can hold out, Berge Diaz." The scene shifted back to Berge Diaz's tower. As Princess Lavinia Akin entered the first floor alongside Berge Diaz, Lozier Friedrich was busy repairing a mana machine. He looked up in surprise. Nearby, Princess Keed was attempting to repair her practice dummy. She froze in shock upon seeing the unexpected guest. Princess Ernan, who was fixing her younger sister Elena's hair, was equally surprised. Ignoring their reactions, Lavinia continued following Berge while glancing around the tower. After a moment, she nervously asked, "This place is strange. Where are the materials?" Berge looked at her awkwardly. "Are you already looking for monster materials? I never said I'd give you anything except the horn." Behind them, Keed quietly whispered to Ernan, "That's Princess Lavinia, right? I'm not imagining things." Ernan nodded. "That's definitely Princess Lavinia." Princess Elena Hilderin tilted her head curiously. "What brings her here?" Lozier Friedrich scratched his head. "Well, isn't it obvious?" The scene shifted again to the 5th floor, the Demon King's chamber. Berge Diaz sat casually upon his throne while Princess Lavinia stood before him. Without warning, he tossed a horn toward her. "Here. Take it." "My horn," as promised. Lavinia caught it and examined it carefully. Then her eyes widened. "What is this?" She waved it angrily. "Not this one. Give me a real Demon King's horn." "You swore." Berge smirked. "Too bad. I don't care about a Demon King's honor. Besides, I can't give a human my actual horn. It's the pride of a black flame dragon." Lavinia's anger exploded. Immediately, she summoned her beast and released a massive surge of energy. The creature roared while numerous summoned beasts appeared around her. "Die." At that moment, Gordon Ramsay suddenly appeared in front of her with his sword drawn. "Demon King. It's dangerous." Berge calmly waved him off. "It's fine, Gordon." Then he looked at Lavinia. "Don't be so angry. It isn't my horn, but I placed power inside it that's just as strong." Lavinia paused. Feeling the energy radiating from the horn, her expression changed. Berge continued, "Phoenix Flame. A power comparable to that of a Demon King. It should be perfect as a chimera material." Lavinia's eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, she sent her chimera beast back through its portal and rushed toward Berge. "Give me more. More." Berge watched her excited reaction and thought, "I'm glad she likes it." Then he took out Armani's orb and held it in his hand. I can't keep giving these away for free. If you really want more, swallow this. Lavinia grabbed the orb without even asking what it was and swallowed it immediately. At that moment, she officially became one of Berge Diaz's vassals. She raised her hand again, more flames. Berge stared at her speechlessly. She really is out of her mind. Still, he nodded. Fine. I'll give you more. Lavinia beamed with happiness. As she received additional horns infused with phoenix flame, she cheerfully greeted the Demon King's subordinates, who welcomed her into the tower. Watching the scene, Berge thought, with this, Lavinia Aachen has become my vassal. I finally have a force capable of dealing with the overwhelming numbers of the hero's journey. His eyes narrowed. Now I only need to prepare for the 10 stars. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before him. It was Krotu. Demon King, I've erased all traces of the Chimera's movements. Berge nodded. Good work, Krotu. He leaned back on his throne. Now the Aachen Palace won't even dream that Princess Lavinia is hiding inside my tower. After a brief pause, he considered the remaining risks, still, just in case. He called for Lavinia Aachen. There was one more task he wanted her to do. The scene shifted to the Aachen kingdom. Inside the royal palace, hurried voices echoed through the halls, Your Majesty. A letter has arrived from Princess Lavinia. The king quickly accepted the letter. His hands trembled slightly as he opened it and began reading. After finishing the letter, he remained silent. One of his subordinates stepped forward and knelt respectfully. Your Majesty, shouldn't we send another search party? The king continued staring at the letter before answering nervously. No. He lowered the letter slightly. They couldn't even bring back the 5th prince. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at Lavinia's words. Since she's so happy, I'll leave her be for a while. He sighed heavily. If Princess Lavinia turns Ergust into a wasteland, then I will take responsibility. The subordinate lowered his head. Understood, Your Majesty. The scene shifted once more, this time to the Tower of Frost. Inside the frozen tower, Reina Soldian casually floated a piece of candy in the air using demonic energy. Without touching it, she guided it toward her mouth while speaking. So, in other words. She glanced at the blue screen before her. Berge Diaz helped you. On the screen appeared Yugur Belva. Yes, he replied. He discovered that the hero's journey was coming and warned me in advance. He also provided valuable information. The Demon King of Winter slowly ate the candy. So you're saying Berge Diaz is trustworthy? More trustworthy than Jason? She crossed her arms. If it's useful information you're talking about, hasn't Jason been providing that for much longer? Yugur Belva nodded, of course. Jason Kochmund has given us information that helped us survive in Arian. He paused. But somehow, I can't completely trust him. His expression darkened. It's difficult to explain why. Reina raised an eyebrow. May I enlighten you? Yugur looked at her curiously. Reina continued, You, I, and Draxen Doldov have survived in Arian for decades with Jason's assistance. Her eyes narrowed. But every new Demon King falls to the hero's journey within 3 years. She leaned back in her chair. Take the Demon King of Lust, for example. He was defeated by the hero Hillen Cargill. A cold smile appeared on her face. Jason could have saved those new Demon Kings if he truly wanted to. Silence filled the room. After a moment, Yugur finally spoke. Does that mean? His voice grew heavier. Jason killed Draxen, he clenched his fists. Then what should we do now? Reina calmly replied, If you're a Demon King, think and judge for yourself. Yugur nodded slowly. You're right. Reina continued, but don't misunderstand me. She looked toward the icy window. I don't trust Berge Diaz either. Yugur remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Then the person who killed Draxen. Reina gritted her teeth. There is a way to find out. Her expression became unpleasant. I hate having to ask that vulgar woman for help. She sighed. But there is no other choice. The scene shifted to Brefet. High above the city, Vivian arrived using her demonic wings. Hovering over the bustling streets below, she smiled as she activated her invisibility. At the same time, she was speaking with Reina Soldian through a blue communication screen. So, you want me to kidnap the Dwarven princess? Vivian asked. Reina Soldian nodded. Draxen Doldov's death began with the Dwarven princess's invasion. We suspect that one of the Demon Kings was responsible for sending her to Ormouth. She folded her arms. You arrived after Draxen's death, so you're not among the suspects. Since you're uninvolved, you'll be able to uncover the truth without bias. Vivian placed a hand on her chest and smiled proudly. Of course. There's no one more suitable for the job than me. Then a mischievous grin appeared on her face. By the way, I still haven't heard those words from you yet. Reina's eye twitched. Although furious, she forced herself to remain calm. Grinding her teeth, she reluctantly said, Please do it. Vivian burst into cheerful laughter. Oh my, I wasn't even asking you to say that. Why are you making me sound like the bad guy? Reina's expression darkened even further. Without another word, she immediately cut off the communication. Vivian giggled as the blue screen vanished. Well then, she descended toward the city below while maintaining her invisibility. Shall I show off my skills a little? Carefully sneaking through the city, she slipped past the guards unnoticed, although I came here under Archduke Arcane's orders to investigate who killed Draxon. Her expression became slightly troubled. If I complete this mission successfully, Archduke Arcane will probably send me back. She glanced around the Dwarven Kingdom. This is Dwarven territory. She wouldn't seriously plan to turn the entire succubus race into her enemies, would she? Vivian chuckled. The last time I was discovered, it was because I only sent my subordinates. She confidently placed her hands on her hips. Foo-foo. You can't see me, right? A nearby guard walked directly past her without noticing a thing. Smiling proudly, she continued moving deeper into the palace. I'll never get caught if I handle things personally. Unless they're a top-tier hero, nobody will even notice me. She quietly slipped through another corridor. The Dwarven princess's room should be just around this corner. As she turned the corner, her body suddenly froze. Standing directly ahead was Hero Hillen Cargill. At the same moment, Hillen looked straight at her, their eyes met. Vivian's face went pale. No way. She nervously pointed at herself. Can you actually see me? A smirk appeared on Hillen Cargill's face as he slowly drew his sword. Of course I can, Demon King of Lust. Crackling lightning instantly covered the blade. Without hesitation, Hillen swung his sword. A massive wave of lightning surged forward. Vivian quickly raised both hands and unleashed her demonic energy to block the attack. Boom! The impact shook the corridor. Grinding her teeth, she struggled against the overwhelming force. A top-tier hero can see through my stealth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why is a hero like this guarding a princess here? Tears began forming in her eyes. As the pressure continued to increase, Vivian finally screamed in frustration. I really can't stand this filthy dimension anymore. As Hillen Cargill prepared to attack again, he realized that everything was unfolding exactly as Demon King Berge Diaz had predicted. Vivian had truly come to kidnap Princess Louise. Earlier, during a communication through the blue window, Berge Diaz had warned him, Hillen Cargill, guard the Dwarven princess for the time being. The Demon King of Lust will definitely try to kidnap her. Trusting the Demon King's words completely, Hillen thought, if I continue believing in the Demon King, I will become even greater. Raising his sword high into the air, he channeled lightning through the blade. Thunder crackled around him as he shouted, I will defeat you and add another achievement to my name. Demon King of Lust. Vivian froze for a moment before quickly dodging Hillen's attack. Retreating at full speed, he gritted his teeth in frustration. You think I'd be defeated in a place like this? Using his incredible speed, Vivian rushed into Princess Louise's room and looked around frantically. Dwarven Princess. Where are you? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Why are you looking for me? Vivian's eyes widened in shock. Princess Louise stood behind him, holding a massive axe engulfed in flames. Before he could react, she swung it toward him. Startled, Vivian quickly created a barrier to block the attack. Boom! Princess Louise gritted her teeth and slammed her axe against the barrier with tremendous force. This is a princess. Vivian muttered in disbelief. Another voice echoed from behind him. Then what did you think she was? A prince? Hillen Cargill charged forward with his sword raised. This is your grave, Demon King of Lust. Vivian turned and saw the hero rushing toward him. Fear and frustration appeared on his face. With tears forming in his eyes, he raised two trembling fingers and shouted. A hero is guarding the princess, and the princess is charging at me with an axe. What is this? What is wrong with this dimension? Seeing no other option, Vivian unleashed a blinding flash of light. The brilliant light filled the room instantly. It's so annoying, he shouted. Even Princess Louise was forced to cover her face. Hillen gritted his teeth as he shielded his eyes. Suddenly, Hillen sensed a movement. Don't even think about escaping. He swung his sword toward the disturbance. A small spray of blood appeared in the air. The attack had wounded Vivian, but it wasn't enough to stop him. He had already shifted his position and escaped through the room gate. By the time the light faded, both Hillen and Princess Louise could only watch as he disappeared. Hillen calmly placed his sword on his back. She ran away. Princess Louise immediately turned toward him in anger. What? She ran away? Is that all you have to say right now? He came here to kidnap me. You should have caught him and killed him. Guards. Is anyone there? Go after the Demon King immediately. While listening to her complaints, Hillen suddenly noticed something. His eyes widened. This is... Without wasting any time, he opened the blue window and contacted Demon King Berge Diaz. Demon King, the Demon King of Lust came exactly as you predicted. The scene shifted to Berge Tower. While speaking with Hillen, Berge Diaz thought, ever since I first met Vivian, I had a feeling this would happen. Then he asked, so, how did it go? Hillen replied, I wasn't able to eliminate the Demon King of Lust, but I did acquire a trophy. Berge Diaz raised an eyebrow. A trophy? Yes. Hillen smiled faintly. I'll send it to the tower. He held up the object he had found. It's the Demon King of Lust's tail. The scene shifted to the Eastern Triangle Strait, within the domain of the Sea King. Massive waves crashed violently across the ocean as thunder roared through the dark sky. Standing amidst the raging sea was the master of the Eastern Sea, the monstrous Crudalord, a calamity-grade monster. Facing him was a lone figure standing atop a massive rock rising from the ocean. Holding his sword casually in one hand was Pulav Didrod, one of the 10-star heroes. Waving his hand provocatively, Pulav shouted, Why are you already scared? You're supposed to be a calamity-grade monster. Put up more of a fight. We're only getting started. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait. Oh no. Watch out. A gigantic fireball descended from the heavens. The Crudalord Master's eyes widened in panic as he looked up at the blazing sphere falling toward him. Before he could react, the enormous fireball crashed down upon him, engulfing him in flames and crushing him beneath its overwhelming force. At the center of the inferno appeared another figure, holding two massive spears. It was Rosal Charnt, another 10-star hero. A glowing magic circle materialized beneath him as he teleported into the battlefield. Pulav grabbed the edge of the magic circle and shouted angrily, Why did you interrupt me, Rosal Charnt? I was right in the middle of a fight. Stepping forward calmly, Rosal replied, An order has been issued. All 10-star heroes have been summoned. We're heading to Regressed. Pulav clicked his tongue. What a pain. Huh? Regressed? His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Isn't that place crawling with calamity-grade monsters? Rosal frowned. Don't get your hopes up, you battle maniac. We're only going there to capture the Demon King, he sighed before continuing. Seriously, once you start fighting, you never stop. You were battling a calamity-grade monster with nothing but an ordinary sword and without using any mana. Are you some kind of pervert? Pulav gave him a thumbs up, do you know how good that feels? You should try it sometime. Get lost, Rosal replied immediately. Pulav smirked, now that I think about it, your magic has gotten much stronger, hasn't it? Have you been secretly training by yourself? How about a round with me? Rosal narrowed his eyes in annoyance. Please just go fight by yourself and die. The magic circle rose into the air, carrying both heroes across the sky. As they traveled, Pulav folded his arms and asked, By the way, how did you find me? I came here in secret. Rosal glanced at him. Someone told me you'd be here playing around by yourself, huh? Who? Pulav asked. Rosal looked directly at him and replied, Who else? The Guild Master of the Heroes Guild. The scene shifted to the Heroes Guild. Standing before the Guild Master and several 10-star heroes, Hillen Kargil listened attentively as the Guild Master spoke. Hillen Kargil, you defeated 2 Demon Kings and protected Princess Berfet from the Demon King's kidnapping attempt. Your recent achievements have been truly outstanding. Hillen bowed respectfully, Thank you. The Guild Master nodded before continuing. In recognition of your achievements, the Heroes Guild shall appoint you as an Argon. Hillen's eyes widened. Argons were individuals who, alongside the Guild Master and the 4 elders, determined the future direction of the Heroes Guild. Their influence was so great that even kings sought to establish friendly relations with them. It was a position that wielded immense authority. Hearing this, Hillen felt a surge of excitement. I finally did it. An ordinary boy from a small countryside village had come this far. Just a little further, and then I'll, gripping the hilt of his sword, he declared proudly, as hero Hillen Kargil, I will faithfully fulfill my duties as an Argon. Inside, however, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Now I can become the greatest hero in history. Suddenly, the doors of the guild hall swung open. When did that greenhorn become such a big shot? A familiar voice echoed through the hall. Hillen quickly turned around. Sir Pulav Didrod. Lady Rosal Charnt. Pulav stepped forward and casually draped an arm around Hillen's shoulders. It's been a while. I heard you took down 2 Demon Kings. We should spar sometime. Hillen smiled awkwardly. It's good to see you too, Sir Pulav. As for sparring, that's a bit. Before he could finish, the Guild Master interrupted. You finally arrived, Pulav Didrod and Rosal Charnt. A blue communication window floated before him. To issue a grave mission, I have gathered you here today. Pulav immediately pointed at him and shouted. You ruined my fun. This better be a proper mission. Otherwise, you're a dead man. Hillen broke into a cold sweat. Sir Pulav, how can you say that to the Guild Master? The Guild Master ignored the outburst and replied calmly, Do not worry, Pulav Didrod. This is a mission that will satisfy you as well. His expression turned serious. From this moment onward, you will forcibly retrieve the 7 10-star heroes currently employed in the Jespine Empire Succession War. The room fell silent. By any means necessary. The Heroes Guild will handle the aftermath. The upcoming hero's journey is now our highest priority. Palov's eyes lit up instantly, he clenched both fists and laughed excitedly. Now that's what I'm talking about. A fierce grin spread across his face. You're saying we can beat them up and drag them back, right? The 10-star heroes. Rosal looked at him with a pale expression. Don't get so excited. It's creepy. The guild master continued, just make sure you don't injure them to the point that they can no longer participate in the hero's journey, of course. Palav replied cheerfully. Toys are meant to be played with for a long time. Hillen froze. They're gathering all the 10-star heroes, this is bad. The hero's journey is starting much earlier than expected, his expression stiffened. The Demon King is my path to success. He can't fall until I become the greatest hero. After the meeting ended, Hillen immediately contacted Berge through a blue communication window. Meanwhile, in Berge Tower, the Demon King sat upon his throne. After hearing the report, Berge frowned. They're moving up the hero's journey. Hillen nodded. If they successfully bring back the heroes participating in the Jespine Empire's succession war, the hero's journey will begin immediately. Berge looked puzzled. Why all of a sudden, the guild master didn't reveal the reason, Hillen replied. The Demon King fell silent. It's too sudden. Almost unnaturally sudden. Could it be? Did Jason interfere? After a moment, he asked, how exactly are they planning to accelerate the hero's journey? They intend to intervene in the Jespine Empire's succession war. Berge raised an eyebrow. The succession war, Hillen explained, the succession war is an ancient tradition of the Jespine imperial family. The position of the next emperor is decided through a deadly competition among the princes and princesses. He continued, when the emperor assigns important tasks for the empire, the princes and princesses recruit mercenaries and heroes to help complete them. The competition consists of 5 stages, and the entire succession war usually lasts around 6 months. Berge nodded slowly, 6 months. In that case, the 10-star heroes are currently involved in that war? Yes, Hillen answered. 7 of the 10-star heroes have been hired as mercenaries by the imperial candidates. His expression darkened. However, if Palav Didrod intervenes, everything could change. What normally takes months could end in a single month, perhaps even a few weeks. Hillen took a deep breath. If that happens, all of the 10-star heroes may gather much sooner than expected. Berge immediately rose from his throne. Whether Jason interfered or not. I don't have time to sit around and wonder. I need to make my move right now. Stepping forward, Berge opened a blue communication window and contacted Lozier Friedrich. Lozier, it's time to move to the next stage. Build a golem. Lozier's eyes widened in surprise. A golem? You mean one of the ancient weapons? Berge nodded. You said that Magitech is essential for creating a golem. As he spoke, memories from his previous life surfaced in his mind. I fought against them before. Without another word, Berge opened another communication window, this time connecting to Princess Lavinia Aachen. Lavinia, help Lozier with the construction of the golem. The princess blinked in confusion. Me? Why? Berge replied calmly, I'll give you a reward. He then revealed the item. The tail of the succubus queen. Lavinia's eyes sparkled instantly. An ingredient? Her expression brightened immediately. All right. I'm in. Berge nodded before opening a third communication window. Ernan, how is Elena doing? Princess Ernan answered respectfully. Fortunately, her mana has almost completely stabilized. I'll begin teaching her the basics of magic starting tomorrow. Good. Keep it up. Yes, sir. After ending the call, Berge took a deep breath. A crimson aura surrounded his body as he transformed into his phoenix form. Brilliant flames flickered around him as majestic wings unfolded from his back. Walking toward the tower window. He gazed into the distance. Gordon, I'll go by us some time. He turned slightly toward the loyal butler. I'll leave the tower in your hands for the time being. Gordon looked at him with concern and curiosity. Demon King, where are you going? His eyes widened as a realization struck him. Don't tell me. Berge smiled faintly. Yes. His fiery wings spread wide. I will personally participate in the Jespine Empire's succession war. The scene shifted to Utara Island, a territory of the Jespine Empire. Recently, a massive outbreak of undead monsters had occurred across Utara Island, leaving the innocent citizens of the Empire trembling in fear. As the final task of the succession war, the princes had been ordered to subjugate the Black Mage of Utara Island. The Black Mage was a high-ranking monster with the attributes of darkness and cold. His current location remained unknown. Suddenly, chilling cries echoed through the air. It was the Black Mage's undead army. They're the undead monsters, one of the first prince's subordinates shouted. Protect the first prince. The first prince sat calmly upon a throne carried by his guards as they advanced through the battlefield. Around him, his vassals cheered and charged into battle, slaughtering the undead. Meanwhile, the prince simply crossed one leg over the other and said coldly, the path to the throne is paved with blood. Since this is the final task, throw in as many vassals as necessary. Yes, sir, his subordinate replied immediately. Standing beside him was Naya Diaprin, the third star among the heroes of the 10 stars and a loyal retainer of the first prince. Holding her magical spear firmly, she spoke with concern. Your Highness, even if this is the final task, at this rate, there will be no vassals left. Rufus Jespine, the first prince of the Jespine Empire, narrowed his eyes and turned towards Naya. Resting his cheek against one hand, he replied coldly, you may be a famous hero, but in the end, you are still a subject of the Empire. Are you daring to oppose my orders? Naya lowered her head slightly. No, Your Highness, she replied. Somewhere on Utara Island, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed across the battlefield. Brother, please spare me. I'll give up my claim to the throne, so please, the princess cried in terror. The second prince gently placed a hand on her cheek and smiled. Don't say such sad things. How could I possibly harm my own sister with my own hands? The princess sat trembling on the ground, fear written across her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her clothes were stained with blood, and the bodies of all her loyal vassals lay scattered around her, having been slaughtered by the second prince's forces. Suddenly, one of the second prince's vassals stepped forward and drove his blade into her back. The princess froze. Blood spilled from her mouth before she collapsed to the ground. Floyen Jespine, the second prince of the Jespine Empire, watched the scene unfold with a smirk. After having his own sister killed, he coldly muttered, there's no need for me to dirty my own hands, is there? After all, I am destined to become a noble emperor. Still wearing a smug smile, he turned towards Ralph Schmitz, the 6th star among the heroes of the 10 stars and one of his most trusted retainers. Since this is the final task, I should do some cleaning in advance. Find the other heirs. Ralph Schmitz, who had been standing silently behind him, thought for a moment before bowing his head. Yes, sir, he replied. Elsewhere on Utara Island, the undead army was being struck from every direction by a barrage of powerful punches. The undead had completely surrounded the 4th princess and her hero. Standing back to back, the two fought side by side, covering each other's blind spots while crushing the undead horde. The 4th princess glanced at her companion and smiled. What a splendid display of power, perfectly befitting the dignity of a monarch. Your stance is excellent as well. As expected of one of the 10 stars, you truly are different. You flatter me, Your Highness, the hero replied. The 4th princess laughed as she shattered another undead monster with a single punch. No, all citizens of the Empire should possess a magnificent physique like yours. The current generation is far too weak. Hearing those words, the hero felt somewhat uneasy. Tiran Jespine, the 4th princess of the Jespine Empire, continued laughing as she charged through the battlefield. When I become empress, I'll begin by purging my frail siblings. Then only the strong will remain, and the Empire will prosper. Isn't that right? The 5th star of the 10 stars, Jillian Ain't, who served the 4th princess, hesitated for a moment before replying awkwardly, You're absolutely right, Your Highness. 2 hours after the subjugation of the Black Mage had begun, the number of remaining heirs had fallen from 17 to 15. Elsewhere on Utara Island, the roars of an undead army echoed across the land. Thousands of undead creatures surged forward. Please. Stop chasing me. Noah Jespine, the 17th prince of the Jespine Empire, cried as he ran desperately while clutching several artifacts. The undead horde relentlessly pursued him. My vassals were all wiped out by the undead, and the heroes I hired abandoned me and ran away. Noah thought in panic. All I have left are the artifacts my brothers and sisters gave me after I failed the previous task, and I don't even know how to use them. He gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, his foot caught on a root protruding from the ground. Ah! He stumbled and crashed onto the dirt. The artifacts scattered around him. His body trembled as he forced himself onto his hands and knees. I can't fall here. The undead army continued drawing closer. Images of his siblings flashed through his mind, 1st brother. 2nd brother. 4th sister. His expression darkened. If any of them become emperor, a bloodbath will sweep across the empire. He remembered the final words of the vassals who had sacrificed their lives for him. 17th prince, please protect the empire. Even now, tears continued to fall. He clenched his fist and reached towards one of the fallen artifacts. An emperor is someone who protects everyone. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying presence before him. Noah slowly looked up. The entire undead army stood directly in front of him. The monsters roared as one. Fear consumed him. Is this the end? Closing his eyes, Noah accepted his fate. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't go on. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Boom. The thunderous strike annihilated countless undead monsters. Thankfully, it seems I wasn't too late. Noah slowly opened his eyes. Standing before him was Hilan Karjal, one of the heroes of the 10 stars. Holding a blade crackling with lightning. Are you injured anywhere, Prince Noah? Hilan asked. Noah stared at him in disbelief. Why, you're one of the 10 stars. Sir Hilan Karjal? Then Noah felt another overwhelming presence. His gaze shifted skyward. A majestic phoenix soared above the battlefield. Standing atop the phoenix was Berge Diaz. Raising one hand, Berge condensed an enormous sphere of blazing flames. Noah could only stare in astonishment. If you're willing to hire us, Berge said calmly, we may be able to help you. Noah froze for a moment before tears burst from his eyes. I'll hire you. I'll hire you both, Berge smirked. Contract established. With a wave of his hand, he hurled the gigantic fireball into the undead horde. Boom. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield, reducing every last undead creature to ashes. 10 minutes earlier. Somewhere else on Utara Island. There is only one objective, Berge Diaz said to Hillen Kargil. We must prevent the 10 stars from participating in the hero's journey. To do that, we need to keep them occupied. We'll stall for time so that the succession war doesn't end prematurely. The details are exactly as I explained earlier. Hillen nodded before speaking. That all sounds fine, but there's one problem. Berge glanced over his shoulder. Pallav Disrod. He'll eliminate all of the 10 stars before the succession war ends. We'll have to deal with him before that happens, Berge replied calmly. First, however, we'll need an employer if we wish to participate without consequences. Hillen thought for a moment. There's a suitable candidate. The 17th prince, Noah Jespine. Berge remained silent. He's far down the line of succession, so he probably couldn't afford to hire any high-level heroes. More importantly. Hillen paused. He's a complete crybaby and a coward. Back in the present, Noah remained kneeling on the ground, tears pouring down his face. Thanks to you. I survived. Thank you so much. I really thought it was all over for me. He wiped his eyes. I absolutely must stop first brother, second brother, and fourth sister. But I don't have the money to hire famous heroes. His voice weakened. If, by any chance, you'd be willing to accept artifacts instead. Berge gently placed a hand on Noah's shoulder. We don't need money, Noah blinked in surprise. As long as you possess a sense of justice. Berge smiled warmly. Save the empire from those wicked princes and princesses. He looked directly into Noah's eyes. A true emperor is someone who protects everyone. Hope instantly returned to Noah's face. His eyes shone with renewed determination. From that moment onward, Berge Diaz, the Phoenix Master, became a retainer of the 17th prince. Likewise, Hillen Kargil, hero of the 10 stars, pledged himself to Noah Jespine. Berge then turned away with a faint smirk. Humans really are so easy to deceive, he thought. A demonic smile briefly crossed his face. Well then, Berge said, shall we go and stop them? Noah smiled brightly. Yes. Let's protect everyone. Standing nearby, Hillen lowered his head in guilt. Prince Noah. I'm truly sorry. The scene shifted once more. Elsewhere on Utara Island, Rosal Chant suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widened. That aura. A look of shock appeared on his face, the phoenix's flame. Pallav Didrod smiled as he glanced towards the distant horizon. You felt it too, didn't you? He asked Rosal Chant. There's an interesting fellow on this island. Rosal's eyes shifted towards Pallav. At that moment, Pallav was casually holding the 10th star by the throat with a single hand, lifting him high into the air. The 6th prince watched in horror as he collapsed onto the ground, unable to believe what he was seeing. Pallav laughed. Rather than fighting these fledgling little stars, it would be far more entertaining to fight that guy. The battle had already ended, the 10th star and the 6th prince had both been eliminated after suffering a complete defeat at Pallav's hands. Rosal looked away towards the source of the strange aura. Leave it be, he said calmly. That's someone Hillen Kargil brought with him. Pallav raised an eyebrow. What? A look of surprise appeared on his face. He went out of his way to bring someone else when I'm already here. That's exactly what I'm saying, Rosal replied. Then he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. What on earth is Hillen Kargil planning? Deep within the forests of Utara Island stood a hidden cave. Inside, the sound of dripping water echoed through the darkness. Hillen Kargil, Noah Jespine, and Berge Diaz slowly made their way deeper into the cavern. Noah looked around nervously. This place, his voice trembled with fear. Hillen remained silent. Berge, however, was deep in thought. In my previous life, I searched for powerful monsters that could become suitable vassals, he recalled. That was when I discovered this place. His eyes settled upon the figure standing in the darkness ahead, the Black Mage of Utara Island, a high-ranking monster. The moment the Black Mage noticed their presence, it released a deafening roar that shook the entire cavern. The undead monarch's crimson eyes glowed with hostility. Berge calmly stepped forward. Before Pallav eliminates all of the 10 stars, flames erupted around his body as he activated his phoenix form. Then, without hesitation, his appearance began to change. Dark energy surged throughout the cave. His phoenix flames vanished. In their place emerged a terrifying demonic aura. A sinister smile spread across his face. Berge Diaz had transformed into the Demon King. Holding his demonic robe in one hand, he gazed directly at the Black Mage. I will hide the Black Mage. His smile widened, and make sure the succession war never ends. The cave instantly fell silent. Noah's eyes widened in horror. Even Hilan Kargil froze, unable to hide his surprise. Noah shouted as he cried out, Demon King? He stumbled backwards in shock. The Black Mage itself fell silent. Its glowing eyes widened as it stared at the figure standing before it. For the first time, the mighty monster seemed genuinely startled. The Demon King stood there. The Demon King, Berge Diaz, stood before the Black Mage. The Black Mage raised his hand, channeling dark magic as his eyes glowed crimson with rage. I've been avoiding the Demon King's gaze to keep from becoming a vassal, but you still managed to find me in the end, he shouted. I refuse to serve under anyone, for I am the king of the undead. With a wave of his hand, countless undead skeletons emerged behind him. Berge Diaz remained completely unfazed. He simply released a burst of demonic energy. In an instant, every undead skeleton was obliterated. The Black Mage's jaw dropped in shock. Berge Diaz, his expression dark and emotionless, held demonic energy in one hand and coldly asked. So then, do you want to die? The Black Mage immediately fell to his knees, pressing his forehead against the ground. His entire body trembled with fear. I pledge my utmost loyalty, he cried. Berge Diaz withdrew his demonic energy and turned his gaze toward the 17th prince. Right. You need to stay alive if you want even the slightest chance. Acting tough will only get you killed for nothing. Isn't that right, 17th prince? Behind him, Hilan Kargil firmly restrained the 17th prince, Noah Jespine, who was trembling and crying. Through clenched teeth, Noah said, Black flames. To think the Phoenix Master was actually the Demon King of blazing fire. Even the hero Hilan Kargil is one of the Demon King's subordinates. Berge Diaz held a demonic larva in his hand, a creature capable of controlling its host. I'll give you a chance to become my vassal as well, he said. Noah looked at him in disbelief. Berge Diaz smirked to himself. The Jespine Empire is powerful enough to keep the Heroes Guild in check. Making the 17th prince my vassal will be useful later. Noah lowered his head before glaring back with tears in his eyes. Don't make me laugh. His voice shook with anger. You want me to abandon the subjects who sacrificed themselves for me? To betray the Empire, to betray humanity, with tears streaming down his face, he shouted, you think I'd do something so cowardly? I'd rather die than submit to a Demon King. The moment those words left his mouth, Berge Diaz flicked the demonic larva into Noah's mouth. It slid down his throat and into his stomach. Noah immediately grabbed his head as the demonic energy began taking control. Aff! He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his head. Berge Diaz watched with a smirk. They said you were upright and stubborn. I expected you to refuse. The more hostility you bear toward me, the greater your suffering will be. Just give up and swear your loyalty to your new king. Still writhing in pain, Noah struggled to speak. To a Demon King. I'd rather. Before he could finish, the larva's control fully activated. An overwhelming wave of pain forced him unconscious. His body went limp. Watching the scene, Hilan Kargil nervously asked, Is he dead? Berge Diaz, revealing his demonic form, replied calmly, no. I made sure he stayed alive. He's far too valuable to kill. He then turned his gaze toward the Black Mage. How long are you planning to stay on the floor? Get up. The Black Mage instantly stood up. Yes, sir. It's time to work, Berge Diaz said. Prepare for the heroes. The Black Mage blinked in confusion, pointing at himself, me? As demonic energy leaked throughout the surrounding area, it began attracting nearby heroes. After sensing the overwhelming demonic energy, the twin heroes, Bing and Bong, laughed. One of them grinned and said, this is definitely the demonic energy of a Black Mage. Leaking it everywhere like this, it's like they're begging to be caught. The other laughed in agreement. That's right, brother. Elite heroes like us can track a Black Mage's lair with just this much demonic energy. Behind them stood the Jespine Empire's 11th princess, Sierra Jespine. After following the trail of demonic energy, they finally discovered the Black Mage's hideout. Princess Sierra calmly said, so this really is the Black Mage's lair. It's home to a powerful high-ranking monster, so don't let your guard down. We need to subjugate it before anyone else notices. Let's move in. The three entered the cave. Standing before them was the Black Mage. The twin heroes immediately drew their swords. One of them laughed confidently. This is nothing for us brothers, the ones closest to becoming heroes of the 10 stars. It'll be an absolute piece of cake. The other hero smirked. It's just a mob monster that's not even one of the Demon King's subordinates. We'll butcher you in 10 seconds flat. Before they could make another move, their bodies suddenly froze in place. The Black Mage had cast a powerful spell. Dark demonic energy flowed through his crimson eyes as he smiled. How do you like that? My power has been enhanced by the Demon King's demonic energy. Right now, I surpass even calamity-grade monsters. At that moment, Berge Diaz stepped out from behind him. Don't overdo it, he said calmly. Just move them to the freezer. The black mage immediately bowed his head. Yes, sir. Soon afterward, more heroes, princes, and princesses were lured into the cave, frozen by the black mage's sealing magic, and carried into the freezing chamber by the undead. Watching the growing number of captives, Berge Diaz thought, with this, we've frozen a total of 3 princes and princesses. None of the heroes of the 10 stars have fallen for it yet. With the black mage's sealing magic enhanced by my demonic energy, even a hero of the 10 stars won't be a problem. Folding his arms, Berge Diaz turned to Hillen Cargill. If I keep luring them here and freezing them one by one, the succession war won't end anytime soon. The 10 stars won't be able to return to the Heroes Guild either. Standing behind him, Hillen Cargill replied, but they won't go down that easily. Berge Diaz glanced at him, I've already planned for that. Anyway, what's the situation outside? Hillen's expression turned grim. It's not good. The 10th star, Warden Kolo, has already been defeated by Pallav Disrod. Now only 6 of the 10 stars remain. Berge Diaz's eyes widened in shock. What? He frowned in disbelief, it hasn't even been half a day yet. Calling all 10 stars to assemble was merely a formality. If the King of Hilderan changes his mind, even if only 7 or 8 of the 10 stars gather, there's a chance he'll begin the hero's journey. He clenched his fist. If that happens, it's all over. Without another word, Berge Diaz transformed into his phoenix form and prepared to leave. I need more time. I'll deal with Pallav Disrod myself. Hillen Cargill quickly raised his hand in alarm. What? You're going to face him yourself? That man is a monster. Even you couldn't possibly defeat him, Demon King. Berge Diaz turned and looked at him. You seem quite certain of that, Hillen answered without hesitation, yes. If it were him, he could have subjugated the Demon King of Beasts all by himself. I'm telling you, it's impossible to defeat Pallav, the 1st star, in a one-on-one fight. The scene shifted to another battlefield. A shattered shield fell to the ground, broken into pieces. Holding one half of the ruined shield, Ralph Schmidt struggled to block the blade of Pallav Disrod. The immense pressure radiating from Pallav's sword crushed everything around them. Laughing, Pallav Disrod poured his purple aura into his blade as it slowly sliced through the edge of Ralph's shield. The strongest shield master, Ralph Schmitz. I've always wanted to fight you, he said excitedly. I heard that even a broken door becomes the ultimate shield in your hands, right? His grin widened. Then show me what you can do. Ralph narrowed his eyes as he desperately held the shield in place. The blade continued cutting through it inch by inch. The golden aura surrounding the shield became unstable as it reached its limit. Then, boom, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire island. Smoke engulfed the battlefield and rose high into the sky. As the dust settled, Ralph slowly raised both of his hands. I surrender. Pallav stared at him in disbelief. What? Ralph looked over his shoulder at the second prince. I apologize, Your Highness, but this is as far as I can go. I hope you can manage the rest on your own. The second prince remained silent, simply staring back at him. Pallav Disrod waved both hands in frustration. Wait a minute. Your power enhances shields. If you switch to another shield, you can keep fighting. Don't just give up. Ralph turned away and lowered his head. You're right. My ability grants extraordinary power to shields, but no shield in this world could stop you. He let out a quiet sigh. You're simply too strong. Pallav's expression changed from excitement to disbelief. Heroes of the 10 stars eliminated. 2 remaining heroes of the 10 stars. 5. As Pallav Disrod left the battlefield, Berge Diaz watched everything from a distance. A nervous expression appeared on his face. So that's Pallav Disrod. Just as Hillen Cargill warned me. He shattered Ralph Schmitz's shield, the very shield that even Draxon couldn't break. He's absurdly strong. Berge suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Hillen Cargill. If there's a hero that powerful, Berge had asked, then why are the Demon Kings still alive? Hillen lowered his head before answering. Because the Demon King's towers are valuable resources for humanity. They produce rare materials and contain vast treasures. He continued, because of that, a hero cannot kill a Demon King without the Heroes Guild's permission. It's one of the Guild's absolute rules. Berge had looked genuinely shocked. What an arrogant rule. After a brief pause, he asked, then how can someone that powerful even exist? What is his true identity? Hillen's expression grew uneasy. No one knows. Berge frowned in confusion. Hillen continued, one day, he suddenly appeared, and with a single sword, he subjugated a calamity-grade monster entirely by himself. That is the very first recorded feat of Pallav Disrod, where he was born, how he was raised, or how he obtained such transcendent power. He slowly shook his head. No one knows. Hillen looked directly at Berge Diaz. So it's best to avoid clashing with him as much as possible. Back in the present, Berge Diaz, in his phoenix form, appeared behind Pallav Disrod. Sensing his presence, Pallav turned around. With a serious expression, Berge Diaz narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is your employer?" Pallav Disrod looked at him calmly. "What a remarkable aura. You must be the phoenix we're after," Rosal Chant entrapped and said to Berge Diaz, "File, you came here with Hillen, didn't you? Then you should already know everything." She shrugged, "So let's focus on our own missions." Berge Diaz continued, "Your employers aren't the princes or princesses, they're the Heroes Guild itself." His eyes sharpened. "Making the heir of your choosing the next emperor. Is that your plan to control the empire?" Pallav remained silent. Berge Diaz smirked, "If a scandal like this were exposed to the world, do you really think the empire and the countless kingdoms would simply let the Heroes Guild get away with it?" Hearing those words, Rosal Chant narrowed his eyes. "File, you didn't come here under the Heroes Guild's orders. What do you really want?" Berge Diaz answered without hesitation. "Stop interfering here and leave. If you don't." His smile grew colder. "I'll expose this entire scandal to the whole continent." Pallav glanced at Rosal Chant. "It looks like we've been cornered." Rosal gritted his teeth in fury, "That bastard, Hillen Cargill. When I see him again, I won't let him get away with this." Watching their reactions, Berge Diaz thought, "It doesn't matter if my opponent is a monster, or a hero capable of killing a demon king alone. When I returned to Arian, I abandoned the idea of solving everything through brute force." A faint smile crossed his face. "I'll use the order that humans have built for themselves, and bind them with their own rules." Suddenly, the second prince spoke from behind him, "If that's the issue, then it's not a problem." Smiling, he raised his hand. "Isn't that right, you two?" Berge Diaz's eyes widened. The second prince, wasn't he eliminated along with Ralph? The second prince continued calmly, "I came here knowing everything. Those accusations are nothing more than lies." Pallav Disrod and Rosal Chant exchanged confused glances. Then Rosal smiled, "That is correct, Your Highness. Everything we did was carried out under the prince's orders." Berge Diaz frowned inwardly. They adapted to the situation surprisingly fast. Pallav suddenly burst into laughter. Now that this trivial problem has been settled. He cracked his knuckles as a dense purple aura surged around his body. "Let's have ourselves a proper fight, Phoenix." Berge Diaz narrowed his eyes. Brilliant phoenix flames erupted around his body, gathering in the palm of his hand. "So it comes down to this in the end." He raised the blazing flames before him. "Come at me, strongest hero." As Berge Diaz revealed his phoenix-like aura, Pallav immediately recalled seeing the same appearance that day. He remembered how his sponsor's orders had prevented him from joining the battle back then. Despite desperately wanting a fight like this, the excitement surging through his body became impossible to contain. Deep within his bones, a violent thrill shook him. He felt that if Berge Diaz failed to satisfy his expectations, boredom itself might kill him. So, he demanded that Berge Diaz fight with everything he had. Meanwhile, Berge Diaz looked at him and realized he was facing the greatest hero, Pallav of Disrod. In his previous life, he had never even met him personally. Back then, he never cared about heroes at all. His arrogance and obsession with strength had blinded him, causing him to look down on heroes as inferior beings. But this life was different. This time, he decided to face Pallav with everything he possessed. At that moment, the flame surrounding Berge Diaz's body grew even stronger. As the fiery aura expanded, Pallav noticed something unusual. The flames felt warm and comforting rather than dangerous. They carried neither hostile intent nor any kind of status effect. Realizing this, Pallav slowly smiled in amusement. Immediately afterward, Berge Diaz activated a high-tier defensive spell. A massive circular barrier formed around them, completely isolating the battlefield. He declared that no one except the two of them could enter that space. While maintaining the barrier, Diaz silently reminded himself that losing this fight would cause the hero's journey to begin once again, just as it had in his previous life, where he eventually died at the hero's hands. Driven by that determination, Diaz soared into the sky and fully unleashed the power of the phoenix. Even then, he calmly told Pallav that he was free to leave the battlefield whenever he wished and only needed to say the word. Witnessing all of this only made Pallav even more excited. He saw Diaz's words as a cold but exhilarating challenge and refused to let him escape before giving him the battle he desired. Pallav declared that he intended to enjoy the fight to its fullest before instantly charging straight toward Diaz. Both collapsed to each other in isolated battlefield cause shattered the whole island. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the necromancer's cave, where the entire cavern suddenly began shaking violently. Evan Jaspain's subordinates immediately panicked, believing an earthquake had begun. They desperately wanted to escape before the cave collapsed and buried them alive. However, Evan angrily ordered them to remain quiet. He reminded them that this was finally his chance, and if they failed to capture that man, they would all die anyway. Before anyone could react further, the necromancer cast his magic once again, freezing everyone in place. watching the situation unfold, Hillen calmly remarked that this made 4 victims already and noted that the earthquake had made everything much easier. The necromancer agreed without hesitation. Even so, Hillen remained concerned about one important issue. Not a single 10-star hero had fallen victim to the spell, making him wonder whether the freezing magic could truly affect someone of that level. Soon afterward, Hillen approached Noah while carrying some snacks. However, the moment he arrived, he was shocked to discover that Noah had disappeared. At the same time, Noah was shown escaping from the cave while wearing an invisible cloak. As he fled, he realized the earthquake had allowed him to slip away unnoticed. The discovery immediately alarmed Hillen. He rushed to the necromancer and informed him that the 17th prince had escaped. When Hillen asked whether he had noticed anything, the necromancer replied that he had been too busy casting magic to see what had happened. Without wasting another second, Hillen attempted to contact the Demon King. However, no response came from Diaz, increasing his anxiety even further. What is he doing not answering in such an emergency? In the middle of a life-or-death battle. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Hillen immediately rushed out of the cave. As he ran, he blamed himself for failing to check properly. He convinced himself that the prince could not have gone far. While saying to Black Mage keep freezing the intruders and became determined to find the 17th prince before he exposed their identities. Hillen rushed outside the cave using his stealth skill. After Hillen left, there no trace of any hero surrounding the cave. A figure appeared outside the cave. Inside the cave, one of the undead approached the necromancer and reported that something transparent had escaped from the cave. Furious, the necromancer demanded to know why he had only been informed now. The undead explained that it had been trying to report it all along. After hearing the full explanation, the necromancer learned the truth but simply brushed the matter aside. He believed the one who would truly suffer from the mistake was the Demon King, not him. As the king of the undead, he saw no reason to display unwavering loyalty. Especially since he had never consumed the magic orb himself. Deciding the situation no longer concerned him, he prepared to leave the cave. However, someone suddenly appeared before him. Seeing the newcomer, the necromancer realized that another hero had arrived and decided to give one final warning. At that very moment, he cast his ice magic once again. This time, however, the spell failed completely. The unexpected outcome filled the necromancer with panic. Suddenly he realized the figure and identified him as the strange figure Smirk. The fierce battle between Diaz, empowered by the Phoenix, and Pallav Disrod continued within the isolated battlefield. Even though the barrier completely sealed off the arena, the overwhelming pressure from their clash could still be felt far beyond its borders. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the 10-star hero Nia turned to Prince Rufus and reported, the one fighting Pallav Disrod appears to be the Phoenix Master. File. Prince Rufus sat upon his throne, holding a blood-stained spear in one hand. Blood stained his clothes and trickled down his face, yet his expression remained calm and composed. The Hero Guild has become far too arrogant, Rufus said quietly. Hearing his sudden remark, the hero Nia looked at him in confusion. What are you saying all of a sudden? Rufus leaned forward slightly and replied, the princes and princesses of the Jespine Empire must rely on their own accumulated wealth, connections, and abilities to hire mercenaries. That means the competition for the throne begins the moment they are born. Naturally, the firstborn has the greatest advantage. He paused for a brief moment before continuing. And yet, even I could only hire you, the 3rd star. That was the very best I could do. Meanwhile, Prince Rufus had already slain the 12th prince of the Jespine Empire along with all of his subordinates using nothing but his spear. His eyes burned with rage as he questioned, who exactly could have hired both Pallav and Rosal, the 1st and 2nd stars together? He narrowed his eyes before continuing, that should be impossible, unless the Hero Guild itself intervened. Elsewhere, as they sensed the overwhelming pressure coming from the isolated battlefield, the prince began to realize what was happening. The 5th prince of the Jespine Empire, Nikolai Jespine, placed a hand on his chin and muttered thoughtfully, the Heroes Guild really has intervened. Hired for such a cheap price. They must be trying to manipulate the succession war. At the same time, elsewhere, the 6th prince of the Jespine Empire, Grey Jespine, turned to his subordinate and ordered, we must capture the Black Mage immediately. Once this mission is complete, we will request an audience with His Majesty, the Emperor, and report the Heroes Guild's interference, on another part of the island. The 7th princess of the Jespine Empire, Marilla Jespine, quietly muttered, if we're recognized for this achievement, we might finally gain the upper hand over the other contenders. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, the 4th prince of the Jespine Empire, Tyrion Jespine, sprinted forward with excitement alongside his hero. Come on. Let's crush that Black Mage already, he shouted eagerly. His hero grinned and replied with equal enthusiasm, yes, sir. Prince Rufus calmly muttered, my foolish siblings can only think this far. Resting his cheek against one hand, he gave his order without hesitation, fine. Find the one who hired Pallav and Rosal Charnt, and eliminate them first. I'll be the one to make use of those two. His commander immediately bowed, yes, sir. Prince Rufus fell into thought once more. The real problem is, who could that person be? Hero Nia answered calmly, they're probably hiding behind someone who's exceptionally skilled at concealing their presence. It won't be easy to find them. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves echoed through the forest. It was Noah. Although he was still using his artifact, he had accidentally exposed himself. The artifact failed to conceal him completely as he hung from a tree branch. Tears remained in his eyes as he stared directly at Prince Rufus. Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, Prince Rufus gave a single command. Nia, kill him. As Hero Nia stepped toward Prince Noah, Noah cried out in fear, brother, please wait. Just listen to me. This isn't the time for us to be fighting among ourselves. Prince Rufus merely looked at him with an indifferent expression before giving another command. He's trying to buy time. Kill him. Tears streamed down Noah's face as terror filled his heart. Of all people. I had to run into my cruelest eldest brother. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Hilan Cargill raced through the forest at lightning speed. Frustration filled his heart as he clenched his teeth. Until I become the greatest hero, the Demon King must not die. Before the 17th prince makes contact with anyone else. I have to find him first. He continued searching at incredible speed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A massive earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking his path. Hilan came to an abrupt stop. Magic. Standing calmly before him with his arms folded was Rosal Charnt. She looked at him coldly. What exactly are you thinking, Hilan? File, the one you brought with you, is interfering with our mission. Are you planning to disobey the Heroes Guild's orders? Hilan stiffened in surprise at the sight of Rosal. It's not that. I don't have time to persuade her, he thought. Turning to leave, he said hurriedly, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Before he could move, Rosal calmly raised her hand. High-rank binding magic, Sage's chains, glowing chains instantly shot toward Hilan, binding him in place. His eyes widened in shock as he found himself unable to move. Rosal stared at him with a curious yet serious expression. During the battles against the Demon King of Lust and the Demon King of Beasts, you've always betrayed us at the most crucial moment just to claim the glory for yourself. Her gaze sharpened. If you're hiding something this time as well, tell me right now, Hilan Cargill. Hilan turned his face away, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it. I have to find the 17th prince as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, inside the Black Mage's cave, a mysterious figure watched everything unfolding outside through a magic circle. Using his pawns, he monitored every movement on the battlefield. Seated upon the Black Mage's throne, the cloaked figure looked down calmly as the Black Mage knelt before him, trembling in fear. The figure spoke with a faint smile, everything is proceeding according to plan. He slowly raised a glowing magic sphere in his hand, his smile widening. Then, shall we move on to the next round? As he stared into the sphere, he calmly called out, Lord Berge. As Prince Rufus ordered the 10-star hero to kill Prince Noah, Noah cried out in desperation. Brother, now is not the time for us to be fighting each other. The Phoenix Master File is actually, before he could finish his words, the Demon King's orb attached to his head suddenly activated. My head, Noah clutched his head with both hands and screamed in pain. Seeing Noah in such a state, Prince Rufus showed no hesitation. He believed Noah was merely trying to stall for time. As expected, Rufus muttered coldly before giving the order once more, kill him. Upon hearing the command, the hero Nia slowly raised her hand. I hold no personal grudge against you, 17th Prince. She said calmly. I am simply following orders. A powerful surge of mana gathered around her as she activated a high-ranking nature spell. High-rank nature magic, Death Flower. A gigantic death flower manifested behind Nia. The monstrous flower slowly opened its massive petals, revealing a terrifying maw as it prepared to devour Noah. Nia looked at him expressionlessly and continued, at the very least, to honor your status as a prince. The enormous death flower lunged forward. I will grant you a dignified death with a high-ranking spell. Meanwhile, Noah stood frozen in place, clutching his head as he stared at the gigantic death flower. Terror filled his heart. There's no way I can escape from this. Is this really the end? Tears streamed down his face as despair consumed him. Is everything going to end so meaninglessly? At that moment, Noah's mind drifted back to a conversation he once had with his sister. During the War of Succession, Noah sat across from her with tears in his eyes, holding a cup of tea. Sister, in this War of Succession, I want to save everyone. But the members of the imperial family only laugh at me and call me a fool. Am I really the one who's wrong? His sister, Jespine. The 9th princess of the Jespine Empire, calmly took a sip of her tea before replying, you do seem like a fool. Noah looked at her in shock. Even you think so, sister? He'd smiled faintly. Why do you care so much about what other people think? It's your life. She turned and continued, tonight, I'm going to sneak out of the castle. Noah's eyes widened. What? What do you mean? Why all of a sudden? He'd answered without hesitation. Because I refused to marry that old king. She then looked directly at Noah. And your desire to protect everyone. I don't think it's foolish at all. Noah silently listened to her words. He'd smiled gently and said, isn't an emperor supposed to protect every one of his people? Hearing those words, Noah's eyes filled with tears. The scene returned to the present. Standing before the gigantic death flower, Noah's eyes were filled with determination. That's right. An emperor is someone who protects everyone. Although his body trembled, he tightened his grip on his sword as mana flowed into its blade. He remembered the loyal vassals who had believed in him and sacrificed their lives. He remembered the brothers and sisters who had entrusted their artifacts to him. I can't die here. With a powerful shout, Noah swung his sword with all his strength. A massive wave of energy burst from the blade and crashed directly into the gigantic death flower. Noah stared ahead in disbelief. Did I do that? Just then, a calm voice came from behind him. You've become much stronger, Noah. Startled, Noah quickly turned around. That voice. A knight clad in shining armor stepped forward, her sword wrapped in brilliant blue mana as she stood protectively in front of him. The moment Noah saw her, his eyes widened. Sister. You're really my sister, aren't you? The scene shifted to a short while earlier on the fourth floor of the Tower of Blazing Fire, inside Ernon's room. Keed sat quietly on a stone bench, watching Princess Elena and Logger Friedrich teasing Gordon Ramsay. Logger playfully placed flowers on Gordon's head and even stuck 2 flowers on his nose. Completely embarrassed and furious, Gordon grabbed Logger Friedrich by the collar while Elena hurriedly tried to pull him away. Watching the lively scene from a distance, Princess Keed smiled. Princess Ernon walked over to Keed and asked, Lady Keed, what brings you here? Taking a break from your training? Keed looked up in surprise. Princess Ernon? Ernon smiled warmly. May I sit beside you? Of course, he'd replied. After sitting down, Ernon held out a freshly baked cookies. Here. Try some. They turned out really well. He'd accepted one with a smile. Thank you. I'll gladly enjoy them, Ernon then asked, is today your day off? Keed looked into the distance before answering, seeing Princess Elena reminds me of my younger brother. Ernon looked at her curiously, your younger brother? Keed nodded. Yes. Although we're only half-siblings, he should be taking part in the War of Succession by now. Right before I left the castle, I was so tense that I ended up speaking harshly to him. Ever since then, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. She lowered her head sadly. I wish I could somehow leave the tower and go save him. But I wonder if my current strength is enough to help him. However, Princess Ernon smiled cheerfully and said, what are you talking about? You're already incredibly strong, Keed. I can tell just by sensing the aura naturally flowing from your body. It's powerful and intense. You've become incomparably stronger than when we first met. She continued, I even heard that the Demon King had to block your final attack with his wings instead of his hand. Keed looked surprised. Now that you mention it, you're right. He did block my final strike with his wings, not his hand. She closed her eyes and quietly sensed the mana flowing through her body. Just as Ernon said. I've become far stronger than I was before entering the tower. In just a few months here, I've grown more than I did during all those years of training in the Imperial Palace. Princess Keed looked at her hands in disbelief. Could it be? I've reached a level close to the 10-star rank? If that's true, then Noah, whom I left behind. I might finally be strong enough to save him. Suddenly, Princess Ernon grabbed Keed's hands with an excited smile. If you've made up your mind, then we shouldn't waste any time. Still confused, he'd nodded. Yes. Ernon laughed happily. Then the first thing we need is an outfit worthy of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Keed blinked in confusion. The 4 heavenly, what? The scene shifted back to the present. Standing protectively in front of Noah, Keed concealed her identity beneath a suit of black knight armor. Prince Rufus narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Keed slowly raised her sword. Who am I, you ask? She took a deep breath. If you insist, then I have no choice but to answer. Raising her sword toward the sky, she declared dramatically, born from a darkness deeper than the blackest night. Piercing the hearts of my enemies from within the shadows, she placed one hand over her helmet as one of her eyes glowed with a brilliant blue aura. I am the second sword of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. She struck a dramatic pose. The Black Knight of Death has descended upon this battlefield. Silence filled the battlefield. Prince Rufus and the hero Nia could only stare at her in complete confusion. Even Noah was left speechless. Finally, Noah quietly called out, Sister. Inside her helmet, Keed forced an awkward smile before panic set in. What have I done? I knew it. Everyone is staring at me like I'm some kind of weirdo. Ernon. Her mind drifted back to an earlier conversation. Princess Ernon proudly presented the black armor while Logger stood beside her with a bruised face. Logger specially made this outfit just for you. Ernon said cheerfully. Logger laughed despite his injuries. At last, the 4 heavenly kings have a new member. He then explained, as long as you recite these lines while striking the assigned pose, your attack and defense will increase dramatically. It's an incredibly powerful magic item. After reading the script, Keed's face turned bright red. What? You expect me to say these lines, and strike this pose? Absolutely not. I'll never be able to get married if I do this. On a magical communication screen, Demon King Berge covered his mouth, struggling to hold back his laughter. As long as you're wearing Armani's orb, it won't matter, he said with a grin. Just make sure no one finds out you're one of my vassals. Keed pointed at the screen in frustration. Look at him. Even the Demon King is laughing at me. The memory faded, returning to the battlefield. Still trembling with embarrassment inside her armor, Keed thought, I can't believe it. It's really come to this. Prince Rufus scoffed, the Black Knight of Death. What kind of childish title is that? It sounds like something from a stage play. And piercing the hearts of enemies from within the shadows. Seriously, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, he'd quickly interrupted him. Please, don't say it out loud. Prince Rufus said, I don't know which of the 4 heavenly kings you are, but if you interfere, dispose of them as well. The 10-star hero, Nia, raised her hand as she began casting a powerful spell. Yes. She then looked at the Black Knight and said, this is not magic that a weak hero can withstand. I only need to eliminate the 17th prince. If you think you can't handle this, then run. She chanted, Archmage Nia Diaprin's original high-rank natural magic, Colony Grand March, countless gigantic, high-ranking living flowers of death suddenly appeared before Keed and Noah. Noah's face turned pale as he cried out, Sister. We have to dodge. It's fine, Noah. Keed calmly raised her sword to defend them as a brilliant blue aura flowed around her armor. If I were the kind of person who retreated because of a little fear, she said, would never have done something this embarrassing in the first place. She recalled all the harsh training she had endured inside the Tower of Flames. After all that rigorous training, I've become incomparably stronger than before. If I'm still not strong enough to face a 10-star hero, then I can't truly say that I've grown at all. She tightened her grip on her sword. I won't leave my younger brother behind ever again. A brilliant blue aura bloomed around her blade like a radiant flower. In the next instant, Keed leapt high into the air and unleashed her technique. Jespine Dark Elf times Combat Sword Technique, Magic Sword Technique, Scattering Waxing Moon. Dozens of blue sword waves erupted from her blade. Slicing through the battlefield with overwhelming force, Prince Rufus and Noah stared in shock at the incredible display of power. Even the 10-star hero, Nia, widened her eyes in surprise. Holding her sword firmly while standing in her black armor, Princess Keed pointed her blade toward Nia and said, say that again. Her blue aura surged even more fiercely. Who did you just call a weak hero?